Good morning everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We have 4 live games today. The sun is shining in the beautiful country of Malta. All the action is just around the corner. Nish J. Butt will be joining me and it all starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Good morning everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We have a big game this morning in Group B. The Masita Warriors are taking on the Royal Strikers. Now the Masita Warriors, they're near the bottom of the table. 2 big games this morning with a bit of a net run rate boost and they can still sneak into the 4. Royal Strikers, they've played some really good cricket. I loved when they upset Gozo's Army, but they've been a little bit up and down. They rely on Pushparajan a little bit too much. Maybe some of those other players can come in and have a good game here. The weather conditions today is perfect. We're expecting some rain overnight, so this might be our final day of sunny cricket, which I'm sure all these players are going to enjoy and they're going to want to be out here. This surf has been fantastic. The runs have been getting higher and higher and higher and batters seem to have figured out the bounce and the carry on this pitch. I've liked the spinners coming into these teams as well. It seems as at the start of this tournament, the pace bowlers were getting it through quite a lot, but it seems that it's slowed down just a little bit and a lot of spin is coming into the contention now for these games. It's going to be an interesting game. We've already had the toss where the Royal Strikers have elected to have a bowl first, so we're going to go straight to the comm box where Nish is with me today, and let's go to him right now.
Thank you very much for that lovely intro. We'll have a look at the drone shot of this beautiful ground here in Marsa, where we've had the great pleasure of bringing you so much wonderful cricket. But before we continue with today's live action, let's have a look at what happened yesterday. We had a couple of great games between Sweet E United and the Southern Crusaders. This one was an absolute thriller. The Southern Crusaders were on the verge of pulling off the biggest ever ECS chase and fell just 1 run short when they needed 7 runs in the last over. And Sweet United would beat the Southern Crusaders in the second match, which was also a real thriller. Both these games coming down to the final over. It was very entertaining cricket. Loved watching it. And here's a look at our third match of the day between Zero United and Overseas. Another game that came down to the final over. How to say, the action yesterday was really hot and spicy. Suraj Zarai made 37 runs. He was the top scorer for Zero United, and that was enough after a good bowling performance for Zero United to pick up the victory there. And Overseas would come out and put on their best batting performance of this series, just their 3rd score over 100 during this tournament. Senthil Raj was absolutely amazing, and he would help his side get to a big total of 145 and secure the victory. Here are the standings for Group A. As you can see, these 4 teams have qualified. Mater Dei and NX Knights will do battle on tomorrow, and if Mater Dei can win both those games, they've got a chance to maybe get 2nd place. Here are the standings for Group B, so we still got plenty on the line in this group. Marsa and Masita Warriors are going to be battling it out to grab that 4th spot. Of course, Marsa are playing 2 games against Red Stars to round out their tournament. The net run rate is something to watch as well. Should be a very, very good race. Couple of wins here for Masita Warriors today. They might just get into 4th place, but gonna have to keep an eye on the games tomorrow as well. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our first match of this morning. The Royal Strikers are taking on the Masita Warriors. Really, really good game to start off the day. Priyan Pushparajan leading the way there for the Royal Strikers. A terrific all-rounder, great leader. Was very happy as a coach as well to see the Maltese women pick up 4 wins over the weekend against Estonia. And then for the Masita Warriors, Rocky Dianish, he has been so good throughout this series. It's been a real pleasure to watch him. Did well with the national team over the weekend as well. The Royal Strikers, 64% favorites heading into this game, but we know that the Masita Warriors have a great opening partnership, which unfortunately will not feature in this match. So that great partnership we've watched blast over 70 runs game after game. We're unfortunately not going to feature today because the big man, Jibbin, is going to open the batting. So this is the only time I'd accept breaking up a successful opening partnership. It means that Jibbin is going to be right up there at the top of the order. Here we go, first ball coming up. A nice ball in the channel. Aloysius, one of the finest names in this country, is going to bowl that one. You want to talk about great names? Well, we've got some terrific names today as well. Look at who's listed at number 8 for the Masita Warriors. Tom Thomas. We've had the Jimmy Jameses throughout this series, Tony Thomas, and now we have Tom Thomas. Couple of nice balls to start off for Aloysius. So yeah, the great opening partnership for the Warriors. Soman and Dianish, who've made 70+ runs each time they've been asked to open the batting. As unfortunately broken up, Soman is not available for today's games, which is a huge loss if you are the Masita Warriors. But Jibbin out there, I'd say anything is possible. This is an incredible shot by Rocky Dianish. When this guy hits sixes, he doesn't hit small sixes. That is an enormous one. It's just hit the top of the net. That's what prevented it from going into the archery range. Incredible stroke. Look at that, right on top of the net. And it's the first 6 of the morning for Rocky Dianish, who's been in red-hot form throughout this series. Oh, good ball there. Nice bounce and carry through to the keeper. Good morning to Shamim, joining to the chat, as well as Rob Thompson and Chris Ward. Incredible statistics for Dianish throughout this series. Made 261 runs in 8 innings with a strike rate of 223. He's looking for the wide there, but I think the umpires got that right. As the over comes to an end, a good start here for Aloysius and the Royal Strikers. Yeah, looks fine to me. It's 26 days to go until history unfolds on the European Cricket Network. We're proud to announce the inaugural ECCW. Between the 17th to the 22nd of December, 5 nations are going to battle it out in what should be an incredible showcase of women's sport right here on the European Cricket Network. There he is, the big man Jibbin, with a chance to open the batting. Really looking forward to this. One of the most popular cricketers here. And it's Clinto Paul bowling to him. Oh, starts out with a wide. Clinto Paul just really fearful of Jibbin, wanted to keep the ball away from him. And this is a great chance to welcome back Corey Rutgers in the commentary box. Your return to the commentary box has been greeted by an incredible moment for all of us.
It's almost like a fan favourite. The crowds have got what they wanted because Jibbin is just about to unload some of the biggest hits you've ever seen. The man, the myth, the legend is at the crease. The red gloves, the untucked shirt. There's a lot to like about Jibbin. A lot to like.
I had a chance to speak with him a little bit this morning. Just give him a wave. Just coming in.
Oh, Jibbin with the quick one. Oh,
great running. Look at him. It's
almost killed Jibbin.
Fleet of foot.
That would have been a sad, sad ending. No, I love Jibbin. Gotta love Jibbin. Oh, it's good to be back in the comm box. Well done yesterday, Nish. And it was a bit all hands on deck yesterday. Got to jump on the other side of the tape and help out in another way, which is quite different. A bit of fun for the day.
Got a Janish back on strike here. Batting on a run and ball 6, which is a rather slow start for him, but Aloysius bowled terrifically in that first over.
Oh,
That's copped a big blow over there.
yeah, in between the legs as Rocky gets rocked a little bit. I like this opening partnership. Rocky and Gibbon, two of the greatest names as well to open the pair of opening batsmen. But yeah, no, good to be back. You did well yesterday, Nish, from all reports on your own. Tough day. I know it is a bit longer when you're on your own.
This is played out towards square leg. Yeah, and I think the good thing about everyone was it wasn't just me, of course. You know, I've done solo before, but an enormous amount of credit goes out to the blue crew, where a number of people were doing 2-3 different roles. Everyone chipped in. It was a great team effort yesterday, and it shows you why the blue crew was the very best.
Yeah, it was a all hands on deck day. I think everyone was having a go at umpiring and officiating and doing different roles, which was definitely interesting. Obviously, Paul's a little bit scared of Gibbon here, purposely bowling it wide, doesn't want to get near him.
Yeah, he's just scared of big man Regan Trees 777 saying the Rakeem Cornwall of ECS.
I would pay good money to watch this man Gibbon get one out the middle. I really would. Look at him.
Oh, is it going to go for a boundary? Misfield, please. We don't cheer for one usually, but it's just going to be a single.
A bit of finesse from Gibbon. I think there's one ball left in the over, actually. Looks like the umpires might have gone the early crow. I know they'll spot that if I'm wrong. But in the end, it's 11 for none. It says off 1.5, but maybe it's 2. Nope.
I'm pretty sure there should be one ball left in the over
well,
as well.
Look, it's early, and they're going to have to go all the way back because, yeah, there is one ball left in the over. And you can understand that. What time is it? It's a little 8:35 in the morning on a Tuesday morning. Tuesday's my worst day of the week. It is easily the worst day of the week.
Not Mondays.
No, because Mondays, I think when you go to the work office or wherever you've got stories to tell from the weekend. And Wednesday's hump day because you're already almost there. But Tuesdays, tough day. Last ball of the second.
I think Wednesday or Thursday are contenders for some of the worst days because you're deep in the week, and weekend doesn't seem as close on a Wednesday. This one is nicely played away by Dianish for a 4.
Yeah, good shot. It's pretty poor fielding out there. It is overnight they put the sprinklers on from time to time to keep this beautiful grass lush. And that's what can happen. We have a look at the table. Obviously, 3 teams are already qualified. Big game for the Masita Warriors because if their net run rate's better than Marsa. So if they can go win-win, or Red Stars go win-win, but Red Stars' net run rate's not good enough. If Masita Warriors go win-win, then they'll go above Marsa and force Marsa to get a win. Now, Marsa should, because they're versing the bottom place, but we've seen some crazy cricket.
Seen a few crazy things. That score is going to get updated. It's 15 for no loss at the end of 2 overs.
Oh, 777 for Ruben James. Slot machine. Wouldn't mind that in Vegas.
We had a few conspiracy theories going around in the chat yesterday. Obviously, there was a brief delay in the game because
How was the chat? I didn't see the chat at all yesterday, actually. Were they good or were they usually...
the chat's always great. I think there's just one person who seems to antagonize them that causes them to have a few issues every now and then.
Okay, yeah. What was the what were they trying to guess? What was the issue yesterday?
So we had a little bit of a power cut, and people were wondering where you were during the power cut. And I promised a little interrogation today.
Got the scissors out straight through the cord. Just keeping it away from Gibbon, aren't they? They just know the power of Gibbon. You just don't want to bowl near Gibbon. Look at that. That's the shot of a man that's ready.
It's a fear he's invoking in these bowlers that's causing them to push it wide.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. It's my first time as sort of a match referee, third umpire, and 2.3 overs in, then power went out. First time ever. Unbelievable. But glad we got it all underway again.
This is played out towards third man. Nice shot there by Jim, and just opens the face of the bat. Do you have any witnesses to corroborate where you were during the power cut?
I do. I was sitting next to project manager, Meta Gooch, so thankfully she can vouch for me. But yeah, it was a funny start to the morning, and as you mentioned, yesterday was just an all hands on deck. I think we had Mars, who's our scorer, umpiring. Ravi, who's our integrity officer, umpiring. Simon had to go umpire, who's our scorer. So great job by everybody to get yesterday completed. Well, that's high. And long. 6 runs, and, well, the Rocky and Gibbon show. It's good to watch.
Certainly good to watch. I would say Gibbon is the appropriate replacement for Soman. Tremendous shot here by Dianish. He always gets plenty of elevation on his strokes. And this one was over-pitched by Ruben James, and he got underneath it well. Oh, this is a much better length, a back of a length delivery.
Yeah, no appeal there from the bowler, James, who didn't fancy it. Got the old cakes and bakes.
Hit over long on one bounce over the rope for 4.
Well, it's a pretty similar ball. And in this time he goes with the conventional shot over mid-on. So good batting. He's dragged that from quite wide outside off, actually. So nice shot. And runs are ticking, 29 for none after 3.
This is a fairly decent start for the Warriors. That obviously want to be a little bit quicker, especially seeing the big flow of runs we had yesterday where teams were regularly reaching 50 runs during the power play. Well, they'll take this.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll be happy with that start. The conditions maybe warrant it a little bit.
Yes.
One thing I'm looking at as well that has to be touched on is a little bit of the weather that is coming up, Nish. So, unfortunately, the forecast, we've got quarterfinals around the corner, but it's looking sketchy.
Yeah, just a little bit of concern about the weather over the next few days. We could easily have a washed out group stage day, and I just wonder how that works out. I mean, if we do get plenty of rain tomorrow, then the Warriors would automatically be ruled out of contention, just because you'd expect Marsa to get 2 points courtesy of no results against the Red Stars. This one is played out by Gibbon, who was mid-wicket. It's going to be another single.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because if we do, unfortunately, succumb to the weather gods, we'll have to find out what happens, because I'll take a quick check of the Malta weather coming up, which we've been spoilt with so far, as Rocky goes for that reverse Malachi again. This will be buys, though, because it's he's turned to a left-hander. And can you believe it? Gibbons called him through for 2.
Gibbons are running between the wickets.
Oh, he's
really
given
good.
that wide. See, I think that's the wrong call. So I actually think, watch this, watch how early he swaps over. Then the bowler gets that side. But given wides, that's tough for the bowler.
So how late is the batter allowed to switch over without it being a wide?
Yeah, the ball has to be released. Yeah. If the ball's released, then there's a little bit of different flexibilities to it, but it doesn't matter. We move on. That will definitely be wide. Yeah, so obviously we don't want to harp on about the weather too much, because we haven't had to. We've had the perfect conditions in Malta. For November 21st, this is just heaven. You're from Cyprus, so I'm not used to this so much at this time of year. But looking at the forecast, it does seem like thunderstorms are going to hit overnight and unfortunately carry through to Thursday and carry a bit of heavy rain still around the Friday, but then clearing up Friday afternoon. So, yeah, we could be in a scenario. We could be in a scenario where the table will be quite important, because let's say, I'm going to put a hypothetical out there. Let's say it does rain and we lose a day or two, and then we can only get Friday afternoon in. I dare say you'd have to take the top 2 of each group. So these matches, even for the Royal Strikers, could potentially have more weight than people realise right now.
This is going to be a double. Yeah, the weather has really thrown a spanner in the works. If we look at how things stand at the moment, Mater Dei still have a chance tomorrow to get over Sweet United in second place. This is a bit too short, bit too wide. Are we going to get a chip in boundary? Yes, we will. Terrific shot by the big man. He elevates that over the rope for a 6.
Well, Rakeem Cornwall, eat your heart out. Gibbons just channeling you right now. There's a lot of Rakeem in that shot. And cuts it away over backward point for 6. Runs are flowing here. No wickets down just yet.
So a couple of days ago, we were talking a lot about quarterfinals matchups and the teams you'd want to face in the knockout stages. But as things stand, so Mater Dei, if they win both their games tomorrow against Sweet United, they're playing the EDX Knights, so that's going to be a tough ask considering the EDX Knights are undefeated. They could potentially get into second place, and Sweet United, who've been one of the bigger teams, could miss out on the semi-finals because of rain.
Yeah, we're talking all hypotheticals, obviously, because this tournament's a little bit different. You've got 8 teams getting into the quarterfinals. But if the weather gods do intervene, I'm sure the powers to be in the Switzerland office and the game masters that we have will probably have to think of a formula to try and get a final in. So definitely watch this space. That's edged away, and that will probably be 4. It will be 4, as Push Parajan's always a bit quicker than what people expect.
This outside edge goes away for a boundary. It's going to go past the fielder at short third.
Yeah, so if we're talking those teams and whatnot, I think that these games, every game actually has got more weight. So Royal Strikers today, they could potentially, they've played, how many have they played so far? 8.
They could end up as first by the end of the day.
And let's say hypothetical, so that's clipped away nicely, but just one. Let's say hypothetical, we didn't get on tomorrow. They would go above the Blasters and Zombie only because they've played 2 extra. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. They could be fast tracked to a final if rain intervenes. So plenty of things to consider in this tournament.
This is a wider delivery. Now, one of the worst possible scenario, if you're Gozo Zalmi, is that they lose both the games today to the Blasters, and the Royal Strikers win both of these games. Then they're out. They might not even be in the semifinals if we have a lot of rain tomorrow.
And that's what the forecast is telling us. So I think that all these teams that are definitely still playing and watching this tournament need to just be aware of permutations, as Gibbon is gone. Push Parajan ruins the show. And Gibbon, well, he got one shot away out the middle, but didn't really get much else.
I was praying for a no ball there, but unfortunately it never came. Gibbon has to depart, having made just 10 runs. I'll look for a little bit more from him. That's a replay of the ball preceding his wicket. Have a look at his wicket right now. Oh, brilliant ball by Push Parajan. And it was always going to take a really good one to get rid of a player of his quality. Here's a look at the ECL groups.
Go on, give me a group.
We've been through all of them.
Just give me a group.
Let's go with Group D.
Okay, Group D is a bit of probably the most unknown group, because I know a little bit about Byron. Obviously, everyone knows it, Drew, but Paris University Club, Empire CC, and Ljubljana, 3 teams I don't have much background on. So those 3 teams will come in hot. But arguably, those 3 teams and Byron will have to say, we've got it the hardest because we have to go up against the reigning champions. And that's never easy to do, because Dreux, they aren't just the reigning champions of last year. They've also been to every ECL. They were there in the inaugural game versus VOC Rotterdam. They then came back the next year because they won the French Championship again. So a lot of things going on in French cricket, the good, the bad, the ugly. They will want to come across and show everyone their abilities. So those other 4 teams will know they have to cause an upset to get through.
I mean, Paris University Club, this is tries the ramp over there, but again, I just feel it'd be better served trying to just hit that with a straight bat down the ground. But because going back to that, I mean, if Paris University Club managed to make it out of that gauntlet of a French domestic tournament, they must be made of some real metal. So I think they could be a dangerous team. Empire CC are mostly just a Finnish national team who You know, they have some decent bowlers, but in all honesty, they lack the firepower for T10 cricket.
Looks like the reverse sweep's a bit contagious this morning, Nish. Everyone trying to pull out the Malachi.
Look out for Amjad Sher for Empire CC, the Wild Thing. Really entertaining player to watch. This one is played out towards a square leg. It's just going to be a single.
Well, I've heard that that other French team, the Paris University, have been finishing second to Dreux for years. Oh, they're always second, and now that Drew won it, that actually got them the ticket, so they could say thank you, Drew, for winning the ECL, because that's what got us through. But imagine if they upset them in that group. It would be amazing.
It would be a really good story.
Whoa!
Sort of a bit like oh.
Did you just see that? The keeper's thrown his glove at backward point. I've never seen that before. Oh, I hope we got that on camera. Watch the keeper here. He goes to get the ball, flicks his glove off, and it actually hit backward point in the face.
Oh, we've had a few players getting struck in the face. I think we had a keeper getting hit in the face yesterday as well, which unfortunately we weren't quite able to capture on camera, but I did hear it from you later.
Yeah, this was the ball we just missed. Another reverse sweep miss. So, Masita Warriors have tried 5 reverse sweeps this morning and haven't got any out the middle.
Subaredia, the chat saying Dianish is a hard hitter. Absolutely. Incredible hitter. This is over long on. It's a big 6 by Lawrence. He's going to punish him for that full toss.
Yeah, big, juicy full toss, isn't it? And just has to catch up with it, pump it away. And I guess a good start for Masita Warriors. They'll still believe if they can go win-win this morning, they will then be in 4th and the pressure will be on Marsa.
Yeah, to round out the discussion of that group, you'd expect the final to be between Drew and Paris University Club.
I think the games this afternoon are Marsa and Red Stars, right?
The Bajiba Blasters against Gozo Zalmis. That's going to be a huge match, especially if rain's going to be a factor. That little doubleheader could potentially be almost like a quarterfinal.
So you could have another hypothetical. Let's say the Masita Warriors do pull off the double win this morning and sneak into that 4th, and then the rain comes. Marsa won't get another shot to get above it.
I know Marsa would go through then, because they would get 2 points for no result, right?
No.
You get a point for no result. 2 matches tomorrow, they would get 2 points from that. If there's no, they're washed out.
Yeah, you must. You must get a point. Yeah, so okay. There's a lot to digest still, a lot to work out as we have a look at the scorecard. 27 of 22. Yeah, this is what the cricket's such a funny sport. When rain sort of comes around, it always offers a lot of permutations. But in saying that, you were quite optimistic in the work van the other day. You were saying you're from this part of the world, you don't expect it to rain at all.
No, but when I looked at the forecast that you showed me, I think all my optimism dissipated quite quickly. I've never seen a forecast like that in Southern Europe. I'm just going to be honest with you.
I was here in February, and I don't know where you were in that time. It flooded here. We had genuine floods. You know, our hotel, when we walked out, you couldn't walk down the steps. The water was already trying to get into the hotel. It was that high. Cars couldn't go down the main street on the boulevard. I've never seen so much rain. On this tiny island, we had 3 days in the hotel. I remember Vinny needed to leave the hotel to go grab a cord or something, and he had to pull his pants right up, and he had the water going up to his thighs, to running through the water to the shops. So it does rain in this part of it. It feels like it's one of those places that if it does rain, it pours. And you have to worry about those sort of sand patches next to the pitch. So it's definitely something to watch out for in the remainder of this trip and for the table.
This is the whole Maltese economy and countries have just come to a grinding halt for 3 days.
Yeah, you never know. Never know. Watch this space. We've got these 4 games, and that's why these 4 games probably take on a bit of extra importance, because there's a lot of permutations that could happen.
We're going to see Ruben James ready to bowl the first legal one of this over. And once again, he tries that ram shot. I don't quite understand why, because he's overdoing it a little bit this innings.
He's not. Surely something in his brain's got to tell him, I've tried this 6 times and I haven't hit one out the middle. He's so good everywhere else. You got to put it away, Rocky. I'm sorry. I like the inventiveness, but 0 from 6 now.
Good slower ball there by James, especially on the day when so much is on the line for the Meseta Warriors. He's just playing around, experimenting today. No, I wouldn't do that if I was him. The big thing, though, is that we mentioned this right before you got back on air, but no Soman. And we know that DeAnderson and Soman were such a strong opening partnership. I mean, every game they've been involved in, this one's going to go away for a 4. Really good shot by Lawrence. Every game the two of them batted together, they've set up the Warriors with a 70-plus run opening partnership, regularly reaching 50 runs in the power play. And they're not there today in this crucial day for their side.
Yeah, good point. They've got a platform, though, and that will give them some confidence. I mean, with 3.3 overs left here, they should be going mightily aggressive. Like that. Does that land in a pocket of space? It does. Brilliant fielding out there. That's so good. Such good fielding, I should be saying. It is early on this Tuesday, and saves 3 runs for his team there, does Aloysius.
A brilliant bit of work by Aloysius. One-handed with his weak hand, too. Keep in mind he's right-handed. Sticks his left paw out and grabs that one. This one is going to go the distance as well. It's a great shot by Dianish. And when he plays these orthodox trading strokes, he gets such good results.
He's got genuine timing, doesn't he? He's not the strongest or biggest of men, but his timing of the white ball is quite phenomenal. He's crunched that away. Moves on to 34, and the score gets to 70. 3.1 overs remaining. Can they try and boost that score around to 115? I think they'll take.
Still got a ball left in this Ruben James over. But a little bit expensive, Ruben James. He's had a difficult series, in all honesty. He's regularly gone for a large amount of runs. Oh, that's a great bit of fielding. He's probably saved a certain boundary, Manuel Augustine.
Yeah, they're throwing their bodies around, aren't they? It's very good from the Royal Strikers, who are guaranteed a final spot. But where and how it works out, we're not sure just yet. But that's really good fielding on this Tuesday morning.
He puts in a big dive there and prevents the 4 as... well, this is a chance to recap some of the great cricket we've had on the European Cricket Network. The series this year has been a tapestry of cultures, landscapes, and thrilling cricketing action. We've had the great pleasure of going to so many beautiful countries, of course. It started all the way back here in Malta on the 30th of January, and we got a chance to tour the Mediterranean early in the year, and then right during that, the heart of the summer period, we were in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and Western Europe. Just a real joy to go to all those countries, and hope to go to many more next year. This is a good bit of fielding out in the deep. And that's just going to be 1 run there for the Warriors.
So I have to ask Nish, it's been a couple of days since, you know.
Cyprus's 4 losses over the weekend.
No, you know, Nish. Oh, nice little clip. No fine leg, no 45. That's good batting from Lawrence, who will get 4. But Nish, how are you feeling? It's been 48 hours since India capitulated and Australia took home a 6th trophy.
I was feeling a lot better until you reminded me that. Yeah, it was obviously very tough on Sunday. I have to say, felt a little bit better on Monday. I don't know about back home. A few of my family members, my parents, I don't know if they'd recovered by Monday either.
It's tough. Yeah, I know you all love the sport religiously. And yeah, tough World Cup after winning every game.
No, it's also the fact that there was hardly, I think, a close win for them in any of those. Is it 9 or 10 victories they had? Yep, 10 victories if you include the semi-final.
Yep.
And you turn up on Sunday and lay an egg, basically. That was a poor performance, and Australia completely outplayed them in every facet of the game. This is a really well struck behind square leg. It's going to be a 6. A great shot there by Lawrence. I'm very impressed with his batting. He's actually been the main aggressor for the Warriors so far.
Yeah, nice shot. They're just bowling a little bit straight to him, and he's good at picking it up. So yeah, they're accelerating at the right time. These 2 are the key. Still, they're going to need that 115 for me if they're going to win this game.
I think I briefly mentioned this yesterday on commentary. But also Australia obviously blessed with so many great generations of cricketers, and particularly the 90s and early 2000s. This is once again beautifully played by Lawrence. He just uses the pace of the bowler and runs it down towards third man.
Well, Lawrence a little bit more different to Rocky. Rocky's gives it a whack and times the ball well, but he's more of a touch player, and you get certain players that they're holding a bat, but they use it more elegantly, and he's one of those. That little leg glance for a late cut for 4, just times it lovely.
Yeah, you were talking about this over the weekend with, I believe it was Beretkin for Cyprus, and you're talking about how he was a bit more of a touch player, how he should adapt to T10 cricket. I think Lawrence, he's certainly using his skills in the shortest format of the game. Second over comes to an end for Aloysius. He gives up 21 runs over his 2 overs. The first one he bowled was really good, just 6 runs off it, but 15 here. Yeah, going back to what I was saying, obviously Australia's had so many generations, so this particular generation might not be looked on as fondly as, say, some of the ones in the 90s or 2000s, but these guys have won everything as well. Every World Cup, every ICC event. They've been to England and retained the Ashes a couple of times. They're as successful as it gets.
Yeah, they are. They are. It's just a different breed, and that's what the Australian public's struggling to get their head around, because Australians are used to having more hard-nosed cricketers. These guys are a little bit different, and it doesn't matter. Results are results, and they've done exactly what they needed to do, as that's a top edge, and that should be out. Yeah, he's held on to it. Nice catch in the end. I think he got a face full of turf. Has he caught the ball? I think so. I think he's hurt himself a little bit here, so they're going to have to get the medics on. He's held on to the catch, so that's the most important thing, Jamshed. And good to see him getting to his feet. I think just a bit sore. As we have a look at the replay. The looping top edge. I like this camera. There he is at backward point. Dives in. And thankfully holds on to the ball.
Yeah, it's a good thing he's also not going to be, they're not going to need to administer a concussion test of any sort. It was a very well taken catch, and once again, Dianish just overthinking a little bit, overdoing it. Usually if he just gives that a good bash towards square leg, he'd get a boundary. I think Dianish could have had a much bigger innings. He was out there for 27 balls usually. At 27 balls, he's on 60 or 80, but I think he was overthinking things a bit too much during this innings. This one's gone up in the air. He could be on a hat-trick here, Pushparajan, if this is taken. And it is taken. A very good catch. Sukumaran is going to be greeted by Derek. And the third wicket falls for the Warriors. And this is a good over. Pushparajan is slipping in here because he continues to bowl this way. They'll certainly struggle to get to 105 or 110.
Yeah, it's another wicket. Pushparajan. He's quite a bit of a maverick sort of bowler. He's got his big orange shoes on that stand out, but when it comes to his bowling, he keeps it rather simple. It's a 3-step run-up with, I'd say, maybe only 2 deliveries. A sharp medium pacer and then one that he takes the pace off slightly, but he's clever about it. And I still think a lot of batsmen, look at this, there's nothing uncomplicated about it. That's not off spin. It's just seam up. But I think a lot of batsmen get fooled by the short run-up and think it's going to be slower, and then it's just too quick for them. So he's got 3 for 5. He does this a lot.
He's not quite been able to make the amount of runs he wants, but he isn't in the wickets. Hat-trick ball coming up. And this is blocked out by Joseph, so we're still waiting for our first hat-trick this series.
Yeah, we've had a lot of hat-trick balls, but haven't got the Holy Grail just yet.
It reminds me a little bit of Ragna Halleck, who we saw for Estonia over the weekend. She was, of course, I don't even think she took a step. She was just standing on the spot and delivering it.
That's called official bowling.
This is down the ground. Does it have enough to carry to the fielder? It does. But Vishnu Babu is not going to be able to hold on to that.
Should have caught that. Should have caught that, Vishnu Babu. And Pushparajan would have had 4 wickets, Nish, and then potentially been on a 5-fer.
And that's the beauty of an all-rounder like him. Even when he can't get in on the run making, he's going to contribute with the ball. No, that's not the best delivery there. And it's going to go away for 4. Here's a look at Maxi Hook, who's going to field that one back.
Yeah, that's probably the worst ball he's bowled in a while. It's a low full toss, and a lot of these teams don't have 45 or fine legs. So if you get bad on it, it's 4, and Maxi Hook is in a field up. He's on the blue crew. It's a nice shot. That gets him into the 90s.
Going to be joining him for a net session this evening, actually.
Oh.
This one's played behind a square leg, and
But you've kept this quiet. What's this?
yeah, a little bit of a net session. I think I might have a ball in the evening after our games are done alongside him.
Spring Productions can hear us right now. We'll get the cameras down there and we'll make sure we see a little bit of Nisha's bowling as another over is completed here at the Master Sports Club. We have a look at the bowling figures. Standing out with all 3 wickets, Pushparajan, and you'd imagine Clinto Paul will likely bowl the last.
Yeah, 9 runs off Clinto Paul's first over. See how he does here. Warriors still need another 8 runs to get to 100, so they actually haven't lost many wickets throughout this innings, but because their star player in Dianish was a little bit slow today, strike rate of 133, Jibbin, as much as we love him, he faced 11 balls just to get 10 runs. Lawrence has been the only one who's actually been a real aggressor, so yeah, they'll be a bit disappointed. They're only on 92 at the end of 9 overs, especially considering some key players have spent a lot of time out in the middle. Starts off with a wide here, Clinto Paul. This is another tight one, but I think he's just managed to squeeze this inside.
Good job here from the strikers. They've, despite only taking 3 wickets, they've kept the rate okay. They'll be confident of chasing something near 100 with that batting lineup. I think they won the toss and bowled, and looks like they've gotten just a little bit out of this pitch as well. So doing enough. Kroom in the chat saying, are we going to send the videos to the international selectors after watching you in nets? I think we could. Cyprus went 0 on 4. You could only help.
That's another short ball. I think if Cyprus saw that video, they'd probably say, yeah, let's go for the hairdresser in Malta instead.
Good from you, Nish. 3 balls remaining. Just those wickets in the previous over slowed them right down.
Yeah, I think Lawrence just getting a little bit of the Rocky Dianish syndrome over there. It's been a very odd over so far. Just 1 run coming off the first 3 balls, and that's because of a wide. And they have Lawrence on strike as well, who was striking at over 200 prior to this over.
What an over. What a sensational over this is. I mean, they're not going to get to 100 now unless there's an extra and a 6. So credit to Clinto Paul. Lawrence actually has just lost his timing in this last over, and all of a sudden, the Masita Warriors look like they're going to be well under par. They were tracking for 110, 115 most of the innings, and now only going to end up in the 90s.
It looks like the Royal Strikers have taken a big step towards elevating themselves in the standings for this group. Comes off the toe end of the bat. It's just going to be a single, and well, I think his partner was doing the right thing. They're coming back for the second run, but Lawrence never ran hard. Let's take a look at whether this is a run out.
I can't believe he could get back for 2 here, because Lawrence, when he hit it, barely even ran. And a couple of fumbles from the keeper. Surely this is out. Yeah, the bat's not grounded there, so you can see just a little thing. Stumps are broken right there, and bat is in the air. So an extra run is sort of left out there. And you have to say, how do you describe that? It's just the last 2 overs, all of a sudden they went a little bit flat, and the Masita Warriors have cost themselves maybe 20, 25 runs.
Just 8 runs off the last 2 overs. I think the Warriors were a little bit, I think immature would be a harsh word, but they didn't play things right throughout that innings. I think Dianish was just being a bit too inventive. As we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was Rocky Dianish who came out to bat alongside Jibbin to open the batting. Jibbin hit that beautiful 6, and they, of course, were all really delighted to see one of our favorite cricketers do so well. but he was bowled by a terrific delivery by Priyan Pushparajan. Would always have taken a great Yorker to get rid of a man of his quality. Then Lawrence came out to bat. Lawrence was doing a superb job prior to that last over. He had a strike rate of over 200 for much of the innings. Tianish, well, he made 36 runs. But he faced 27 deliveries to do it, which is a little bit odd. Usually you'd expect Tianish to bat with a strike rate of about 240 to 250. Getting that 2.5 runs per ball. This is the wicket of Tianish. A good catch there by Jamshed Kunacharakal. He would be on a hat-trick for Pushparajan as a Sukumaran would be dismissed for a golden derrick. And then this was the last ball. For some reason, he doesn't even decide to do the basics of running the first one hard. We know that there's always a mistake in some of these ECS teams. So you've just got to go for it. You absolutely have to go for it. And then he didn't even slide his bat in. Maybe if he slid it in, he would have had a chance of stealing a second run. But it wasn't to be, as the Warriors would end up with just 94 runs. As you can see, too many batters were a bit too slow throughout that innings. Getting just 94 runs over 10 overs when you have some of your quality top order players facing several deliveries is going to be very disappointing from the Warriors' point of view. This is a below par score. And here's the bowling card for the Royal Strikers. Full credit to them. They were very economical. Clinto Paul bowled incredibly well, getting up just 11 runs of his 2 overs, and of course just 2 in that final overs. The pick of the bowlers is the captain, Priyan Pushparajan, with figures of 3 for 11. So halfway through the innings, the Royal Strikers have a target of 95. Join us in just a few minutes when we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for our second innings of our opening match of the day. It was an exciting first innings to watch. We saw the Masita Warriors post 94 runs on the board. It was a good back and forth, a nice battle between bat and ball, a bit of old school cricket. But in the end, you have to say the Warriors are probably a bit too slow throughout that innings. And we've got Priyan Pushparajan opening the batting. This is big though. Priyan Pushparajan hasn't really had a great series in terms of runs. He was a leading wicket taker in the ECS we had here in Malta. Sorry, leading run getter, I should say, not wicket taker. In the ECS we had here in Malta back in February. He hasn't been able to replicate that form so far this series, but he's still up there as their leading points getter in fantasy cricket just because of how many wickets he's managed to get. But we know that Priyan Pushparajan looks at his batting as his #1 strength, and this is what he wants to excel at the most. That's why this tournament's been a little hit and miss for the Royal Strikers. You know, they haven't always posted big totals on the board. You can see that Intelligent Cricket has the Strikers at an 80% chance to win. That's certainly fair, but they do have a 1 in 5 chance here, the Warriors. You know, the Royal Strikers, they've been on and off throughout this series with the bat in hand. Let's see how they're going to fare here. Well, if you bowl it that short to Priyan Pushparajan, that's such a comfortable hit-me style bowling. He is going to punish you. It's not a good ball to start off, in all honesty. I don't think Roy's got sharp enough bounce to be trying that kind of a delivery. I mean, it's okay to mix it up with the odd short ball here and there, but you got to have the pace to bowl short as well. This is pushed out towards cover, and he follows up the boundary with a single. Nice ball there by Roy. It's a good comeback. That's kind of where he needs to be bowling. Get it right up there. Rajan, he's had a pretty good series for the Royal Strikers. He's been in the runs and been an able partner to Pushparajan. He's just pushing out at one there, but he fails to make contact with the ball. Fourth ball of the over coming up. Oh, that one just took off, didn't it? Great carry through to the keeper. Yeah, have a look at that. It wasn't the greatest stroke. He completely misses the line of the ball there, Rajan. Boy, there was plenty of bounce through. Very good morning to Iggy Mitchell and Di Maria joining us in the chat. Outside edge, it's going to go away for a 4. A little bit lucky there, Rajan. Yeah, he's not quite got it right there, in all honesty. Stevie Roy was probably going to get hit for a boundary on that delivery anyway. It's just at the source of the boundary, the outside edge of the bat, always going to hurt. Just bowled a couple of poor deliveries, I would say, Roy. Other than that, he's been pretty decent. Let's see if he can close out the over strong. Oh, very nice shot. Really good stroke. It's going to take one bounce in front of the rope and go away for a 4. So a good start here for the Royal Strikers. They're certainly on course to chase this target down as things stand. That was really good by Rajan. He just picked that one up. and struck it over the fielder at mid-off. It's been 228 matches since we had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. You hate to see that continue to tick up. I think some of the golden ball droughts we've experienced this year on the European Cricket Network have been pretty difficult to take. I hope we can get one today, especially because we have some very important matches for you. Especially if we do have some rain hit days over the next couple of days. We want to get that golden ball in right now. Just make sure we break the streak here in Malta. Otherwise, we can't do it here. We've still got some cricket coming up in Barcelona, and then our court closer in Cardama. Now here is one of the best names we've seen over this series. And we've had a lot of great names, especially between these two teams. You got Aloysius, and now we've got Tom Thomas coming into bowl. We've had Jimmy James for the Red Stars. We've had Tony Thomas, and now it's time for Tom Thomas. Full toss, punished. You can't bowl there to a player of Pushparajan's quality. You're asking to be hit, and Tom gets pummeled on this one. It's easy pickings for Pushparajan. The eyes lit up when he saw that. It's a very good start for him. 2 sixes off his first 3 deliveries. A very good morning to Chris Schinkel joining us in the chat. Oh, this is gorgeous. Really, really gorgeous. Great stroke there along the carpet for Pushparajan. Going for the wide Yorker. Just gets the line wrong, unfortunately. And he's going to get struck behind point for a 4. Of course, I'm Nishjay Bhatt. I'll be taking you over today's action alongside Corey Rutgers, who's alongside me.
Yeah, good to be back. Dream start for Royal Strikers, and well, Pushparajan. One thing he's lacked this tournament is one of those big scores that we're used to seeing in the past. Is today the day? 17 or 4.
Yeah, much better ball there by Tom.
Yeah, good line, good length, and beats the bat. Yeah, but this is a dream start for the Strikers, who are looking for a good day. A win and a win will take them to the top of the table. And the men in sort of aqua, light blue, will be very happy with that if they can.
Very good shot. Really, really good. I'd love to see a cover drive in T10 cricket. 4 runs.
He's looking better today, isn't he? I think it's because he's just playing cricket strokes. I think sometimes he's been guilty of getting out trying to hit sixes, and Pushparajan doesn't have to actually premeditate at all. Just stand there and bat. He plays the ball on its line and on its merit. He's good enough to have all the strokes, and right now 21 off 6. If this goes on for another 2 overs, it'll only be under a run a ball.
That one's clearly got some bat on it, but yeah, maybe it's the fact that it's a lower target and Pushparajan doesn't feel the need to have to bash everything away. He's just playing his natural strokes, and he's on 23 of 7.
Yeah, I like opening the batting, going out there and just batting. It's today instead of trying to slog. So looks back to his best. 31 already in no time.
This is leading to the pitch. It's going to be a single. Now keep in mind, when we say he's not been in the best of form, he still made 149 runs over 8 games, which isn't too bad.
It's okay.
But for a player of his quality, you expect him to get into the 300s by this stage.
How many 50s?
0 50s, just 130 plus score.
That shows you he's better than that, and he'll know that as well. So good to see him take that chance at the top of the order now. And you can see here a win here for Royal Strikers will tie them with Goza, and then another win would put them to top. And with the rain around the corner, you never know what that will do. Masita Warriors, actually, their tournament's on the line right now. If they can't find a way to keep them under 95, it'll be a goodbye, good night, and we'll wait to see them have a chance of finals next time in the future.
Now keep in mind that one of the reasons he doesn't have a 50 is because he was dismissed on 49 ones. The main run getter for the Royal Strikers throughout this series has actually been Chamkor Singh, who's unfortunately not always been available for games. He's missed a couple of matches. He's going to miss this one as well. Don't know if he's going to feature in the next game. He's not listed at yet. We'll give you the team news for that whenever it arrives. And everyone's just waiting for Jibbin to get into his position at mid-wicket.
Take your time, Jib. As Joy, good luck. Shot.
This is played out towards extra cover. And oh, there could be a little bit of a mix-up here. There is a mix-up. Rajan wasn't even looking at Pushparajan. He set off without waiting for the call. There was never a second run on there. And unfortunately, he's going to have to depart. He was looking pretty good early in his innings.
Well, let's have a closer look here. It's a nice drive. They go for one. They run the first one hard. Nothing wrong there. Just a bit of an overcommitment, I would have to say, from Rajan, who he was running to the danger end. He wanted the two, but there was a loud, you could see the hand up saying no. So I just think Rajan took a couple of too many steps. And when you hear the no, you just want to turn around and get back into that crease. But because he'd come halfway, it was too late. And maybe that will open up a chance for the Warriors now. But this man coming out a few days ago, well, not long ago, maybe 4 or 5 days ago, played an amazing innings. Big old Babu, Vishnu Babu, to get him over the line. Can he do it again?
Yeah, had a big undefeated 63 in that match. Thing is, the Warriors bowlers have been very expensive throughout this series. There's a reason they've only picked up a couple of wins so far. And both those wins were thanks to Soman and Rocky Danish just batting out their skins in a couple of games. This is a push towards mid-wicket. And, oh, come on, Jimin. He's a slight misfield from there, but we'll excuse him. It was going to be a single anyway.
Getting Pushparajan back on stride. Now, if they can get Pushparajan now, before he does any more damage, you never know.
That one's going to be a wide. Joy just getting it wrong there. You can see the Warriors, big part of the strikers, are up at 87%. Yeah, that's completely fair. It's going to be very hard to see them losing it from here. They're going to have to get a real flurry of wickets over these next couple of overs to bring themselves back in this game, the Warriors. Just knowing some of the issues they've had with the ball in hand, you're not filled with a lot of confidence that they can pull this result out. It's a dot ball.
He's definitely playing different, isn't he? He's just watching the ball and playing it on merit. Not trying to premeditate, not trying to look to hit every ball for 6. And that's good to see. I like seeing good players sort of adjust mid-tournament to find ways to score heavier.
Oh, cut away. Really good stroke by Pushparajan. 4 runs. Gorgeous one.
Yeah, and he just shows that he's got all the shots. That's a real, look at that lovely technique. Head over that front thigh, press back and cut. He's a real stylish player, and this is a joy to watch now. Not for Joy, who's bowling, but always good to see a player go back to his technical best and not try too much. Just bat and place the ball on its merit, and that's a lovely shot.
Now, I love to watch him when he's at his best, just because he's a 360-degree player, just hits it all over the field. Lovely, aesthetically pleasing cricketer Pushparajan is. As he's going to miss out on the full toss there. Gonna have a look at this side on as well, just to see if there was any chance of a no ball. No, that's fine. So a good call there by the umpire. It's a wide. Got Julian Dawson joining us. A very good morning to you. Chris Schinkel asking about whether you'll be coaching Kampong next season.
Question time. What was that? Oh, that might be out, you know. And yeah, gone. He's got a feather on that. I thought I heard something as well. He's actually caught up with it and got a bit of, I think it's the toe of the bat. And well, he'll have to go.
Now, this is why cricket can sometimes be cruel on the batters as well. He's played 11 balls absolutely perfectly, timing it out of the middle. Then he reaches out at a wide one, a really poor delivery in all honesty. And he nicks it through to Rocky Danish. And that's going to be the end of what was a very entertaining innings to watch.
A bit like David Warner versus Shami. That's the identical dismissal. It was a super wide delivery and he towed it to the slip. This time towed to the keeper. And Masita Warriors aren't giving up just yet. What was your question, sorry?
I think Chris is asking if you're going to be with Kampong next season.
Yeah, helping them out a bit, doing some consultant coaching for them, and might put the pads back on once or twice. I'm more retired these days, but yeah, going to try and help Kampong, who want to get back to the top division and stay there. And try. It's really important to have more turf clubs in top class of cricket. So, bit of a project, but obviously still a lot of ECN commentary and a lot of Spanish work as well. So, I won't be as hands-on as Scotty and Maxi, but I'll be thereabouts. Aloysius coming in at 4.
That's an inside edge, and it's going to be a dot ball. So a real opportunity here now for the Warriors if they can just sneak in a couple more quiet overs and right back in this game. They've gotten rid of the danger man push barrage, and here's a comparison of these two sides. You can see the strikers off to a much better start than the Warriors. Well, let's see how these middle overs go.
Yeah, that last wicket though, all that just changed the tide a little bit.
It's going to be Anson Joseph bowling the first over after the power play. This is a good ball there. That's just inside the tramline. Of course, you're aware that Kampong are going to have Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd joining them. But any other prospects you could highlight for us in Kampong that we could see donning the Dutch orange over the next few years?
Yeah, they've actually got 2. Alex Roy, who's in the A squad, and Gert Swanepoel, 2 right-arm seam bowlers. Definitely on the Dutch eyes as they play in the A team. And there's a young right-arm off-spinner, Pierre Jacod, who's actually also in the Dutch A team. So those 3 players, I think, will be super excited to have Nil and Skipper around. But yeah, watch this space. I think Kampong are doing some exciting things, and Dutch cricket obviously doing some exciting things. So it'll be interesting to see how it all develops.
That's another good ball there by Joseph.
Yeah, all of a sudden it just shows. Look at the non-striker, great backing up. It just shows that right now, starting your innings here this morning hasn't been easy. Push Parajan looked like he was playing a different game, but this is good from Joseph.
Oh, that's another edge. It's going to go away for a 4. We've seen 8 runs go through that region so far.
Yeah, tough. You get the edge, you're bowling good outswing, but if you don't have a slip in place and you can't really do much, goes away and he'll have to go for 4. And you'd imagine Joseph might be tempted to go skip. I'm getting this ball to swing. Let's get a slip in place.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, because the second edge we've seen go through there in the last couple of overs, you know, especially because they're going to need wickets here, considering it's such a low target. Does Shujal Joy take the gamble and put a slip fielder in place? He's not going to get too many edges if he bowls there. That's a bit too short and wide. Of course, the Netherlands are coming off a great World Cup campaign. What's the sort of mood been like around Dutch cricket, looking at a really successful campaign?
Super positive, obviously. They've sort of put, they don't like to use the word, but put that associate tag back on the map for everyone, just to show the level from associates isn't that low below the top. I mean, West Indies, Zimbabwe and Ireland are full members that weren't there. So it's not just they beat Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, they beat those 3 as well to get there. So I just think it shows that the world cricket level is growing, and the difference between top flight to maybe those teams from 15 to 30 in world cricket isn't that drastic anymore.
This is very well taken. A good catch out in the deep. Aloysius departs for a duck, and the Warriors have come roaring back. The strikers might have a little bit of nerves in their camp right now.
I reckon we got a bit of a game on here. Just in the last few minutes, they've picked up wickets, but they're getting the ball to move a bit. And whenever you get sideways movement, batsmen struggle at this level. So very good for the Masita Warriors. We said that if they don't defend these runs, they are out. They are officially out of this competition if they don't get a win this morning. So They've got a lot to play for.
You have to win both these games here against the strikers, the Masita Warriors. Just take a look at that. Loshas is going for the big one, and he picks out the captain, Shujul Joy, in the deep. That's really well taken. New batter is Kushel Kopaka. So how do you feel this World Cup campaign is going to sort of impact cricket as one of the marquee Dutch sports?
That's still a long way away. It did go on Dutch news and Dutch media and things like that, but making it a marquee sport in Europe, I think every European country still struggles with that. Well bowled. It's 4 overs complete, 47 for 3. I guess that's the challenge for a lot of these European nations. I know I'm heavily involved with Spain, so I see how trying to grow it in schools. We're in the news recently because of the ECC. We hit all the major news, Master News and all the other ones. So that was massive for us, where news presenters were talking about the national team. That's probably the first time we've made it that far, and it's in front of eyeballs. But to make it a really recognised sport takes generations. It's not something that happens overnight. So it's step by step. But obviously what the ECN's doing as well with all our European cricket is a platform for it now that wasn't around even 10 years ago. So step by step, and I think obviously the Dutch are now the sort of pioneers of sort of like what Ireland were doing 15 years ago. The Dutch are now them in a way. As we start with over number 5.
This is a low full toss. Where is this going to land? Oh, he's taken a great catch there. The captain running towards the boundary rope. He's held onto a blinder to get rid of Babu. And they're roaring here, the Warriors. They're fighting hard.
What a catch. What a catch. It was chipped over cover. I didn't give him a chance in holding that. He tracked back and takes it over his left shoulder with both hands. Great technique. And the Warriors just come roaring back. I think Vishnu Babu thought he had enough of this to clear the inner ring. But that's a really special catch. And that's sort of the platform we want for these European cricketers. And this is game on, Nish. What a comeback.
Absolutely incredible. It's another terrific moment. And Shujul Joy, when you need your captain to step up and take a crucial catch, he's certainly done that. Babu departs, and now we're into this lower order for the Royal Strikers. We know a lot of ECS teams, you know, they struggle when they're 2 or 3 down. I think this could be a really tough task for the Royal Strikers from here on out. The required is still just 8. But this could be a very interesting next 6 overs.
Oh, they're going to have to check that. It's actually been called a no ball, so that will take a little bit of pressure off. So too high for waist height. Can't be affording that in a low scoring game. Yeah, fair enough. So no ball free hit. And Kopaka and Augustine, they got some work to do all of a sudden.
Free hit coming up. And it's just going to come off the toe end of his bat. Oh, that's not the best bit of fielding. If they'd run that first one harder, maybe there was a chance for an extra run. But I guess it's not good to run on a misfield. We've already seen that a few times this series. That one just gets past Anson Joseph. It's a dot ball over there. This could be, so yesterday we had some high scoring thrillers, some really high octane chases. And this morning it looks like it's going to be a nail biting, low scoring finish.
So I'm not sure that's a wide. That's gone over the shoulder for me. That's a real tough call. That's over the shoulder. I know it's down leg, but is it over the batsman? Got to be careful about these extras here to the Masita Warriors.
As you can already see, once you get to numbers 5 and 6 in an ECS team, this is nothing like the ECIs we saw over the weekend. A lot of these guys just aren't as accomplished as batters. This is going to be chipped over the fielder extra cover. Does it have enough to go to the boundary rope? Yes, it does. Umpire Matthew will signal that one a 4. So a good-looking shot there by Augustine. Just one boundary and over is going to be enough for the Royal Strikers from here on out. They've already got 8 runs of this over, which is basically what they need.
Yep. 8 runs is exactly what they need. They needed wickets, the Warriors, as well, but I think they're going to need to get that into the 5-6 wicket column pretty soon still. This pitch just seems to me this morning, it's had a little bit of life in it. Maybe the sprinklers overnight, but there's just a bit of something compared to the previous days. 5 overs complete, 55 for 4.
Here's a look at the run rates by day here in Malta. Of course, yesterday was a very high-scoring day, where this is why we had a run rate of 13.2. Remember a couple days ago as well, we had some great chases when the Warriors and Marsa played each other in a couple of thrilling matches. So, yeah, you know, we've had a good mixture of low-scoring games as well as high-scoring finishes. The overall run rate for this ECS is 11.5, which basically tells you that 110 is a par score here in Malta, but you also have to adjust that by team. There's a little edge there. There's a little edge there, and it's a wicket. Anson Joseph picks up one more, and that's going to be the end for Kopaka. Let's have a look at this. He's just reaching out at it, and it's taking a little bottom edge along the way. It's a feather through to Rocky Dianish, who holds on to another one.
Yeah, well, can you believe it, Nish? I think 15 minutes ago, this game looked like it was all over and Royal Strikers were going to coast themselves to a victory, but an array of wickets and just the intent and sort of feeling out there from the Masita Warriors. They truly believe they're right on here.
Yeah, it looks like his feet are stuck in mud. There's no real foot movement. He's just sort of pushing his bat out at it. That's not the best stroke, you have to say, by Kopaka there. And now, well, we're starting to get into the true lower order. We're close to the tail end. This is going to be tough for the Royal Strikers. Keep in mind, you know, both of the Warriors' wins so far this series have been courtesy of their incredible batting. It looks like maybe their bowlers are going to step up in a big game for them. Oh, this is a bit of an inside edge, and it's going to go away for a 4. So they've managed to get some really opportune nicks throughout this game, the Royal Strikers.
Yeah, sometimes you get a little bit of luck, and these little edges hurt you as a captain and the fielding team. So more runs to the total.
At least 12 runs they've managed to score so far this innings, courtesy of some very fortuitous edges. Got a few of our regulars joining us in the chat. Helix is there, as well as Gwyneth Taylor. This one's going to be signaled a 1 for the over. On. Yeah, that's a harsh call. I think it was under his chin there.
Yeah, that is a harsh call. So slight things maybe not going their way.
Oh, is there another one? Is there another one?
Oh,
I think he's signaling that it's just the bats hit the pitch along the way.
Well, there was a noise. Let's have a look. Yeah, potentially.
I think at the bottom edge, you just see it maybe scraping some of the pitch along the way. Great decision by the umpire. Oh, and this is going to rub some salt on Warriors' wounds. They thought they got a nick, but he's going to get hit for a 4 the very next ball.
Yeah, nice shot. That's a really nice shot, and that's all they need to do. Play some nice cricket shots and not take undue risks. You feel for the Warriors, the only way they win this is potentially maybe bowling them out, because it's only 32 off 25, and runs happen naturally in this format. If they can get that wickets column to maybe 6, 7, 8, let's say, I'm going to say 8 for, and you get a tail ender in that starts playing and missing, then maybe you can bowl the overs out without them making the runs.
That's another outside edge. That's going to go away for a 4. 16 runs off edges these last 3 overs.
Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. And look, it's an okay attempt to save it, but that probably should have been stopped. It goes for 4. And just with those edges for 4 and that nice cut shot, you think that the Strikers are back in control out here.
Yeah, they've been getting lucky at the right time To be honest with you, the Royal Strikers got to credit the way the Warriors have bowled so far this innings. It's been a very spirited performance. We'll have a look at the scorecard here. Priyan Pushparajan was looking terrific when he was on 29 of 11, and then he decides to poke out at a really wide delivery on his 12th ball. And after that, Strikers just began to fall apart a little bit in the middle order. And they had a bit of good fortune these last couple of overs with some of those edges. 16 runs off edges so far. He can't afford to bowl there. It's too far down the leg side. They're lucky that it's only going to be a single. Well, look, we've got Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu joining us in the commentary box. He's currently in Cyprus, must be going through Larnaca Airport on his way to Malta.
Yeah, your homeland, Nish.
Yeah, it's a good ball there by Sukumaran.
Just fighting hard, aren't they? They're a bit wary of the clock as well. That's why he's jogging back to his marker. Can they get a wicket? Need another wicket.
That's a good bumper there by Sukumaran. Was this given the one for the over by the umpire?
I'm not too sure I've spotted it. I think he said that was okay. Probably could have been one for the over. So that actually reared up at him. Good height. How many extras, Nish? I know you're my statistician over there with your 18 laptops out.
7 runs of extra so far, and then you put in all the edges as well.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like much, but 7 free runs in 6.3 overs is actually quite a lot.
Oh, this one doesn't come out of the middle of the bat either. And it's going to be a single.
Can they get Thahir out? Augustine 6 off 6. Fighting hard, as we've mentioned. If the Masita Warriors lose this, they're, well, statistically and confirmed they will be out of this competition. They can't catch any of the other teams on points.
Goes for the big heave there, Augustine.
And on the flip side of it, Royal Strikers with a win-win would go to the top. And then if we do get the rain, which is forecast, could potentially be fast-tracked to a final maybe. Who knows?
Outside edge. This is also going to go away. He just throws his bat at it there, Augustine. And the edge has been very productive for the Royal Strikers.
It's a little bit, it's one of those ones, it's like, it is an edge, but it's, I'll say like a third quarter bat. It's a, it sounds weird, but it's like a controlled edge in a way. He wants that ball to go in that vicinity. Yep. He didn't maybe mean for it to go exactly there, but it's a positive stroke. And these are the teams playing again. Obviously, they come up in back-to-back games this morning. Royal Strikers once again winning the toss and electing to have a bowl first.
This is going to be a very interesting match. If the Warriors don't win this, then they're going to be out of the tournament in that one. But the Strikers still have plenty on the line, especially with some poor weather forecast for the next couple of days. You know, despite losing these wickets, they keep going along at the rate they need to. That over had gone for 3 runs until that big 6 at the end, so it ends up costing them 9. It means they have to go just above run a ball here, the Royal Strikers, to win it. It'll be very hard to see the Warriors take this one. 19 needed of 3 overs.
Yeah, you just feel this partnership was the steadying partnership. Is there one more twist? No, there isn't. Now it's really, it's their game to lose. Credit to the Warriors to fight back like they did in the middle with 5 very quick wickets, but it only takes one partnership. When you're chasing less than 100, it's so difficult to defend these days.
Absolutely. It's not a good ball by the captain, Shijil Joy, to start the over. It's a nice and wide one, and all he has to do is just pierce the gap, and it goes away for a 4.
Well, they've been bowling wide of off stump the last few overs, but unfortunately, they've probably not had the field set for that. They've had a lot back on the leg side, so something for them to look at in the next game. Oh, that's a bit of a Gundy ball. That was close on height. It'll be 4. How high was it? Under, that's okay, but back-to-back boundaries, Nish, and after a couple of overs of excitement, you'd have to say the golden ball counter is going to tick up another one.
It's going to tick up another one. It seems like the Royal Strikers are going to get over the finishing line here, and it seems the Warriors, it's going to be another fairly close loss for them. I think they battled well in this game. But it looks like they're going to come up short once more. This is another Gundy ball by Shijil Joy. It's going to go the distance. The captain steps up in a pressure moment, and he's crumbling.
And it's a 7-up. It's a 7-up. So no ball 6. And quite remarkable. It went from, I'd say, even 4 balls ago, 5 balls ago to go, and can we get it right to the end? So they're going to win by 15 balls. This is why when you score less than 100, you have to almost have the perfect time with the ball, and they've just had too many errors. And sad to say, we're going to say goodbye to the Cedar Warriors, not in full because they're playing the next game, but in this competition they won't be able to progress to the finals.
This is the first big over for the Strikers. It's probably going to be enough to take them over the finishing line. Nice slower ball there by Joy on the free hit. They're still 1 shot away now, the Royal Strikers, from securing this victory. A win here puts them above the Bujiba Blasters. Of course, they'll have played 1 extra game. And the Blasters are playing a couple of matches later against Gozo Zalmi. Where's this one going to land? It's safely between a couple of fielders. They'll just take 1 run here. Good morning to Gwyneth Taylor as well, who's joining us in the chat. She's got a meal ready and is ready to watch the game. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide.
Yeah, 2 to get now. 2 to get, and it is all over Red Rover. But we do have another game in a little over 30 minutes. And that'll be 1 more chance for Meseta Warriors to enjoy some time on the network before 2023 wraps up.
Now, I've got to say this Warriors team have been good to watch. They've given us plenty of entertaining games. Results haven't gone their way. Watching Soman and Rocky Danish in particular, that incredible opening partnership was very entertaining throughout this series. I think at times for them the issue has been their bowling. They've been too expensive. And then Danish and Soman, how often have we seen them trying to pull off insane chases, and it's just going to be 1 run there, so the Strikers are a single away. Well,
that would have been a fun way to end it, because I think Joy, the bowler, throws it to the keeper but misses him by quite a long way, so they just jogged through for the first. And, whoop, good keeping, otherwise it would have been overthrows to finish it. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that maybe a little bit too reliant on the top 2 or 3, but the top 2 or 3 actually made a lot of runs. In the end, Meseta Warriors conceded a lot. They really conceded a lot in a lot of their games. They lost, I think there was a stage, lost 5 in a row by about 20 runs. And they'll look back at that when they play again in the future in the network and still competitive. Credit to the Strikers, though. They've done what they had to do. 1 run to win. That'll do it. Yep, and look, straight off they go, because they know they've got a game in 30 minutes. Credit to the Strikers. There was a little bit of a worry, a bit of a hiccup in the middle of that innings, but overall, Nish, Pushparajan, 3 wickets with the ball, a quick fire cameo at the top, probably man of the match, and gets his team over the line.
The Meseta Warriors who made it to the elimination round in the ECS we had here back in February are not going to be in the knockout stages this time around. We'll see them for 1 last time in match 54, which is coming up. The Royal Strikers now move on to 6-3. They've got plenty on the line because they're in a hot race between Gozo Zalmi and Bujiba Blasters to occupy one of those top 2 spots. The Warriors now at 2-7. Let's see if we see Jibin opening the batting again alongside Rocky Danish. Here are the highlights of what was a pretty entertaining innings to watch, largely thanks to that man, Pushparajan. He batted beautifully, made 29 of 12, played some gorgeous-looking shots, some brilliant drives, and then he decided to poke out at one on his 12th ball, which you will see very shortly. Rajan, alongside him as well, hit a couple of boundaries until he was run out in a big mix-up. He would make 8 of 4. This was a run-out, just got a little bit too eager to get that second run, wasn't paying attention to Pushparajan, who gave a big and loud no call. And these are some of the great strokes that Pushparajan played until this one. Well, he didn't look like he was going to get out at any point in that innings. He was playing almost perfect cricket, and then he reaches out at a wider one. Things got a little bit interesting from there for the Warriors because they managed to pick up some wickets in quick succession. That would be the end for Aloysius, who would depart for a duck. You see this good stroke that Babu played until he hung one up, and what a terrific catch there by Shujul Joy, and it felt like a window opportunity. It just opened up for the Warriors.
Yeah, it did feel like it. They were pumped up. Another wicket would fall soon, but then a partnership sort of blossomed, and Thahir got a few edges away and a little bit of luck. This was the other wicket where we really thought the Masita Warriors could be on for a bit of a boil over. But to the credit, they sort of composed themselves. Yes, they had some luck, but they played some nice shots as well. The partnership blossomed, and in the end, Royal Strikers did what they had to do. Thahir finishing it off with some nice strokes, and good shake of the hands, good sportsmanship from all these players in the Malta Encore series, which has been highly enjoyable. And it got us to the end, and, well, Royal Strikers confirm themselves into the finals, and Masita Warriors, it's a goodbye for now.
I'll have a look at the scorecard as soon as it comes up. Pushparajan was the top scorer, making 29 of 12. Tahir at the end made a good 28 of 13. That was enough, those two contributions, to see the Royal Strikers over the finishing line in this low-scoring chase. The top bowlers for the Warriors were Joseph, who had figures of 2 for 19, was very impressed by him. I also have to say Mohammed came in, he did a pretty good job, 1 for 8 in the sole over. He bowled. As soon as the scorecard comes up, you can have a look at what I just told you. Our next game will be around in 30 minutes, so make sure to join us then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's match 2 on this Tuesday. Looking forward to this one. Masita Warriors are taking on the Royal Strikers again. Masita Warriors, obviously in the previous game they were batting well, but unfortunately slowed down at the back end of the wickets, back end of the innings I should say. And the Royal Strikers, well, push Parajam with the ball. He only comes off a couple of steps but keeps on taking wickets. We've spoken about the weather coming in the next few days. It makes it really important in this group. If Royal Strikers win again and finish top of the group and then the rain hits tomorrow, they could be fast-tracked to a final. We'll have to wait and see about all these permutations. I'm looking forward to this match. It's time for the coin toss. Let's go to Stefan Gooch, who's the match referee, right now.
Royal Strikers to call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. Good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Royal Strikers have won the toss and they're bowling. Back over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for that wonderful introduction. Corey took you through some of the important things to note about these two teams. They treated us to a very entertaining game in the first match. Don't look at the final score sheet. It will tell you that the Royal Strikers won it pretty comfortably, but trust me, there were plenty of nervy moments for them. I'm sure the Strikers camp was very queasy at times throughout that chase as you have a look at this gorgeous field where we're going to be playing at the Marsa Sports Complex. Here's the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game. You can now put the Warriors at 2-7 and the Royal Strikers at 6-3. Unfortunately for the Masita Warriors, they are out of this tournament. There is no way they can qualify for the quarterfinals now. I think the only Marsa have booked their place in the quarterfinals. If anyone from Marsa is watching along, do give us a wave in the chat. Congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals. Let's hope the weather is good over the next couple of days so you guys actually get to play in that quarterfinal. Really looking forward to seeing Marsa get to the knockout stages. But this game is by no means a dead rubber. I'll explain why. Here's the win predictor for our upcoming match. The Royal Strikers, rightfully so, fancy the 69% favorites against the Masita Warriors at 31%. They're a spirited team, the Warriors. I do feel for them. They've only had a couple of wins this series. They've lost a lot of close games. I think the issue for them is they're a touch top heavy. They've got some incredible batters right at the top of their order. Dianish, Soman, who's unfortunately not involved in any of the action today. Big loss for them. And Roshan Lawrence is incredible as well. But at times you feel that middle order is a little bit brittle and they give up too many runs with the ball in hand. And those fine margins just keep costing them game after game after game. It's going to be Anil Aloysius bowling this over. They're just having a look at the field, so they've got a very fine deep third and a deep backward square leg. Definitely want that backward square leg in place for Dianish. He loves to target that region. I think the issue for him in the first match was he was a touch too slow because he kept trying to play a few too many ram shots and unorthodox strokes. Here we go, first ball. A bit of a toe ender, maybe spoiled to wide, but it won't matter as it goes away for a 4. Dianish starts off with a boundary. It's 4 runs here to start off for Dianish. Oh, good Yorker, really good Yorker there by Aloysius, and it's going to be a single. I'm going to see Sukumaran back on strike. Just getting the field setting right here. So they bring backward square leg and third man in for Sukumaran. Instead, they send mid on out, and they also have a deep cover in place for him. This is just played away towards mid wicket, and it's going to be a single. The comeback for a couple of runs here. Not the best bit of fielding again. They decide to go for foot fielding, and that's why they come back for a second run. If they just pick that up with their hands, it would have only been 1 run. We'll have a look at this. I mean, I don't think these two are going to be making the Maltese football team at any point soon. Trying a little bit of a 1-2 there. A big swing there by Sukumaran, but he's just completely missed the ball, playing the wrong line. But it's interesting to see how they just adapted the field to the two batters. Of course, these teams play against each other so much. It's a small country. They know one another's tendencies by now. And Pushparajan is a great thinking captain. This is a short delivery. It's been signaled a 1 for the over, I believe. Yeah, good call there by the umpire. Up in the air. This is a catching chance. This is a huge moment. Is he going to hold on to it? Oh, he does. Very well done there by Pushparajan, coming in from long on. And he's held on to that well. And well, he takes this catch down low. Wasn't easy to take. It traveled quite high up in the air. And he takes that catch. And a good one. So just Sukumaran will depart here, having made just 2 runs. And the Warriors find themselves 7 for 1 at the end of the first over. Good start once again for the Royal Strikers. We have 26 days to go until we can begin the dawn of a new era here on the European Cricket Network. We're going to be shining a spotlight on women's cricket by debuting the ECCW between the 17th and 22nd of December. 5 nations will battle it out at Cardamom to find out who's going to be the first ever women's Euros of Cricket champions. Really looking forward to that. This is played out towards square leg. It's going to be a single. And also a good chance to welcome back Corey Rutgers in the commentary box. Corey, I've got a little comment coming up for you. Of course, Helix, I'd recommend you go back and watch the first innings of the first match, but Helix is saying, have you noticed there's been no power outage now that you're back in the box?
Yeah, quite phenomenal, isn't it? Sometimes you can get away with blatant crimes, and maybe I did. Looking forward to this game. A little bit of a dead rubber, but always nice to play on the network, as that would have been run out with the direct hit. Yeah, last time we'll see the Masita Warriors, Royal Strikers obviously wanting to get to the top of the table, and we touched on it in the first game. If they do get to the top and then the big rain hits, which is forecast, potentially, just potentially, you might have a scenario where it helps them.
Well, we're going to see the updated standings at the end of this over. But even though the Warriors are just playing for pride here, and trust me, they have plenty of it if you see the fight they show game after game, the Strikers have quite a bit on the line, so they're going to have to win to get over Gozo Zalmi, because their net run rate is significantly lower than theirs, and I don't think the Zalmi are going to get absolutely annihilated in the 2 matches later this afternoon against Bajiba, if we're being honest. This one is a wide, so this is a bit of a must-win, you'd think, for the Strikers. If they can get to 14 points, they'd feel pretty safe that they're going to be in one of the top 2 spots and probably playing in the semifinals, even if the rain hits.
Yeah, correct. So because there is a permutation where we might lose some quarter-final matches if it does. Forecast isn't great for the next few days. Oh, that is a genuine Rocky. And Rocky's been rocked here. That crunched into his head. Bang. They're going to have to do a little concussion test, surely. They're going to have to check him out, because he copped that. And yeah, the helmet comes off now, and it's just worth getting, he'll say he's fine, but it's worth getting the medic out there and making sure it is okay.
Yeah, they're going to administer a quick concussion test here. But what a short ball there by Clinton Paul. Sharp bounce. Hits him right on the grill as well. Maybe does he need to change the helmet as well? I don't think it was quick enough to require that, but
you never know. If it's got a dent in it, or if it's been pushed in a little bit, you have to replace it, because then it becomes a safety hazard. So the medics run on without magic spray here, which is also a wise move, as magic spray doesn't help. And look, everyone's going to be listening to this concussion test, so you don't want to make an error in front of everyone, because then everybody say, hey, he has to go off the field. Here we go. Here's the pressure. What day is it? Answer, Nish. Go. What day is it?
Tuesday.
What's 7 times 7?
49.
What's your highest score in cricket?
Let's not answer that.
Well, you failed. You failed the test. So you'd be having to leave the field right now, Nish, because you just started laughing.
Highest score in cricket. Talk about
Say
that.
the alphabet backwards.
Okay, I wouldn't be able to do that. Oh, X. Oh, sorry, Z, Y, X.
Well,
that's
a pretty bad start. So you think the alphabet finishes with X?
no.
Wow.
I changed it immediately. That was a mistake.
Let's note that down
Z,
in the
Y, X. I said that immediately afterwards.
You do know there's such things called zebras and zucchini and... Well, Nish, you never cease to amaze me. X. Say the alphabet backwards, and
Z,
you went
Y,
X. No,
X.
you said X first. I'm not going to forget this that lightly.
That moment's going to get clipped alone.
What time is it? 10:37. 1.3 overs in. I'll remember that.
Certainly, you got out. Now we can add alphabet gate along with yawn gate. This has been quite a stint for me. Absolutely.
People were warning you before I came to join you 2 weeks ago, but really they should have warned me what I was stepping into, because I'm very disappointed, Nish, with that.
This is struck over extra cover. Does it have enough to go for a 4? Yes, it does. It has gone for a boundary. Now, you know, it's funny though, because you kind of have to sing the alphabet song every time to actually remember the alphabet. Is that not normal for you?
Don't they do that when you do they ever make people say the alphabet backwards when you have to do the when you get pulled over and they think you're a bit tipsy? What, breathalyzer test, or like, because it's actually quite difficult to do is name the alphabet backwards. Quick anyway.
Up in the air. Does this have the distance? It certainly does. It's going to go for 6. A great shot there by Dianish.
Yeah, he seems like he never gets out early, this man. So 4 and a 6 will end that over. Nice shot from Rocky, who got rocked halfway through it, but played some nice shots to end the over.
Here's a look at the standings for Group B. So we were talking about the implications of this game. Of course, the Royal Strikers will want to win this match to maybe secure their spot in the top 2. Because again, you got the Bajiba Blasters. They're sitting on 10. But
is it the Bajiba Blasters Gozo? Is that this afternoon's game?
That's this afternoon's game.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Double check. You don't even know the alphabet, so just double check for me, Nish.
No, it is the Bajiba Blasters against Gozo Zalmi. It's a double header to round out the day. And then tomorrow we got both Group A and Group B games for the first time this ECS. Got a Ruben James coming in to bowl this third over. This one is skied, but it's got enough of distance to just go over the boundary rope. Roshan Lawrence hits a 6. He batted terrifically in the first game. Was the leading run getter for his side.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets enough on it. That's the old 51-meter hit, and that's all it takes.
Ruben James has been quite expensive throughout this series, in all honesty. Went for quite a few runs in the first match as well. He's going for runs to begin this one too. And his inside edged away past the fielder. A square leg. Aloysius doesn't cover himself in glory with that bit of fielding, but it's not going to hurt his side. And he's just going to be sent out to the boundary. As we mentioned, they've got a deep backward square leg, a deep cover for Dianish. Different field for Lawrence. Oh, that one's been given a wide.
Yeah, just maybe touching a little bit of that tram line. Jumped across a little bit, so you could have given the bowler maybe a slight bit more margin, but in the end it's still given a wide.
That one's wide again. I like the fact that they've put a slip fielder in. We were talking about how the ball was swinging around a little bit in the first match, so good thing that the Royal Strikers have put a slip in place. And that's what I like about Pushparajan. He's a really, really good captain. I feel the Warriors missed a trick by not having a slip fielder in that second innings. This one's gone high up in the air, so that fielder at backward square leg, we've mentioned a few times, is going to be busy, and he's going to take a catch, a really good one by Aloysius. That one went really high up in the air, but didn't have enough distance, and Dianish is going to depart. Another wicket falls for the Meseta Warriors. They are 31 for 2. This is just another look at that catch. Well, you know, when you see that technique, you're just a little bit nervous if you're a Royal Strikers fan, but he does hold on to the catch in the end, Aloysius, and that's all that's going to matter. This is a big wicket. This is huge. You're aware of the fact that they're very top-heavy. And this is a good catch by Aloysius. Holds on to a very important one. The Royal Strikers make it 2 wins in 2. And there's a lot of pressure on the Blasters this afternoon. Shaju Stebbin is the new batter. Oh, edged, and it's taken, edged and gone. Stebbin departs for a duck, and that's why they have the slip fielder in place. There's been a number of outside edges over these first 3 innings, and this goes at a nice height for Kushal Kopaka, and he takes onto that one. Good catch, well taken. And you'll love to see a catch it slip in T10 cricket. And he's going to depart. And this one is a good catch, taken at a pretty decent height. And it's going to be the end. Lawrence currently on 8 of 5. The power play comes to an end. I'd say the Royal Strikers will be very pleased with that power play. Even though the run rate is at 10, they've managed to get rid of a huge amount of important players.
They've gotten rid of that main backbone at the top, haven't they? As that one is skewed away, that'll land in a pocket of space and go away for 4. If they get Lawrence out here, ooh, you've got to worry about that Warriors lineup, Nish.
Yeah, if Lawrence departs cheaply, then could be a very quick second innings for the Royal Strikers. This one just in front of the rope, so it's going to be a 4. You know, full credit to Reuben James. Comes in there, takes a couple of important wickets. I know we've talked about some of the issues he's had with his economy rate this series, but he's certainly done a job in that 3rd over. That's a good ball by Clinto Paul.
Yeah, it's very good bowling from the Strikers, and sometimes you have games where there's not much on the line, but you still got to lift yourself to go to another level, and that's what they're trying to do here.
The Warriors, of course, they went 8 and 10. And the ECS we had back in February won 8 games, lost 10. But they got into the elimination rounds, won their first knockout game. Couldn't quite make it to the semifinals, though, because they had a slightly different format in the ECS back in February. So, you know, they'll be disappointed, I think, if they end up with just 2 wins for this series. It's not quite the way you want to follow up. Pretty decent ECS for them last time around. Royal Strikers, though, the main thing is just getting back to that spot. Of course, they were gutted when they missed out in the semifinals in the ECS in February after having a really good group stages. So I want to make sure that despite the rain, they're still in the dance on Friday. So I want to pick up 2 wins here and be really ruthless. I think Joseph is just looking a little bit out of sorts to start off this innings.
Yeah, he's probably caught between a rock and a hard place. You want to be aggressive, but you also know in the back of your mind there's 3 wickets down. So, yeah, Meseta Warriors would love to get a win to finish their tournament. Not easy against this very good side, though.
This one has gone high up in the air, and oh, if he had taken that catch, it'd be really, really special. We saw Sigil Joy take a catch running to the boundary rope in the previous match, but it's a couple of runs for Joseph.
Yeah, good running between the wickets to get a couple of runs. They've had a little bit of luck with some of these balloon shots on the offside. Now that's 4 overs complete. Royal Strikers doing what they need to do. It's 38 for 3.
Good bowling by the Royal Strikers so far. They are playing around with their order a little bit, I guess. You wouldn't usually see Stebbin batting at 4, who has 1 run throughout his career. He hasn't added to that, of course, with the duck earlier today. But as you can see, it's just the run rate starting to trend downwards since that second over. The only over which went for double digits, just 16 runs off these last 2, and they've also lost 2 wickets. It's just slowed down a little bit for the Warriors. Have to keep themselves in this game. Lawrence, you feel he's going to have to bat out this entire innings.
Looks like Push Parajan's coming into the attack now. Doesn't get any easier. This man's been super effective with these hybrid spin seam 3-step run up. He's what's his? You're the Mr. Stats man. How many wickets this tournament? I feel like I've seen Push Parajan take 3 wicket hauls quite often.
No, he's been really, really impressive with his bowling. I think he's also at times managed to get just that little bit of swing, which is deterring bowlers, big-horn batters.
Yeah, that's mistimed again. Batsmen just haven't been able to line him up. I still think that he rushes onto them with his sort of quick pace and has taken wickets aplenty, really. And you see there, that is good keeping. That has flown off. Rajan almost had his hands pulled away from his body. That takes off a length. He has to be the quickest bowler off 3 steps I've seen. Oh, inside edge this time. So Push Parajan once again showing how effective he is at bowling off a couple of steps.
Yeah, 10 wickets for him so far this series, and his best figures were 3 for 4. So that means he's getting you a wicket pretty much every match. This one is a really good shot. He just gets a touch too straight there, Push Parajan. It's a good wristy stroke away for a 6.
Yeah, it's the first time in a while he's sort of erred off his line. That was just down the leg side. And good pickup from Lawrence. Gets that away for 6.
Any time in T10 cricket, you're getting into those strike rates of 8 to 10. And he can also keep your economy rate under 10, as Push Parajan has. You're a real gun bowler. You know, you mentioned this, I'll continue this point after this ball, where obviously he bowls a lot quicker than he looks, and this throws off a lot of batters, but you know, many of these people have faced him probably 10, 20 matches by now. You know, they play against each other a lot domestically as well. How does it still throw off so many of these players?
It's a good question. I'll elaborate on that in a second as we have a quick look at these groups. And obviously our marquee event, one of our marquee events, the ECL 2024, will start on 26th of February. Looking forward to it. All Group A all the way to Group G. These teams vying for the Euros of cricket, Champions League of cricket. And will we have a 4th new winner, or will Dreux, VSC Rotterdam or Paco Ballona add to their previous title? We'll have to wait and see. As looks like another bowling change is going to come in here. Jamshed will come on to bowl. But I think that just it's very hard to line up, and you're looking for cues as a batsman. When a bowler's running in off the long run, you get cues of when you want to trigger and things like that. But off such a short run, you don't get that. So, yeah, he's a crafty one, that's for sure. Jamshed's off the same amount of steps, but you'd say 20 kilometres slower.
Yeah, I think as you're pointing out, it's probably just hard for them to sort of retrain their instincts when they go up against Push Parajan. This time he gets a bit too straight there, the bowler. It's a bit of foot fielding out in the deep. Gets the job done. And it's just going to be 1 run. He saved his side 3 runs.
Yeah, well done. It's a good throw in as well. Cannon into the keeper's gloves. I'm not the biggest fan of foot fielding, I'll be honest, but hey, he does stop the runs. It is effective sometimes. Who's got the most wickets in the series so far then? If
Nikhil Kaushal.
left arm off spinner.
Yeah, he's been really, really good. You know, and he comes in at the right time as well because Gozo Zalmi, they've got a great opening bowling attack. It's another dot ball. So usually he's bowling in situations where teams are under a lot of pressure. They have to attack, and then he can come in, take their wickets, and they're forced to take extra risks. I think really embodies that role perfectly of the spinner who you want to control the middle overs. This is played out well, and it's a good bit of fielding at cover. Now, you were talking about how the Maltese team probably needed an extra spinner, the national team. And I don't know if you had much of a chance to see Rahman bowling yesterday, left arm leggy.
Yeah, it's in a bit of Rahman.
He's certainly a very interesting bowler, and Lee Tuck informed me yesterday that he's just about 18 months away from clearing his eligibility for the national team. So if you're Malta, and we obviously know they have a great batting lineup, and then you add a couple of spinners. You got a left arm slow bowler, then you got a left arm wrist spinner as well. You've got a very interesting attack to take to tournaments.
Yeah, variety is always good. That is a big shot over the offside, but he doesn't have it out the middle. And well, that's interesting feeling. Babu stops it with his foot somehow, almost lands on the ball, and a good aggressive running. They'll get back for 2.
Good aggressive running there as the Warriors are 53 for 3 at the end of 6. This is a look at the scorecard. Rocky Dianish batting on 6 of 16 of 7. Roshan Lawrence, he's managed to face a lot of balls. Usually he'd have a much higher strike rate, but I think he's under a little bit of pressure. He knows that if he loses his wicket, then the Warriors are going to be in plenty of trouble. We got Liam Day coming in with a prediction. He thinks that the Danish team, Skanderborg, might make it to the ECL final alongside one of the French clubs.
Big call. Skanderborg's not a bad shout, actually, in their group. I think they'll be the smoky in that group.
Favorites have to be Jinnah Brescia, though, for me.
Aren't they in Group C?
I think aren't Skanderborg and Jinnah Brescia in the same group, or am I wrong? I might be wrong. I don't know.
We'll have a double check, but I'm pretty sure I thought Skanderborg were in Group C. I can't remember. We've been looking at that graph enough. I probably should remember, but we'll have a quick look at it again.
This one is going to go away for a 6, and it's a really good shot there by Joseph. And he picks that one up well, and he smacks it over the cover boundary for a 6.
Yeah, here it is. No, you're right, Group A. Yeah, they've got a chance to get through that against Jinnah Brescia. They go into that group second favourites for me, but there's a big chance, and if Drew make it through, I think Forfarshire, CIYMS look amazing. You've got 2 English teams there in Group B. It's really tough to tell as Joseph decides to do a bit of break dancing before he hits the ball. 1 run.
Yeah, I remember when you made me do a rapid prediction. I think I picked Forfarshire, and I am feeling quite strong about them.
And CIYMS will be so much better for the run they had last year. It's their second time coming back. That's going to be big for them. So I just think one of those 2 will actually make the final. At least one, maybe both.
Sure delivery there. The top edge will go away to the fielder, standing very fine at deep third.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a big advantage in teams that come back for that second year. So we'll have to wait and see.
How many players would be in the Forfarshire and CIYMS team also playing the ECC? That's what I'm curious about. I mean, those guys will be accustomed
to this
format.
There's definitely a couple.
Where is this going to go? It's going to go over the rope. It's a really good hit here by Joseph. Just slightly over-pitched. Opens the face of his bat and smacks it in front of point for a 6.
Yeah, gets it away again. And despite the early wickets, the Warriors are still fighting. That's been a testament to their tournament. They don't stop fighting, this team.
This reminds me a little bit of the Royal Strikers innings. In the second innings they batted in the last match, where even though they lost some early wickets, some players in the middle order stepped up and made a few handy runs. Is there an edge there? He's absolutely convinced Aloysius, and he will get the decision. So this partnership ends rather abruptly. The commentator's curse strikes. Have a look at this. And he's just trying to make some room to hit it towards the offside, but all he's going to find is the outside edge of his bat. And the catch is taken by Adith Rajan.
Yeah, he's very confident appeal. The keeper went up in unison, Rajan, and with the bowler. So was there a feather edge? We never can pick these up on our cameras. Just have to believe what you hear, and they knew straight away that the fielding team truly believed that maybe the batsman was on a guilty walk the other way. But a big wicket, 67 for 4. So a new player is Mohammed coming out.
Saw Mohammed took a very important catch in the previous match at long on, but haven't seen him much with the bat throughout this series. Just pushes this towards a cover. Not the best running between the wickets. Both of them almost ran into each other. Good thing they managed to get out of each other's way in time. We've seen some really funny runouts throughout the series. This could very easily have been one. Have a look at that. Yeah, good thing he gets out of the way there, Mohammed. So here are the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we'll still be alongside you here in Malta until Friday the 24th. But right after that, we've got our tour of Spain. We've got some great cricket coming from Barcelona. The ECIs, which I know you're very excited for. Spain will be taking on Portugal and Romania. Then we've got our final European Cricket Series of the year, 3 weeks in sunny Barcelona before heading back down to Cardama for our curtain closer, the ECCW. Well, just because the winter chill is setting in here in Europe, the action is going to continue to heat up.
Yeah, really looking forward to the rest of the calendar before we go into a bit of slumber and hibernation. Not for long, though. We'll be back January 15th, 2024. Push Parajan isn't coming on to bowl again. This looks like it'll be Ruben James, who obviously likes a little bit of Vegas. He's got the lucky 777 on the back, slot machine.
777, bowling the 7th over. You know, we had a lot of threes a few days ago.
Don't start again, Nish. It starts to scare me.
This is struck out towards cover. It's going to be single. It's going to be a very busy next few weeks for you, of course, with all the cricket that's going to be happening in Spain.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm off on Thursday. I leave a little bit earlier. So I leave on Thursday to go and do a day of preparation the Friday, and then we play Saturday, Sunday. So the end of this week's very busy. The national chat's heating up quite a lot at the moment, which is very exciting to finish our season. So that's high in the air and caught. Nice catch in the end by Vishnu Babu. Lawrence will have to go for 23, and Warriors just running out a bit of gas here.
Yeah, you just feel now this task has become a bit too steep for some of these batters in this Warriors lineup. It's another important wicket here. That's Roshan Lawrence, who's departed as well, the most accomplished batter left in this Warriors team. So it's a huge disappointment. And now, can the Warriors even get to triple digits? It's going to be tough. We got Soman, I believe, joining us in the chat. Is this the same Soman who's plays for
no,
the Masita Warriors? If not, then yeah. I mean, it would be interesting to know why you're not available for these matches, because your team's certainly missing you out there.
You never know. It could be another Suman. Yeah, so the national chat's heating up, which is exciting, and we're just I mean, there's no pressure on the T10 weekend, so it's sort of, we want to give guys a go in different positions, and we want to look at, we got 3 debutants, so it's a bit of a, so it's a nice way to test different combinations at national level without pressure. If we lose a T10, it doesn't really matter. There's no ECC, there's a bit of pressure because you really want to go deep, but for this, it's more, let's get some different experiences into the guys in different scenarios. Scenario cricket's important to practice.
This one is leg stump Yorker. Had any chances to look at the 2 opponents you're going to be playing against, Portugal and Romania?
No, not really. I think I know most of the Portugal seem to, I don't think they pick too many different players most of the time. They're a bit of a core group these days. So I haven't seen anything actually. In Romania I haven't seen anything either, but whatever they bring in, I'm sure there'll be talent.
Yeah, Romania had a chance to see them in the T20s. I think they're one of the more top-heavy national teams as well. I think they picked up a couple of wins in the ECC, one against Malta and one against Cyprus. Oh, this one's going to be an edge. George is making some room to maybe try to smack it over cover, but instead the top edge balloons over the fielders inside the ring and goes away for a 4.
What a funny looking shot. Looked like a crab on the beach. He was down almost on a knee, swinging his bat in a very... Look at this weird-looking shot. He walks at him, and it's a awkward-looking shot, but it's 4.
That gets a boundary over there. How much weight would you as a coach put on ECS performances for your guys, and how closely are you watching those 3 weeks?
Yeah, massive, actually. Well, that's a good way to discover talent. So if I look at my national combinations from last year, I was able to see Shiraz Iqbal, Matiur Rahman, Saneeth Reddy, Hassan Ali for... Who else did I see? This is last year's ECS. Amir Hamza, 5.
Played out towards his square leg. Has it got enough to go for 4? Not quite. It's a cutout well deep. It's just one run.
Saeed Shafat Ali. So I think from last year's ECS when I commentated in the Barcelona bash, 6 of the players that perform well, and I just saw something. So one of them didn't even play that well, but I think he has something that can offer me in the balanced squad. 6 of them debuted this year. So those ECSs, I think for players, I mean, obviously I'm double-barreled in the way I get to commentate as well with the network, but they know they're playing in front of the national. I went up to some team and said, you guys, if you want to make national team, this is an opportunity. You make some runs and wickets here. Domestic performances have weight, don't they? So 6 of them got in from last year's big bash, and a few years ago we had Lorne Burns and found him at an ECS in Alicante. So I think ECSs for coaches, beautiful. You get to watch on TV players that could play for the country. Obviously eligibility comes into it a lot as well.
Also, Pushparaji coming in for this penultimate over, a really important one. And I guess it would also maybe be a chance for you to see how they perform under a bit of pressure. Of course, when you got the ECN cameras on, it just heightens the tension, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I think that when the cameras are on, you can always spot someone that stands out for credit. But I always think with coaching as well, you don't get the domestic stats and see top 5 run scorers, top 5 wicket takers, and that's who you take. It doesn't work like that. The sort of like when you go to the horse racing, you don't just bet on the favourite. I see something in someone that might have had an average tournament, but if I think that there's potential there and I can work with it or develop it, or it fits my squad, because at the moment, to be honest, I don't need any more spinners. I've got about 6 spinners I'm happy with in the squad. So I'm not just going to draft in another spinner, which makes it overly complicated, but I'm looking for a certain type of batsman at the moment. And if I see that and he doesn't have a good tournament, you can still work with that.
This is going to be another single. Things have gone a little bit quiet for the Warriors. Of course, it seems like you're trying to find the right balance between looking at the numbers, but also recognizing it's a pretty small sample size, and then just looking at the footage and looking at the techniques of these players.
It's all balance, isn't it? It's all balance. You want 7 top order batsmen, 7 middle order players. You want 5 spinners, 8 quicks in a squad, 4 keepers, and you have to have it all. I've got most of my areas covered, but there's still probably 1 or 2 areas I'd like for the T20 team specifically. And then we've also got some new players from England with Spanish passports that we'd like to have a little bit of a look at.
So it's played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be another single.
So yeah, the T10 weekend will be fun. We get to, I think, they're going to get an overthrow here. It's poor from the fielding unit, and you can see a bit of frustration for Pushparajan saying, what are you doing? But yeah, exciting to see 3 more debutants. I think that takes us up to 22 debutants in the last year and a half, so pretty exciting.
You just put a little bit of Benny Hill music on top of that. That was quite a funny sequence for the Masita Warriors, but all's well that ends well. We'll get some runs off that. And I think, yeah, these two just doing the right thing. They kind of recognize that they're not big hitters, so if they can just keep running singles, maybe, well look at what's just happened. I just placed a hex on them.
You really have placed a hex. I'm not too sure what's happened there, because there was never a 2 this time. I like aggressive running, but that was kamikaze style. He hit a 1 straight to mid-off, and a bit of a disagreement between the 2 batters as he walks off now. That's going to be a funny one to look back at.
We're going to have another look at that hilarious sequence of running.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm not too sure where he was going. There was never 2 on, so mistake. So we did miss most of that, but we saw the run out. That's what matters. Last ball of the 9th. And another wicket. Pushparajan just has to get at least one wicket. He'll never have a game where he doesn't at least pick up one. Have a look here, straight. If it's hit him in line, you're in a lot of trouble. Good night.
And the ball gets stuck in the pad as well, just to make it pretty clear for the umpire. So a wicket falls, and Pushparajan continues this incredibly impressive strike rate throughout this series. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here. Ruben James was terrific. He picked up those two very important wickets in the top order of Dianish and Lawrence. He'll be incredibly impressed with his performances today. I think he's bowled extremely well. And so the Warriors, well, it'd be a bit of a tough one for them to even try to get to 90 runs here. So it's been a rather challenging day for them with the bat in hand. Helix asking, where's Rico? Rico will be back for the series in Barcelona, just having a little bit of a break. So we'll be gracing the commentary box very soon. Just having a look at whether Romania have announced their squad for the ECIs. It's not listed on the website. Checked out their national team's website as well. So seems like, yeah, Portugal and obviously you guys in Spain have announced your squad as well, but doesn't look like Romania have just yet. And it's a full toss. Unfortunately, Tom Thomas, one of the finer names we've seen today, is unable to hit that for a boundary. You'd expect a lot of representation from Cluj in the Romania team. They've been such an impressive team over the years, doing really well in the domestic league in Romania as well. Got a game in hand and are 8 points above the side placed second. Basically lost one of their 13 matches so far this year.
Yeah, and then I think the ECS in Barcelona will be exciting as well to get some cricket back up there and see the players obviously playing their little home ground at Montjuïc.
So it's a good point here by, I believe it Liam, pointing out that it's be interesting to see if the Fernandos qualify for Romania. Just to raise a point about that after this.
Yeah, the qualifying criteria is totally different. So I dare say they'll have residencia permits and you can play then. You can be a pathway player. You don't have to be ICC recognised. So Romania definitely, I think, will bring some players like that.
And he's going to clean him up. So a great bit of bowling there by Jamshed Quinichirikal, full and straight onto the stumps. You miss, I hit. That's going to be the end for the batter. So how much would the, say, ECI criteria differ from the T20I criteria?
Yeah, fair bit. You have to live in the country to play T20 cricket or ICC qualifier cricket or ECC, our major event. There's only a couple of ways. You have to have been born in the country with a birth certificate. You have to have a passport, or you have to have resided in the country for 3 years and 10 months a year. You can't have been out for any more than that. And you have to have a fair bit of paperwork behind it. It might be a housing agreement, rental, phone, bills, medical. You have to produce 3 or 4 certificates like that, show your passport. So that's the big difference. Whereas just for an ECI weekend, it's a little bit easier. There's still a few bit of criteria. You have to have that residencia card, and you have to be a pathway player. So you trust the federation. You're not just getting anyone with a resident. You want someone that you're eyeing up for your national team in the future. And yeah, it's a lot more relaxed than ECC or ICC qualifiers and so on.
Yeah, so Liam might have had a chance to watch them play for Romania A back in the T20Is during the Continental Cup. So it's quite interesting. Romania formed 2 teams. They had the Romanian A team and the Romania A. So I'm assuming the criteria to play for the A team are similar to the ECI criteria?
A team's almost...
No criteria. No way.
Actually, good question. A team be a little bit different as that's top-edged over the top, and we'll go for 4. So that will end the innings. We'll continue that conversation in the second innings as the Warriors, well, they've got to 86 in the end with a helpful boundary off the last ball.
Just one bounce over the rub. It goes for 4. We'll continue the conversation about international cricket in the second innings.
As we get to the wrap-up, and it's been an interesting sort of innings. Obviously, early wickets hurt. As we have a look at the highlights, Rocky Dinesh, he usually goes about it positively, and he started positive, but there was wickets flying at the other end as Sukumaran, he had to go this time, skying it. Pushparajan isn't going to drop that. Does his job perfectly. That one was pulled away lovely, and there was the Rocky show, we thought again. How many is he going to make today? But when he was dismissed, the inning sort of changed. And the Masita Warriors obviously relying on that top order so much. It was a nice safe catch as well in the end. He was at a bit of wobbly feet, but takes it. And nice to see that slip catch. I know Nish mentioned that. We don't often get slip catches here in the ECM, but that was a great slip catch. A little edge through to him at first. And, well, the Masita Warriors obviously aren't making the finals, but they're still trying hard, and you can understand why they are. They'd love to steal one more victory before they have to go home. That was a lovely shot off Pushparajan to leg side for 6. And a couple of other nice shots over the offside. Then the wicket started to crumble. And the back end, they lost plenty. They ended up actually finishing 9 down as well. 8 down, my apologies. So they lost quite a lot of wickets. There was some crazy running, some crazy run-outs. And Pushparajan always picks himself up at least 1 wicket. That was easy. He bowled. And that was the final ball of the innings. Ballooned away. Top edge for game, set, match. As we take a look at the scorecards, 86 for 8. No one really going on to play a big innings. 3 starts in there. 10 extras helped the score. You'd have to say the Warriors are well under par here. So have a look at the bowling figures, shall we? And this is pretty reading for a few of them. 3 for 15 for Ruben James. 1 apiece there for Pushparajan and Jamshed, and Aloysius with 2. So join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings of our second game. It's going to be a very interesting match. Of course, the Royal Strikers have plenty on the line here. They want to put a lot of pressure on Gozo, Zalmi, and Bujiba Blasters are going to be playing next. We've talked quite a bit about the incoming weather over the next couple of days. So in case you're just tuning into our broadcast now, the weather forecast for the next couple of days here in Malta, well, it looks pretty grim, I have to be honest with you. Having lived in the Mediterranean for all my life, that's one of the worst forecasts I've seen. But let's see what actually happens in the end. But the Royal Strikers, they'll want to get into one of these top two spots just to ensure they're in the semifinals. The weather for Friday is slightly better than Wednesday and Thursday, so you would hope that we can get in some of the semifinals and finals, but the next two days look really, really rough. So, you know, if it does come down to a couple of games getting washed out on quarterfinals day, then you're going to see teams advancing based on their ranking in the group stage. That's why the Royal Strikers just want to be safe and make sure they're right up there at the top of the group, so they're going to be in a semi-final. So it's going to be an important second innings for them. Pushparajan batted beautifully in the first match. Here we go. First ball coming up. Oh, he's probably pushed out at a wide one there. And net run rate could be a big factor as well. So everything is on the line here. We're going to see the standings at the end of the second over, but I'll just paint you the picture of what's happening. So the Strikers are currently level on points with Gozo Zalmi, although Zalmi, of course, have a game in hand. It's a good ball there by Tom Thomas. So if the Strikers win this one, they move on to 14 points. That would mean the Bujiba Blasters would need to win both their games against Gozo Zalmi to try to get in to the top two. And then it just becomes a bit of a net run rate battle because Gozo Zalmi and Bujiba Blasters have a pretty close run rate. That one is an inside edge. And it's a good bit of fielding for Aitianish. Meanwhile, the Gozo Zalmi, they're on 12 points because they're 6-2 over their 8 games. We'll have another look at that. Yeah, a little bit lucky there, the batter. But Gozo Zalmi, of course, they've got an incredibly healthy net run rate. So you imagine if they win just one of their next 2 games this afternoon, they'll be fine. They'll definitely be amongst the top 2. This is played very nicely by Pushparajan. Beg your pardon, Aloysius. And he hits it away for a 6. Good one that he picks up outside the off stump and batters over cow corner. Great stroke there by Aloysius. And then, you know, we get into a little bit more of a discussion. What if we have some rain, say, Friday morning, and there's some trouble for the semifinals as well? Then you'd want to be on top of each group to ensure you can maybe just play in the final. So, you know, the rain is really, the potential for rain, I should say, is really just thrown a spanner in the works for a few teams. And now all of a sudden, these seedings and matchups are going to be very, very important. But even if we somehow avoid the weather that's predicted over the next couple of days, you still want to be in a good position heading into the quarterfinals, because you look at Group A, the top 2 teams are the Edix Knights and Sweetie United. And you certainly don't want to finish 3rd or 4th and face them in your first knockout match. Those 2 teams are incredible, and teams I'd back to go all the way. Here's a look at the golden ball count. So it's been 229 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network. That was all the way back in Rome during that ECI between Italy and Austria. Italy took that one. Great innings by their captain to see their team over the finishing line. Here. Here's Shijil Joy. This one is going to be a wide. Can't afford to give up extras. They got so few runs to play with. That's going to be another wide. So Shijil Joy is he's a good wicket-taking bowler, the captain. He's obviously been very successful for the Warriors in the past, but I think he's been a little too expensive throughout this series. He'll be a touch disappointed with how he's performed over these last few weeks. Too much width on offer there, but he's actually cut it straight to a fielder. Sukumaran had to hold on to that. That was Pushparajan. They desperately needed his wicket to have a chance. Oh, and you feel that might be the chance that cost them the match. I don't assume Pushparajan is going to provide too many more opportunities. Oh, it's gone straight to Sukumaran at a nice height. Obviously, it's cut really hard, so it's never going to be easy to take. But he spilt it, and that could be a very costly drop. Sukumaran, he got out playing that exact stroke which you just saw for the dot ball, just trying to reach out at a wider delivery. And of course, here on commentary, I'm Nishay Bhatt, and joining me is Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, good to be back, Nish, and Pushparajan up there with Aloysius. Hasn't got one out the middle yet, but if he does, we know how good he can be. And Masita Warriors, they are a team that always fight hard. They're going to have to fight extremely hard to win this one.
Played away behind point. That's going to be a 4. He finds the gap. That's the Pushparajan we know.
It is, isn't it? I mean, it's not the worst ball in the world you'll ever see. Slightly wide. The length's okay. Sort of that top of the stump length, but a gorgeous cut and 4 more to the total.
So right at the end of the broadcast of the first innings, we started to talk a little bit about international cricket. I had a word with a few people around the Blue Crew, and basically join the A team. It doesn't really matter because it's not classified as a T20I, so anybody can play.
Pretty much, but you'd still, if you're a federation, you're not just picking people that aren't in your ideas or plans. Your A team's meant to be the best of the rest, or the second best team in the country, so you're still picking players that you want to have a look at and see how they feature.
Yeah, you obviously want the A team to sort of be a pathway or a way to scout people who go to the national team.
The best games in the world used to be Australia versus Australia A in the 90s. If you ever watched that, it was seriously good cricket. And Australia A, everyone used to go for them. It was amazing.
This is a full toss down towards long on.
You had players like Glenn McGrath bowling to Ricky Ponting, and it was the highest level of cricket. And yeah, the Australian public would usually get behind the A team, which was phenomenal time.
Yeah, it's a real shame now because of how strict the scheduling is in the modern cricketing world. Teams don't even play many warm-up matches. So back in the old days, we'll have a look at this ball. This is just going to be a little bit of hesitation there between Aloysius and Pushparajan. But back in the old days when you used to have these tours, teams would maybe go a few weeks and play a bunch of county sides if they went to England. A lot of matches against, say, the England Lions or
that's probably
also to warm-up game. That just doesn't happen now.
I think the invent of T20. 2 formats you could balance well, ODIs and tests. But once you added a third format and all these franchises, it was game over for things like that.
This has gone up in the air. Is a chance to take a catch, and it will be taken, so they don't put this one down, the Warriors. It's well handled to by Roshan Lawrence. And credit to the Warriors, they're doing a really good job these first couple of overs.
Yeah, good wicket, good catch. Holds on to it. There's Lawrence, who made good ground. And Aloysius will have to go back.
Let's take a look at this. Aloysius hit a nice 6 early in his innings, but doesn't quite get hold of that one. It's a well-taken catch by Lawrence. Absolutely. And the other thing is nowadays when you do get the odd warm-up game before a big test series, we'll have a look at the standings for Group B before we continue this point. Of course, there's a lot on the line here for the Royal Strikers. They want to win this game and put plenty of pressure on Gozo, Zalmi, and Bujiba Blasters heading into that final double-header of this group. Of course, we've mentioned quite a few times on this broadcast the poor weather forecast for the next couple of days.
Yeah, keep your eye out for the weather and what it means for the group and what potentially happens from here. We just have to wait for the cricket gods, the weather gods, to let us know as Pushparajan plays a nice little clip off leg stump, and that'll go for 4.
Really, really well played. This one is struck towards fine leg. It's going to be a boundary. And yeah, continuing that point, the other thing is now when you do get the odd, say, tour game, you know, teams don't take it seriously. They'll put out a bunch of medium pacers because they don't want the opposition to get prepared properly. I mean, I remember hearing Jeffrey Boycott talking about some old Ashes tours where he said when he'd play for Yorkshire, they would go out there and actually properly try to beat the Aussie team.
Oh, of course. Well, it's always a big scalp, isn't it? As that's another really nice shot. Pushparajan today has looked better than he has any other time with the bat in this tournament.
Yeah, really nice one. Just runs that down to third man. It's going to be a 4.
One of my favourite shots, that. Just the run down to third man while you got the fielders in the ring. Such a simple shot. And a simple shot, but maximum reward.
Gone up in the air. It's going to clear the rope. A really good one there by Pushparajan. Strong bottom hand. It strikes the camera tower. I hope you're okay up there, Martins.
Well, I do hope he's okay. That made a really, really loud noise. Oh, there it is. What a catch by Martins. That's a phenomenal catch. And, well, I'm sure he got a good view of that one coming.
Oh, I think it's actually gone all the way up to where he's actually standing. My goodness, that must have been scary.
Oh, it's a big hit. Now, nothing scary for Spring Productions, Nish. They catch everything. It was a big hit. It just kept sailing. And bang. Yeah, see, perfectly caught.
Hearing he took a one-handed blinder from our director.
Yeah, one-handed screamer. Can you believe it?
Two balls to come in this power play. Pushparajan is just shifting up the gears now. Oh, that's probably one of the few rash shots we've seen him play in these first couple of matches. Yeah, Julian talking about how an Australia tour of England back in the day used to last nearly 6 months. Now it's probably 1 month, or maybe a little more than that.
Yeah, it's a completely different cricket world, isn't it, compared to then?
This Ashes tour, they pretty much just played back-to-back 5 tests. I mean, there were hardly any days in between. He's just spoiled to wide there at the end of the power play. Pushparajan, they'll come across for the single. Good start for the strikers. They're nearing another win. Already 2 for 1 at the end of 3. I think Shijal Joy is just going to bowl this 4th over. It's really important for him. Maybe try to get some wickets. Of course, Pushparajan is on strike, so you feel they're going to have to get rid of him this over. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be tough to see the Warriors pull this one out.
You just feel the Warriors, it's sort of like the last rites, isn't it? We know they can't make the finals. Just enjoy the time on the network and see if you can create 1 or 2 more highlights. Strikers are a very good team, and yeah, it's theirs to lose from here. Pushparajan, 21.
This is played away for a single. Now, this is something I'm kind of curious about how it works out for intelligent cricket. So they basically gave the strikers 100% chance to win a couple of balls ago, but then after that single, they give the Warriors a 1% chance again. I mean, didn't you rule out any chance they have? How can you give them 1% back after that?
No, intelligent cricket's obviously still a bit of a startup. I think you're always. I think a team.
I'm just.
I think a team always has to be 1%.
Yeah, I'm just pulling their leg a little bit. I think,
yeah, good. Let them know, Nish. Let them know what you really feel.
Yeah, we're obviously this game's I think the result is pretty certain here, unless the Warriors can pull off something fairly remarkable. Just kisses the edge of the pitch along the way, so he's got a little bit fortunate that it wasn't a no ball, just a little bit more to the left. It would have been a free hit as well. You can see the Mesita Warriors were 35 for 3 at this stage, but you know, things really slowed down for them at the end. Managed to make just 9 or 10 runs off the last couple of overs when they lost all those wickets. If I was the Royal Strikers, I think they need to be a touch more aggressive here. They might have to keep net run rate in mind. You know, they're pretty neck and neck with the Blasters. So a quick finish would certainly benefit the Royal Strikers a lot. Outside edge, and it's gonna go away for a 4. They've been pretty lucky with those outside edges today of the Royal Strikers. There were 16 runs courtesy of them in the first match, and they get 4 over here.
Been a little bit of a hot spot today, hasn't it, Nish? Just that sort of thin edge as well. We've seen some thin edges go through to first slip, not much wider, but fortune favours the brave, and 49 runs to get here.
I'm quite surprised the Warriors haven't put a slip in position at any point over these 2 matches we've seen them involved in. The Royal Strikers, of course, had a slip in place, and he took an important catch. But the Warriors haven't. I think they've just moved someone into that short third man / fly slip position, but I'd have him in a catching position for a slip. This one's just straying onto the pads, and it's going to be struck away for a 4.
Yeah, this one 2 straight this time, and just on leg stump, catches up with it, 4 runs. I don't mind that spot. It's more a hybrid because the ball can still carry there. The ball, you got to remember, the inner ring isn't a traditional sort of inner ring where it's massive because the boundaries are so small. That inner ring's actually probably where a normal slip might be, maybe a metre or 2 deeper. So, but there is always that thing. It feels like they're chasing the ball a bit now. The ghost has sailed, so to speak. Saw one of the better catches I've ever seen in that position last time I was in Malta as well. Can't remember the player's name, but it was a fantastic catch.
There's a dot ball over there. That's 45 runs needed of 37 balls now. Last ball of the over. Oh, it's a full toss. He's really missed out there, Raju. Just plays the wrong line. And he's he should be looking to hit that over the offside or probably get a boundary since there's no protection out there. Bit disappointing for him, but the Royal Strikers still look set to pick up this victory.
Yeah, 42, going at 10.5, so well ahead of the rate and only 1 wicket down so far. Mesita Warriors not looking so good. They've been sort of this tail the whole sort of tournament for them, Nish. They've just always 20% behind, it feels like. You got to feel for them a bit, but some very good teams here in Malta, some very good players. Push Parajan, I'm sure this time would love to go big. He'd love a 50 or 60 not out here.
So what would the post-mortem of this series be if you were the Mesita Warriors? They went 8 and 10 last time around, won 8 out of 18 games, won an elimination match as well. This one is cut away. A terrific bit of fielding. That is absolutely outstanding by the captain, Shijil Joy. He saved his side 4 runs.
Yeah, great fielding, isn't it? He crunched that Push Parajan as well. And you don't often see brilliant fielding like that. That is really exceptional stuff. Keeps it to a dot. The post-mortem, it's a very good question, Nish.
Where is this going to land? Well beyond the boundary rope. That's a 6 for Push Parajan as he inches his side closer and closer to victory.
Yeah, nice shot. 6 runs. Goes all the way. Really good hit. Not sure what the umpire signalled here, but yeah, that's 6. So 6 has been signalled. I think the post-mortem is go have some fun at Christmas, boys, and we'll chat in the new year and then come back with maybe some new plans. But sometimes after a tough tournament, it's just good to get away and not overanalyze it straight away. Go take a breath and then come back a little bit more, less emotional, as that is a thick inside edge for a 1. I think sometimes when you try really get into the analytics of it all. At the moment, when you're feeling down, it isn't the right time at all because you can only think negative. You get back in the new year after taking a good month and a bit off, then you sit down, you come up with some new game plans, maybe develop a new batter, hit the nets, train hard and come back fresher.
Oh, shouts a catch. It's going to land just in front of Schedule Joe. It's going to be 1 run. You know, I haven't had a chance to look at the calendar for next year, but I assume Malta will probably be pretty early in the year considering it is a Southern European country, so it couldn't be long before they're back in an ECS again.
I think Malta's listed early. I think it's listed early, but I don't know. I couldn't confirm that. I know this year, sorry, we were here in February. So obviously it is one of those countries you like to get to with the weather conditions, but it's very difficult for players to always get time off work as well. So we'll have to wait and see what the powers above have organised, as that has been hit to the moon. Bye-bye, adios pelota. There it goes. That is pretty far away.
And it's come down to a run and ball. Another one deposited into the archery range. You can't bowl there to a player of his quality. Just to use his wrists and whacks it away. And this partnership, 39 runs of just 17 deliveries. Looking to make quick work here of the Masita Warriors.
Yeah, they are.
Struck hard, struck away for 4. Good shot to end the over for Pushparajan. And the Royal Strikers need just 27 runs of the second half of their innings.
Yeah, we could be on for an early lunch here. It looks like they're just coasting along, and it's a matter of time, not when.
So here's a look at the groups for the ECL. Of course, we had a prediction come in the chat earlier where I believe someone predicted Skanderborg would go through and probably face one of the French sides. As we can see, Skanderborg, they're probably going to be looking at Junda Brescia as their big targets in that group. Cobra CC from Hungary in there as well. Zagreb Assassins and a Heritage CC from Luxembourg, I believe. So, yeah, you'd feel the Luxembourgish and the Croatian sides might be, you know, underdogs in that group, but they'll certainly be a lot better for that experience. Width on offer, and it's a run down towards third man for a single.
Yeah, so 26 required now. It is just a matter of time for a bit of food for everybody around the ground, and I'm sure the players who have earned it. Pushparajan, probably the one surprising part of his trip, hasn't made a 50, which a lot of people would be surprised about. Is this the day?
And maybe, just maybe, he's been cursed. Rocky Diaz is going out to get it.
Oh, wow. They are so lucky. I hope he's okay. There has been a little bit of a collision, but I'm telling you right now, that was hospital written all over it. I hope he's okay because they were running at full 100% and they've just clipped each other. But that had Steve Waugh, Jason Gillespie, Sri Lanka written all over it. And if it's only a toe that hurts after that, you're very lucky indeed.
You know, I had my heart in my mouth when that went up. I thought we were going to see a pretty big coming together.
Rocky Dinesh was going at 100 miles an hour, and they were both, that is, ooh. Ooh, that could have been a nasty incident because neither of them saw each other at all. And if hopefully he's okay. It looks like no, we're not even going to need the medic here, but that is a lucky moment for everyone involved.
Yeah, he's fortunate that he's just stubbed a toe throughout that whole thing. Janish had his eyes on the ball and he was sprinting as hard as he could to try to get it. And the last thing you'd want to see is an injury to end this series for Masita Warriors.
No one wants to see a collision like that, and that was only a little bit away from something horrific.
And this is going up in the air, and a catch has been taken, a really good one by Sharif Muhammad. We haven't seen him play much this series, but I've seen him take 2 good catches at long on. I think if he features a little bit more for the Masita Warriors in future ECS, we know they've had a few issues dropping catches, then he could certainly be a very important fielding specialist for them. The second good catch he's taken today.
Yeah, it's a good catch. He came running in and a lot of momentum with his feet, but holds on to it. Yeah, Push Parajan again misses out on a 50. Brings out a new player, Vishnu Babu.
Vishnu Babu, we've seen him play one big innings throughout this series, but unfortunately hasn't been able to replicate anything near that in any of his other innings. His top score is 63, and his entire tournament total is 83 runs, which I think that says a lot. Running pretty deep in his crease here, Babu. He's just going to play this one away towards point and get off the mark with a single.
Yeah, it's not an uncommon thing. A lot of players actually will put both feet behind the popping crease to try and get better length to work with, and then just only come forward. So you can see there, it's pretty deep, not both behind the crease, but it's more a common thing these days.
Just going to play this one away for a single. And it's one more runs as they continue to just take runs off this target here. The Royal Strikers getting closer and closer now. You just feel, though, losing Push Parajan might slow them down a little bit, so they'll want that big run rate boost. And let's see if Raju looks to play a few big shots.
Well bowled.
A really good bouncer there. A good over by Sukumaran. Just 5 runs come off it, and he gets the wicket of Push Parajan. Here's the scorecard for the Royal Strikers. Push Parajan once again misses out on a half century. He was dismissed on 49 a few matches ago. This time he's dismissed on 41. Still doesn't have a 50 for this ECS under Lolocious. Hit a nice 6, but then was dismissed shortly after that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Strikers seem to just have enough match winners, don't they? They don't rely too... Well, they rely on Push Parajan, but they've got Clinto Paul, who bowls well, Ruben James, who bowls well, Vishnu Babu, who's made runs, Raju's made runs, Rajan's a good keeper. They're a pretty well-rounded team, so when it comes to finals, you're going to have to look out for them as Mohammed will come into bowl and will... Oh, it's dropped. It's an opportunity, and unfortunately couldn't hold on to it.
Real shame Jibbin is not playing this match. I would like to see him have one bowl right at the end of the tournament. Would have been a good send-off for the Warriors.
Yeah, it would have been a good send-off for everybody if Jibbin got a go. You can see nice effort there in the field, but Shijil Joy just couldn't get his hands wrapped around the pill.
Played away towards point. That's going to be a single. I think you get twitchier and twitchier whenever you just see singles. Rather see big shots by the looks of it.
Yeah, there's Shijil Joy. The ball seems to be following him there at cover point. Can't do much about it. 20 to go, and this one is all over. The Strikers will go to the top of the table as well with a couple of games to go in this group.
This has gone up in the air. It's out towards the field, right long off. And oh, he spilled the catch. It looked to be a fairly regulation chance for Roshan Lawrence. A little bit of egg on his face. But he'll be very disappointed he's put that down. Sharif Mohammed really should have had a wicket there. His first wicket of the series.
Disappointing, isn't it? He actually set himself quite well, but look, sometimes your eyes don't track the ball perfectly, and it only has to be off a very small amount. There's studies on it about your eye line and watching the ball, and if it's just a little bit off, it can throw you. So, chance missed. Babu. Would love to get one out the middle, Babu. Babu's had a funny last few innings, actually. Since he played that match-winning effort, as that's good aggressive running, and they'll get back for 2. Yeah, since that match-winning effort, a couple of failures, so he'll want to finish this game not out, that's for sure.
Oh, he certainly will, and I mean, a lot of our viewers say, if you're some European viewers tuning in and you haven't had the chance to play much cricket, I mean, try asking a layman who's never caught a cricket ball to catch one. I mean, they would struggle. You know, it is a pretty hard ball. That's another dot ball over there. Bowling well, Mohammed. Let's say has been pretty impressive today. We haven't had a chance to see him much for the Warriors, but hopefully in a future European cricket series he'll play a bigger part. Could be a handy addition to this Warriors team who has just struggled with bowling options. There's one in the channel, blocked out by Babu. We don't often see that shot in T10 cricket. 5 runs off the over. The Royal Strikers need 17 from the last 3. Here's a look at the run rates by day. So yesterday was a really big high-scoring day. We saw some incredible chases attempted. The opening match yesterday was about as thrilling a match you can expect. Today it's just been a little bit of a lower scoring morning. I mean, you pointed out that, you know, they had the sprinklers overnight, and in that first match at least you saw a little bit of movement off the pitch, but it seems to have dried out quite a bit now.
Interesting to see. It's at 11.5 in ECS 23, and it's a 115 mark, and it started a little bit slower, and with some low days that brings it down. So maybe we can show that again. Actually, it's a really good graph just to show us what's been going on this tournament, and it's grown. It was, yeah, I'm looking at the bottom there. ECS 20 9.8, ECS 21 8.7, ECS 21 Encore 8.6, and ECS 22 8.6. So we are a clear 3 runs above, or even 2.5 runs above the norm in Malta. It just shows the batting prowess some of these players have now. I think Babu's taken my comment literally. He wants that not out as he just blocks himself to the runs.
There was a stat we were showing earlier in this series where we were comparing run rates from different tournaments we've been throughout this year. And you could see there was a significant jump in the run rate in this series compared to the one we had back in February. And now you add in these last couple of days where runs have been flowing, that gap's probably only widened.
Well, I can't see why this wouldn't be one of our highest scoring venues in Europe, because we have beautiful ground. It's nice grass. The ball flies off, and the pitch is pretty true. You can play through the line of it, and there's no real variable bounce in this pitch either. The spinners, actually, it's quite well rounded. The spinners get just enough. The seam bowlers, if you bend your back, get enough, and the batters, if you get in, you fill in. So it's one of the better wickets, I think, that we have on the European Cricket Network. And if we can get rid of those sand patches next to the pitch next year, it'll look even better. That's pulled away, high on the bat though, and another wicket will go. So the strikers taking time out of our lunch as they make a meal of these last few runs.
Let's have a look at this one here. It was struck out towards square leg. And it's a good catch that's been taken. Glad to see Stevie Roy taking catches. Of course, he was almost had a horrible accident, I should say, with Rocky Dianish earlier. The Royal Strikers, I'll be a little bit disappointed they haven't made a quicker work of this chase. Obviously, net run rate might play an important factor between them and the Bujiba Blasters and Gozo Zalmi. Even if we avoid the weather tomorrow, keep in mind, over the next couple of days, keep in mind, you know, you still want to get a pretty favorable draw for that quarterfinal. You know, if they're in 3rd place, you know, they'd have to face Swiki United.
That's not a
first match of the quarterfinal.
Don't think that's a team you want to run into. I think Swiki's very dangerous. But Malta Day still have games in that group as well. So there's that's out. Well, what's going on here? They are making a meal of these last few runs, and I'm not too sure what the batter was doing, taking his time, but he's just gone a late cutter. Edge, pretty relaxed from Rocky, and going to be on a hat-trick.
Yeah, going to be on a hat-trick. Yeah, this is what the Warriors do. You know, they don't go down without a fight. Sajid Sukumaran gets a couple of wickets here. Now we're just going to see Dianish and Sukumaran have a little bit of a discussion. They brought it down to over a run a ball, so, you know, is there a chance here for the Warriors?
No. No. I like that you're trying to sell it, but let's be honest, there's no way they're going to make that much of a meal. Surely not. This is our hat-tricks list. Plenty of names. Quite surprisingly, we have not had one in Malta. I think every series we would have had one. Italy, Germany, Switzerland, ECC. Is this the moment? Sukumaran's got 3 for 8, and he's going to opt to go around the wicket for a hat-trick ball, which is super surprising.
Di Maria believes, he says it's game on. Oh, that's not a good... Oh, it's going to be a hat-trick! He's bowled one down the leg side and found the fielder at fine leg. One of the unlikeliest hat tricks you will ever see. That looked destined to go away for 4, but it's been caught in the deep, and we've just witnessed our first ever hat trick of this ECS Malta Encore.
I reckon that's the luckiest hat trick I've seen on the network. He, for some reason, comes around the wicket, bowls a shocking ball down the leg side. It would have been a wide, and he clipped it all the way to fine leg, who takes a fantastic catch. I think it's Stevie Roy out there, and it's a hat trick. Quite remarkable. All the way down the leg side. That would have been a wide. He clips it, and there's just one man standing there. And Stevie Roy holds on to it. It's a very good catch. And we do have the first hat trick of ECS Malta.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. You know, I was just about to say that's a poor delivery. It's been clipped away for 4, and there's a fielder on the deep. He somehow managed to pick out. Yeah. Truly stunning. What a way to get our first hat trick for this series.
Yeah, that's he's got a little bit of luck there. That should have been, well, on any other day that's runs. You actually feel pretty bad as a batsman to hit it that well, that flat, and actually get caught. Hard to do. Well,
15% now for the Warriors. The chat is starting to believe as well.
No way. I'm not going to believe it yet. Surely not. I believe. I'm back. Raju's still there. This sums up the Masita Warriors trip. Every game it feels like they've been behind, and then they get back and then they just lose.
No, I got to credit the spirit of this team. They could easily have just given up, and well, they've kept fighting. And here they are, 14 of 11. As long as Raju is out there, though, Royal Strikers are still in control. But it's another dot ball. If they get rid of Raju here, then I say this is a 50-50.
But do you remember in the previous game, Thahir came out and whacked it with Raju, I think. So many similarities in the morning games. This always happens. The Warriors, I believe they've got a shot here.
It's another dot ball, so the dot balls are mounting. The pressure is rising.
Well, quite remarkably, they needed 14 from 15 with 8 wickets in hand, and then a hat trick happens and 3 dot balls. So the last 6 balls of this game have gone bonkers, and this is all of a sudden potentially game on. What is happening?
Oh, that was not a good ball. He just digs that one in too short. It's going to get pumped for 6. That's the first boundary we've seen since the 5th over, and that's all it takes for the Royal Strikers to come back well in front.
Yeah, these days when you're only 1-6 behind, I think the scorecards trick us. You look at 14 off 9, you think, yeah, they're behind, they're struggling, but just one hit, and now they're so far ahead again. That says 64%, but when you need 8 off 8 with 5 wickets in hand, you should be winning that 90% of the time.
I think it's just going to update now once the 6
So there you go,
in.
1-6. So that shows how violent that can swing. But what a remarkable 6 balls it was. 3 wickets and 3 dots to get them back in it.
So there's a good thing they have a fielder really fine at deep third. Well, seen a lot of runs for the Royal Strikers go through that region.
It'll bring a new batsman on strike. So if you can somehow create this to be a dot, then get it to the last. Anything can happen in the last.
Remember the game yesterday? I mean, they had to chase down a target of 170, and they needed 7 runs of the last over, and they couldn't get it. So let's see what happens here. Oh, well, it's a little bit confused. So 7 runs needed of the final over. Are we going to see a little bit of a miracle like the one we saw Sweetie United pull off in the final over yesterday? Could be in for a very exciting finish. We are going to bring up the golden ball graphic. Our director, Andres, has brought that one up. So in the event of a tie, the match is decided by a golden ball. So far this year, we've been 6-6. The last golden ball we had was all the way back in that ECI we had in Rome when Italy defeated Austria. So it's going to be a big discussion here between the Warriors. I like this, just taking their time to analyze the situation.
Yeah, so they've got a decision to make about who bowls this last over, and this is something that the Masita Warriors have had a horrible knack of losing late, and we've got a genuine 10, well, we've got a 9-man conference. Show the players, please. Yeah, we've got a 9-man conference on the field there with deep mid off and deep mid on. They decide not to run in because they'd love to steal a win, and they've made their decision about who's going to come on to bowl it. So 7 off 6. We saw it defended yesterday, 7 off 6 actually, but
it's going to be Anson Joseph bowling this final over. He went for 18 in his first over, so he's going to need a
yeah.
quite a remarkable turnaround.
Well, they've gone to the guy that went for 18. That doesn't fill me with confidence. Let's see though. Maybe we'll be surprised.
Yeah, yesterday we saw Kareem defend 7 runs in the final over for Sweetie United. Here we go. Final over. Oh, and it's going to be a dot ball to start off.
Well,
and it's a good bit of fielding as well. He attacked that ball well there, Sharif Mohammed. I'm very impressed by him.
They might just check that as well, just to make sure his bat's down. He didn't slide it. Yeah, that's okay. 7 off 5.
Yeah, Sharif Mohammed, he's bowled terrifically this match. I think his fielding has been on point as well. Here we go. 7 needed a 5. And is he going to hit the big one? He has. He's struck this well over the rope. And Raju with a couple of big blows in these last 2 overs has probably seen his side over the finishing line. Just a single will do the trick now for the Royal Strikers.
It's the hope that kills you, Nish. And yeah, those wickets all sort of masked everything that's going on. The Strikers have made a meal of these last 2 overs, but they're going to get the win. Credit to the Masita Warriors, real big credit. For a team that had nothing to play for, to fight as hard as they have the whole time, really impressive stuff.
Very impressed by them as a team. I think results haven't always gone in their favor. They've had a lot of tight losses. They can certainly leave this playing field with their heads held high. As the Strikers need just 1 more run, they will get that run. It's a boundary. Raju will hit the match-winning runs, and the Royal Strikers will take this victory. It was a lot closer than they would have liked. A little bit of a nail-biter at the end. We'll see handshakes all around. Plenty of respect between these 2 teams. Both of them play cricket the right way, but real joy to watch them over these last couple of weeks. We're going to see Tom Thomas there just having a laugh with the batter. And they'll walk off here. The Royal Strikers picking up 2 wins in 2 and putting a lot of pressure on those 2 teams. The Bujiva Blasters and Gozo Zalmi will have quite a bit to play for in this doubleheader to round out another great day here in Malta. As you can see, the Blasters have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl, so Zalmi are going to be batting first. It's going to be a big, big task for the Blasters going up against that formidable top order. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings.
Yeah, and it started with the Royal Strikers just coming out the blocks and smacking it to all pass. Push Barajan's a lovely player to watch on the eye. There were some good efforts in the field as well. They always give a 100%. This is Anil Aloysius. He was the first wicket to fall. A nice save catch there by Lawrence at sort of mid-off, who had to run wide. Push Barajan did what he's done all tournament, making starts. Didn't go on with it, but he got in the 40s this time, which will make him feel pretty good about it. And this was one of the bigger hits. This went crashing into our tower, and there it was. What a catch from our Springs Productions crew. And at this stage, you just thought, well, they're going to win this in about 6 or 7 overs. But Nish, a crazy ending, and it actually went all the way to the wire.
And all the way down to the wire. They needed 7 runs of the final over. The Royal Strikers. It was a really, really nervy finish. And just seeing this one here, oh, we're so glad these 2 avoided a collision. And in the end, all that Stevie Roy had to deal with was just a stub toe. That one looked like it could be much, much worse. And this is a good catch, taking it long on. That was a Sharif Mohammed who held on to that one. We're just reliving some of these terrific moments from the innings. And a good catch there by, well, a drop there, I should say, by Roshan Lawrence. That's not the one he caught. That should be coming up in the next highlight. This was a great catch out in the deep. What a way to bring up the hat trick for Sajith Sukumaran. And wow, incredible. Great work there by Stevie Roy. And we're just going to relive that moment once again. Look at that. The batter is absolutely stunned. And that hat trick just brought the Masita Warriors back into the game. But those 2 sixes we saw hit right at the end by Rajan were more than enough to see his side over the finishing line. This are the winning runs. Good shot there by Rajan to end it all. as the strikers held their nerves in a tight finish and went on to take a victory. Full credit to the bowlers for the Masita Warriors. They've had a few issues throughout this series, but right at the end, they made things quite interesting. Here's the scorecard for this match. Pushparajan made 41 of 19. Raju with 32 of 20, the two top scorers, and their two contributions were more than enough to see their side over the finishing line. We'll then have a look at the bowling card for the Masita Warriors. Pretty decent performances all around. A couple of bowlers are maybe a touch expensive. You have to say Sukumaran, of course. He gets the hat-trick, pick of the bowlers, 4 for 8. Outstanding figures. And what a memorable hat-trick for him. He's going to cherish that moment.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
So the Royal Strikers have put a lot of pressure on Gozo Zalmi and Bujiba Blasters, who are going to be playing in this upcoming doubleheader. This is going to be a very interesting game. Keep in mind, we've got a bad weather forecast for the next couple of days, so maybe your final seeding in the groups could determine who goes to the finals. Let's have a look at this pitch. This morning, there was a fair bit of moisture here, and we saw the ball zipping around a little bit. There was something in it for the bowlers, but the sun's been out for the last couple of hours, and this is dry. It's been baked well. Well, it is an artificial pitch after all, and I think it's going to be a great wicket to bat on. Let's head over to the coin toss where the match referee is alongside both the captains.
Guys, it's Zalmi to call. Tails called. It's heads.
Ball passed.
Ball. Good luck. Have a good game. Thank you. Good luck. Bujiba Blasters have won the toss and they're bowling. Back over to you in the com box.
Much Stefan Gooch, and thank you everybody for that lovely introduction. Nish getting down there on the ground for the ground report, the pitch report. Wasn't expecting that. So a fantastic effort from everyone involved to get us into the next game today. And these two teams wanting to top the table by the end of this tournament. The Blasters 5-3, Gozo Zalmi 6-2. Let's have a quick look at the lineups. And well, Blasters opting to bowl first. You have to wonder, is it going to be difficult? Because Zishan Khan, Mahbub Ali, Varun Prasad, the top three all-national players, have been in red-hot form. For the Blasters, it's going to be up to Islam with the ball and Tripathi. Those two have been pretty effective with some right-arm seam. And if they can pick up an early wicket or two, you never know. Potentially they can upset Gozo, who will go into this game as slight favourite. 60-40 on the supercomputer. So these two teams obviously would have also looked at the weather conditions over the next few days coming up. And depending a little bit on what happens, if we do lose a couple of days to rain, these games could have a lot of weight on them. There's big Mahbub Ali, who's made his way out to the middle. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, wherever you might be watching. Always good fun interacting with you all. See Chris in the chat, Helix and many others. So hope you're all doing well. I hope you're ready for a good afternoon of cricket. We've touched on the weather a little bit in the upcoming days, but the weather right now, it's perfect. So we don't have anything really to worry about. Zishan Khan is going to be joining Mahbub Ali at the crease. He was a player of the series in the internationals over the weekend. Malta went on to win 4-0. Looks like a deep mid-off and a deep square. Small forward mid-wicket are the two boundary riders. And, well, Lala, he won't be too worried about the boundary riders because if he hits it, it stays hit. Bisht is the opening bowler. Just waiting for the clock to tick over to 12:45 p.m. local time. Umpire just confirming with the match referee and the third umpire of the time. We're all set to go. Third match today on this cloudy-ish Tuesday. Bisht coming into Mahbub Ali. Here we go. As you can see, Mahbub Ali, he's got one way and one way only. And, well, one thing about Mahbub, if you don't get him out early, you're in a lot of trouble. Nice way to start for him. As he crunches it big, all the way for 6. And, well, you win the toss, you elect to bowl first. There's always a little bit of pressure. And Bish digging that one in a little bit too short. Gets it out the middle of the bat. And Mahbub Ali has to be one of the biggest hitters we have on the ECN network. So a 4 and a 6 to start. And all the pressure now goes on the Blasters, who, well, they win the toss. You elect to bowl first. You're probably hoping to restrict them to maybe about 110, 115. Had some good games today. Obviously, the Royal Strikers playing the Masita Warriors. Strikers going 2-0 and getting themselves to the top of the table. But you dare say, if any team wins these two, they will finish on top as well. Another big edge, and it balloons over. Short third, and that will go for 4. Small margins in this T10 format. Mahbub Ali living slightly dangerously, and that does go away for 4. So 3 boundaries will open proceedings in the early afternoon session. I do like Bish coming back over the wicket though. I just think that he's got more chance of potentially sneaking one through the gate, or maybe even an LBW. Oh my word, that is gigantic. That is big, big. That's even for Lala standards, that's massive. They're going to have a quick check of the height, make sure that it was under waist. Pretty sure it was, so he'll get away with that. That is monstrous from Lala. For people that don't know much about Lala, last year when well, actually earlier this year, I keep saying last year, it was in February, and he rocked up and hit 140 with 20 sixes, really announced himself in the Malta cricket fraternity. 2 balls remaining in the first. Get the old traditional dead ball. You got a feel for Bish here. He was captain, said we're going to have a bowl first, but right now he is under the pump. Oh, that is gigantic. And you got to love it. If you enjoy carnage and you enjoy chaos, ECS is the right place to be. Mahbub Ali has launched that into orbit. 26 already off 5, and we haven't seen much of this in this tournament, this ECS so far from Mahbub Ali. He's been a little bit hit and miss this time around, but right now he is flying. Last ball of the first. And yeah, I'm glad that Bish has got a smile on his face, but he must be feeling some pressure. It's a slow ball, well bowled, wide of the off stump, and in the end, Mahbub Ali mistimes it out to deep long off, and they'll scamper through for a single. So that will end a pretty eventful first over. Score is 27 for none. As we all know, we've got one of our major events just around the corner. 26 days to go as we have the women's edition of the ECC. The ECCW, 5 nations, 23 matches, and what a great way to keep promoting the women's game all around the world, not just Europe. It's really taken off in the last few years, and those 5 nations will all be vying for the prize of the inaugural winners of ECCW. 26 days to go, as it looks like Islam will come into the attack, and he's been mighty impressive, this young man. Tall right arm seam bowler, hits the deck hard. Sometimes bowls it a little bit too short. Can he get some rhythm here today? Full, straight, and that's a little bit better than his opening partner. Islam's someone that I'd have an eye out for if I was the Malta coach. He's got a very smooth run up. He's about 6'3", 6'4". His body build is a little bit different to Mahbub Ali, a bit more of a slender fast bowler, but he is arguably one of the quickest in the country. That's miles high in the air. This is going to be a catching chance. If someone can steady themselves, they can't get there in time. And unfortunately, that's a big, big moment. Mahbub Ali, for a brief moment there, must have thought it could be curtains, but just ballooning it enough. And 1 run in the end, which will bring on Zishan Khan, who was our MVP over the weekend for most runs in that international series versus Cyprus. He's really taken to opening the batting in this format. So no respite for the Blasters. Oh, first ball takes off a length. Well, Zishan can be a bit twitchy at times. This is a loose stroke, but watch this carry. I can't believe that hasn't clattered into the stumps. It's really reared up off a decent length, and well, it just shows you that man on your screen, when he bends his back, he can get it to go through. Can they take a wicket? Well, there's a slight play and miss, and you just feel if they're going to stay in this game, the Blasters, they're going to need a couple of wickets early. Zishan, it's a little bit hit and miss. Over so far from Islam, who only going for 4. Again, just doing what they do. And you have to think that Gozo's Army have to have the most destructive batting lineup in this competition. Slightly defensive bowling sometimes when he digs it in short. He's got to get that a bit higher, a bit more aggressive. And if you can try and get that at the body, then he's in trouble. Again, down the leg side. So it's going to be a wide. .33 already, but yeah, good to have everybody in the chat. You know, we all like interacting with you, so if you do want to get your questions in or any comments today, do feel free. Is there going to be an upset today? Is the weather going to wreak havoc on this group? Or how do you feel about Australia winning the World Cup? Let us know in the chat. I still can't believe the Aussies actually won the World Cup. I thought India had it sewn up. Last ball of the second. And big play and miss. Boy, oh boy, Zishan Khan. You're looking to send that to the moon. 2 overs complete here at the Master Sports Cup. 33 for 0. If we have a quick look at the table, and obviously these teams have been pretty much committed to this competition. They've been playing day in, day out. But these two teams right now want to get that top spot. If Blasters win twice, you'd imagine they'd steal it off the Royal Strikers due to the net run rate improving. And Gozo's Army, they only have to really win 1 today, and they will take top spot. Looks like Negi at the top of his mark, and he's going to be bowling to Mahbub Ali here, who is a pretty quiet 28 off 8. Oh, Mahbub Ali again. Chips it high in the air and gone. You got to wonder this time, the shot option, it was there, but he just chipped it. He'll be super disappointed. Mahbub Ali, he's a brute of a player, but the pace was off the ball. He chips it miles in the air, and the first one goes. Credit to Negi, who was brought on to bowl the third, and the score 33 for 1. Looks like Prasath, captain of the Malta national team, is going to come out number 3. But yeah, it's a disappointing end from Mahbub Ali. Just checked his shot halfway through. And I let out a groan. Disappointing. So Prasath coming out. Number 3, the tall left-handed batsman. He's got an opportunity here to play an innings of substance. Negi's first ball to him now. Yeah, shot. Well, what a shot. Down the leg side, clips it beautifully. And Prasath has to be one of the biggest hitters in Malta. Pitching outside the leg stump, clips it beautifully. And 6 runs. Julian Dawson in the chat had a feeling about Australia going through as they quietly progressed through the tournament. Yeah, I guess so, Julian. I know Julian was at Carter Oval, loves the cricket, doesn't miss a moment. And Jeffrey saying maybe if India played at the Master Sports Club, that would be their best chance of winning a trophy. I think that's a bit harsh, Jeffrey. India had a very good tournament, didn't they? And well bowled from Negi as they're going to jog through for a quick single. Negi's come into the attack here and bowled a pretty tight third over so far. 3 balls remaining in this power play. Can they cross the bridge and get themselves to, let's say, 50? That's going to be a wide, so 1 more to the total. Yeah, questions for the Blasters, obviously electing to bowl first. I thought it was a brave decision at the toss. I think at club level it's always good to get the runs on the board. I think more at national level and at the ECS you see teams wanting to chase and happy to chase, but at this level I think runs on the board have a little bit of extra weight. It's always that pressure in the second innings. Oh, and that's another wild swing from Zishan. Zishan's a bit of a maverick sort of player. You wouldn't say he's the most pretty of cricketers, but he's quite efficient in what he does. He always looks good when he's going through the offside and through point. And that's scooped into the offside. Big pocket of space, 2 bounces, 4. Nice shot from Zishan. As I just mentioned, always looks a little bit more proficient when he goes over the offside and not leg side. And that's 4 runs to the total. Gwyneth Taylor in the chat saying Australia won all the big moments at the ICC World Cup. Yeah, they did. They did. It was a good World Cup, but for me, T10's the format of the future. This is way more entertaining. Love being at the ground and commentating live. And got him. What a ball from Negi. And Zishan, well, he threw up his bat in disbelief that he played across that one. And Negi's, come on. Got the 2 big fish here. Mahbub Ali, Zishan Khan back in the sheds. And the Blasters fighting back. Have another look. It's that rolling leg cutter. I'm pretty sure he bowled a very similar ball to Mahbub Ali, who was early on it as well. And that is 2 wickets gone. Zishan throws the bat up, not in an angry way or a disgruntled way, more in a bit of a disgust at himself for having an ugly swipe. And the Blasters truly believe they are in this contest. 46 for 2. Negi, still 1 ball left in this over. As new player to the crease, Patiol will get his first ball, and I dare say he might just try to get through Negi's over here. Negi is the sort of star man for the Blasters, you could say. Made his international debut over the weekend. Let me know in the chat what you thought about Nish's pitch report on the old artificial wicket. That surprised me. Highly enjoyable. He's doing a good job, Nish. Last ball of this 3rd over. Nice play and miss. So, Negi, well done to that man on your screen. He takes 2 for the over, and 3 overs complete, 46 for 2. As you can see, pretty big first over. The Mahbub Ali over. You don't often start with 25 plus off 1. And after that, 6 and a 13. And the Blasters just fighting back at the right moment. You get into that middle over period. Deep mid wicket, deep square, deep mid on, deep mid off, backward point. Tell you what, if you don't put in the right areas to Prasath, he hits some of the biggest balls. I put him right up there with Basil George with the length of how big he hits 6s. So, Islam for his 2nd over. And a lovely square drive. Prasath shot. And he picks out that backward point as I was mentioning. So 1 run to the total. Yeah, but we've talked about it a little bit. Obviously, we've looked at the forecast coming up the next few days, and this is why we think this group is all of a sudden very important. Let's say we don't get the quarterfinals happening because of the weather. You're going to want to finish top 2 in your group, and these 2 teams with Royal Strikers are battling it out for 2 spots then. So plenty of permutations still in Group A and Group B to work out. The forecast is for rain starting tonight, and it's not a great forecast, but I've seen it. Meteorologists be wrong all around the world very consistently, so you never know. And that's down the leg side. Massive appeal, and he's gone. Well, I'm going to have a closer look at this. My initial feeling was that had skimmed a little bit of thigh pad, but the umpire thinks it's glove. We'll have a closer look. And Spring Productions slowing it down perfectly. Well, he might have copped a tough decision there. It's really hard to tell on first glance. You can see he gets his bat and gloves out the way after it passes him. Islam thought straight away this is out. It's very difficult to tell. But the umpire heard a noise, said it wasn't the hip or the thigh pad. This new man comes running out. Oh, whoa. He's a bit nervous maybe. I think his box has actually fallen down his pants. Oh, no. Oh, he's had a misfunction. And oh, no, he's dropped his glove. We have another look. I think that's skimmed the pad maybe. It's really difficult to tell, but you can understand why the umpire gave it out. Maybe it is out. So, new player comes to the crease and he'll have to go. So Kaiser comes out and a bit of pressure on them now. They've lost 3 quick wickets. Wow, what a delivery that is. Once again, a little bit of swing. I really like this guy. I really, really like this guy. Tall, right arm quick. You've got to enjoy the pace. 47 for 3 right now. You'd have to say that the Blasters, after electing to bowl first, a slow start in this one, but have just fought back enough. And maybe with their noses ahead in this clash. In again. And that's a wild, wild shot. This is what serious pace can do. Sometimes you just feel a little bit more itchy at the crease, not as fluent. So 2 balls remaining in this over. Islam has fantastic figures of 1 for 7. He'd love to get out of this with another wicket. Bowled. Very clever bowling. Just getting in the Yorker. He's had a better length today, that's for sure. Trying to get as much swing as possible. It's slightly cloudy today. That can usually help a little bit of the weather conditions with the ball. This helps it go around corners. No one truly knows why. Last ball of the 4th. Oh, that's... Hope he's okay. That really ballooned up, and that's I felt like it through the effects. Mike got a little bit of helmet on the way through. Not really. Looked like it ballooned up, but looks like it skimmed his shoulder. Good little comeback this from the Blasters after the Mahboob Ali show in the first 6 deliveries. I'd be tempted to go Negi again here. Try keep my foot on the throat. 47 for 3. 3 wickets in the last 2 overs. Blasters electing to bowl. And, well, rewarding the captain at the moment with those wickets. Danish will be bowling to big old Prasath. Here we go. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Just the dot ball. Yeah, Siddiqui. Danish Siddiqui's been pretty good all tournament. Jeffrey asking in the chat what speed I think Islam is. I actually think he might be getting closer to that 125, 130, maybe somewhere between there. He's very tall, gets a lot of bounce. I really like him. And another boundary. Prasath is one of those old school left-handers who seems to be more effective through the offside sometimes. He's got long levers. Just had to fetch that. It was quite wide and gets it over the top in the end. So a couple of adjustments to the field. Looks like Point's going to come up a little bit and maybe move cover around. You see Prasath counting the fielders, making sure he wants to find the gap. Siddiqui under the pump. A little bit too wide that time. But yeah, I think Isla must be one of the faster bowlers, Jeffrey, in this competition so far. I do like that I've seen a couple of extra spinners as well in this competition. I like Kushal. We'll see him bowl in the second innings, left arm off spinner for Gozozami. And just at the moment, you'd have to say, Blasters fighting back in this contest. When the first over goes for 27, usually you're quite worried about what the score could end up. But the win predictor at the moment, 51 to 49. Prasath skies it. Big moment in the game. And you better believe that the Blasters are enjoying themselves. 4 wickets have fallen in the last 2.3 overs. Another off-speed delivery. I think he's held that in his hand a little bit tighter, Siddiqui. Where if you hold the ball a little bit tighter in your hand, you can actually bowl a well-disguised slow ball with your thumb and your fingers wrapped around it. And at the moment, you have to say Gozozami falling apart a little bit here. Prasath goes, and this game opening up 52 for 4. Here comes the man I was just mentioning with the ball. Kushal will come out to bat a little bit earlier than he would have thought. They don't want to get bundled out here. They need to make sure they get to that sort of 115 mark, you'd imagine. Two balls left in the 5th. Lovely, 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 lovely. It just shows Kushal's a bit of an all-round cricketer. I enjoy his bowling. I think he's a very crafty left-arm off-spinner. But a lovely shot through backward point. Jeffrey saying thanks in the chat. No worries, Jeffrey. Like I always say to the viewers, if you do want to get any questions in or ask anything cricket-related, feel free. Enjoy being out here in Malta. And there's been a very good competition with... I thoroughly enjoyed the internationals over the weekend, actually. It was fantastic to see the Estonian women and the Cypriot men. Oh, no. Well, you're trying to build a little bit of pressure, and when you have misfields like that, that costs you dearly. That should have been just one. Look at this. Not good enough for me. 3 extra runs are added to the total, and 60 for 4. So we have a look at one of our marquee events. Oh, well, we're not. The old director has done me there, Andrus. We're having a look at some of the ECSs we've been to, and I tell you what, it's been a busy year for everyone involved. Beautiful countries, a beautiful cricket. Heard Switzerland was crazy with the run rate. Sweden, beautiful as ever. I love Rome. I got to go back to Rome personally. I did a couple of night series, so there's also some events on that list that aren't discussed. We did some women's internationals in the Netherlands and plenty more. Yeah, plenty of cricket all over Europe, and I dare say I had a little bit of a look at the 2024 calendar, and all I can say is it's busy, very busy. Wait for a single there. Sort of feels like we're a little bit in a mini rebuilding phase, and you can understand that. Those 4 wickets did fall rather back to back to back to back. And they've got to be careful of the time here. You can see Doble's actually jogging back 13 minutes or so on that clock left. Well, you think I say rebuilding period and then you get a very, very loose shot like that. Shot. And yeah, like it. Lofted it beautifully. Over cover. Low full toss. And I knew it as soon as it hit the bat. I said shot because I could see the big gap that was going to fall into. Sneaking this in quickly. Obviously our ECN groups, the ECL groups I should say, our 4th edition. 3 reigning champions drew it. VOC Rodan, Paco Care, Balona come back. But my guess this year we're going to see a new champion. And I can't wait to watch this event. Really can't. It's arguably our biggest event. I think it's a little bit ahead of the ECC personally. Yeah, I do feel that it's one of our most prestigious events. It's how it all started back in, I think it was 2019 in La Manga. VOC Rotterdam playing through in the inaugural game. Last ball this over. And you'd have to say a pretty sedate over. A little bit of a rebuilding over. Doble, he gets away with just 7 off it. 6 overs complete here at the Master Sports Club. 67 for 4. It's been a peculiar sort of innings because the intent from Abu Bali with 27 off the first 6, I thought, wow, we could be on for something bonkers here. And credit to the Blasters. They've fought back well, picked up 4 very big wickets. Looks like we're going to have another new bowler come into the attack. And, well, will Kushal, the left-hander, line him up? Oh, yes, no, maybe. Direct hit will be tight. Misses. And Tripathi starts with the dot. You think Kushal, the left-hander here, is going to want to enjoy this and try and get this over the leg side if he can. Direct hit would have been mighty close. It'll be a wide. Yeah, what do they have? 3 overs to bowl in 10 minutes and 40 odd seconds. They should be right. You can see Tripathi also jogging back to his mark. Toenda, safe. And this is what happens if you get early wickets in a T10 and you get to that middle order to a little bit later, there is every chance you can sort of squeeze. Question from Julian Dawson. Miles in the air. That's got snow on it. Good luck. And, well, I said good luck because I knew it was not going to be easy. It was a steepler, unfortunately, just falling away a little bit. Glad to see so many smiles on the faces still, but that really went miles in the air. Tripathi wanted the wicket, but just see that body weight falling backwards, and yeah, it's an opportunity missed. Oh, that's miles in the air as well. That's also got snow. This time held. And that's how you do it. Siddiqui out there with the catch. And back-to-back shots that went miles, sort of moon shots really. But this time, the Blasters aren't going to make a meal of it. Another wicket goes, and you have to say, at the moment, they are ahead in this. 5 wickets down, 71 on the board. And what a game we have in our hands. Julian asking in the chat, what's my favourite ground from that list? That's a very good question because we have amazing grounds in Europe. I have to say, I think I have a soft spot in my heart for the one in Rome. It's a little bit off the beaten track, but it's got this beautiful boundary perimeter, that's similar to Cardama. The pitch is nice and bouncy. They're great hosts. It's a beautiful city, of course. Rome, the city of love. Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world. And yeah, it's great to go out there. The cricket level's quite good out there in Rome as well. So I can't really complain. Also, obviously, it's hard to go past Cardama, but that's not on the list. What's my next second favourite one? Let me have a think about it and I'll get back to you. Julian, last ball of 7th. And that's definitely going to be going miles down the leg side. Keeper will have to do a bit of scrambling here. And they'll have to settle for the 1. So another over complete out here. It's 7 overs, 73 for 5. Yeah, tough call to suggest what my other second one is. We have so many beautiful grounds. But like that. We're actually going to back to Barcelona. So next weekend we have the ECIs. Romania and Portugal are coming over to join Spain in a little tri-series, and then we have the ECS Barcelona. Great to have the Barcelona teams back on the network, the Barcelona Bash, and then as we've talked about, we have the women's event, and then it's actually we're having a break. Can you believe it? I never thought we'd get a break again. So January 15th will be the time that we come back, and yeah, looking forward to it. That little break, December 22 is our last day on the network for 2023. Clothed away. It's in a big pocket of space, and it will go for 4 in the end. So Negi out there, a little bit disappointing. He made good ground. Big pocket of space there, and it scoots away for 4. Yeah, second favourite ground, I think. I didn't get to go there yet, but the one in Switzerland looks amazing. And also Hanover. Get me back to the Hanover hit out. You can see Kuchel's actually come out here and played a pretty nice little innings here, just knocking it around. But yeah, the Hanover hit out's where it all started for me many years ago. Mangal's Kitchen. Hope you're doing well, Mangal. That is launched. Oh, yeah. That is tape balled. And Islam has to go well back over the boundary rope. You could just see with the connection off the bat. Watch these wrists. Ka-chink. Yeah, he got every piece of that. That's gone miles. And a 6, a much needed 6. And again, that's been horned. 6 and 6. He's got an amazing bottom hand, Sharjeel. I haven't seen much of his batting. Watch this bottom hand. Bang! That is genuine tape ball. And just the noise off the bat, you knew straight away. Last ball. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No, what an effort. That would have been an unbelievable catch. And Saniki having a word to his 12th man out there. I had to poke my head outside the tent to check this one out because that would have been a freakish catch. And over complete, 91 for 5. Adnan in the chat saying, when am I coming to Barcelona? And what about the Montjuïc ground in Barcelona? Yeah, I will be going on Thursday, actually. I leave on Thursday in the afternoon to prepare the national team. And Montjuïc is, I love the artificial Montjuïc. It's a nice ground, high-scoring ground. Miles in the air. This has got to be a chance. Can he steady himself? No, he can't. He falls to the ground. Run-out chance if they're quick. And another big opportunity in that same vicinity. Sharjeel is just trying to horn everything. This went miles in the air, but he couldn't steady himself in the end and falls to his feet again. Oh, no. Back to the action. Beautiful. Just beautiful from Negi. This man on your screen is doing exactly what he needs to do. Pace on, pace off. This one was a slower ball, really slow. It dips just a little bit. Sharjeel, who's played a bit of a cameo here, will have to go. 93 on the board, 10 balls remaining, 6 wickets down now. Yeah, Montjuïc is a beautiful ground, Adnan. I am looking forward to getting back. I think it's its own beauty. It's a bit of a hybrid baseball field cricket pitch. But I think some of the scores you get up in Barcelona, oh boy, and the ECI's there this weekend, Portugal and Romania with Spain. We might see some big scores as Rahman comes out. Negi's got a cheeky 3 for here. High. Could he have 4? You betcha. Negi. He's been a one-man show here a little bit. He came on early. He bowled to the 3rd over. Took 2 big wickets. And no one's picking his slower balls at the moment. Unbelievable. I think Gozo's army have been a little bit, I'll say, guilty of hitting across the line. 7 wickets down now. And can Negi get himself on the honours board? Yeah, Adnan saying, hope to see me in Barcelona. Looking forward to seeing everyone in Barcelona. Always good fun. They've got plenty of time on the clock now. Negi's rushing, but they took wickets. And again. And that's a great catch. That's a fifer for Negi. I couldn't tell at first if he had got his hands under it, but he celebrates straight away. And Negi's got a Michelle Pfeiffer, another slower ball. It ballooned in the air, makes good ground. And yeah, I'd say hands under it. I'm paying that. I mean, you could pause it and look at frame by frame, but I think hands are under that. I'd love to see this stay as out. That's a great effort. Look at that. That picture right there, that frame there is perfect. And unbelievably, they might have another look, but I hope this stays as out. They're going to have to check. These are those new sort of ones in tournaments. There, if you go there, that for me, that's hands around the ball, wrapped around the ball. So that's perfect. That's probably the next frame where it might go out a little bit. I'd love to see this stay as out, but I'm not the official. And we're just going to have to take a moment as they want to get the right decision, but I think that's out. I want to have another look. I mean, right there, he's got hands under it. Then maybe that one, there's a bit of ball on turf. I mean, it would be tough. It would be heartbreaking. I think Negi deserves a fifer as well. And it's been given. Wow, what a special moment it is for Negi. We'll have to get that up on the honours board. He's got a cheeky fifer. Brilliant work by Spring Productions and match referee Stefan Gooch. Can totally understand why they wanted to have a closer look at it. Because there was a split moment after the catch. The hand split up a little bit and the ball probably, you could determine maybe touched the ground, but I think that was okay. Good decision. Last ball of the night. Can Negi get 6? No, he can't. Oh, it could get 6. Oh, it would have been, probably would have been a run out there. So, top effort. And the end of 9 overs, it's 94 for 9. Yeah, Spain for Sport. That's Andy House in the chat saying great catch. It was a great catch, Andy. Hope you're well. Andy, if you could send me that email as well, would appreciate it. And Jeffrey asking about the wicket in Barcelona. Yeah, so the pitch in Barcelona, as you see the figures there, Negi, Pfeiffer. The pitch in Barcelona is actually a hybrid sort of field. It's a baseball field that's turned into cricket. And yeah, it's been like that for many. It's a fantastic place to play cricket, actually, and everyone loves it. So obviously, in this last over, you're going to expect to see a lot of wild playing and missing. But yeah, it's a fantastically different sort of setting out there in Barcelona, but has become one of our homes for ECS cricket as well. And all the credit has to go to Negi. That 5-wicket haul has put them ahead in this game. 4 balls remaining in the first innings before we wrap it up. The keeper's put his glove on the ground. Now that's weird. Well, how often do you see the keeper with the old glove on the ground to be prepared to throw? I think Matthew Wade does it for Australia, but usually he keeps the glove in his sort of back pants. There it is.
And well, we're talking about the baseball ground in Barcelona. That's a striker out +1, 4 swings, no dings, 2 balls remaining. Don't tell me Tripathi's going to bowl a maiden in the last over. Oh, here we go. Here we go. He took his glove off for a reason. Oh, he misses. So that would be a wide to the total. Glove off, but wouldn't affect the run out in the end. Hit hard down the ground. Wow. Very impressive in front of the comms box is Islam. Those two fielders knew exactly what they were doing there. Little tap back and ended up collecting it himself, but was trying to tap it to his teammate there. Last ball of the first innings, credit goes to the Blasters. That's probably pitched outside leg stump. Run out chance, don't throw it. It's clever man, Tripathi. Wise guy, and the ball goes back to the keeper. That should be leg byes, I imagine, to finish if the umpire signals it. Maybe he's forgotten. Doesn't matter. Gozo's Army will end up on the same total, which will be 97 for 8. The first over went for 27. 70 runs made off the other 9 overs. A big credit has to go to that man on your screen, Nagy, who's standing between the two batsmen. Michelle Pfeiffer, that'll go on the honours board. We don't get many 5-wicket hauls in a season. And unbelievably, I think the Blasters are well ahead at the halfway stage. Let's have a quick look at the highlights. And it was a Mahbub Ali show at the start. Let's just say it was violent for the first 6 balls. He had a little bit of luck with an edge over the top, but the other ones were monstrous. This one, the biggest of the lot, that well, almost cleared the tennis courts. I think it did, actually, and then backed it up with this hit. And you have to say, some of the brute force of that man is impressive. Zishan Khan then got going straight away. And you had to say, is this going to be a bad day for the Blast? But Nagy came into the attack. Wickets. Prasath tried to counter it. But, well, it was a one-man band. That slower ball working a treat today. Nagy using that leg cutter as good as he can. Zishan a little bit upset with himself. And you got to love about how Islam went about as well. This one was given out, caught down the leg side. Did it touch the thigh pad? Was it glove? I'm still not sure. Prasath went about his merry way before he was dismissed also. Siddiqui picking him up. And credit to the fielding, I would say, from the Blasters. They took most of their chances. And they created chances as well. The bowlers used their change of pace throughout the innings. And that's what kept them in the game. That was one of those chances to go down, but they held the next one. Tripathi, I thought, bowled really well as well. As 3-man band, Islam, Nagy and Tripathi were the 3 standout bowlers for me. And despite some late hitting from Sharjeel, overall, you'd have to say it's been an impressive bowling display. This would have been a freakish catch to Siddiqui. This was a big wicket, and Nagy in his second over picking up 3 wickets, which got him the Pfeiffer, and this is his Pfeiffer moment, this catch at third. Look at this, what a fantastic catch. Wow, hands under the ball, good decision from the match referee. As we had a little bit of fun and games at the back end, as we always do, and that was over innings complete. Well done to the Blasters. We have a very quick look at the scorecards for a quick little turnover. 28 for Mahbub, and then a quick fire 16 for Sharjeel. 9 extras overall, only 97. The Gozo's Army have a lot of work to do in the second half. We'll have a quick look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And, well, one man is going to stick out like a sore thumb. 5 wickets for Narendra Nagy. Well supported by Tripathi and well supported by Islam. Those 2 identical figures of 1 for 7. But Nagy, 5 for 16 on the honours board. Well done. That's the end of the very first innings. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
We saw a great bowling performance by the Bujiba Blasters in the first innings. They restricted dangerous Gozo Zalmi to just 97 runs. And they really are going to be very pleased with that effort if they're the Bujiba Blasters. How good was that? And the key for them was they kept taking wickets at regular intervals, kept chipping away. And that was one of the worst batting performances from the Zalmi. This is a wide to start off for Big Lala. Mehboob Ali, very passionate cricketer, loves the game. MD Robin Bhuyan saying this should be an easy chase. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure. You know, we've seen a lot of strange things. You know, you'd obviously say the Blasters are big favorites here, but don't rule Gozo Zalmi out just yet. Oh, that one just comes back a long way. Remember, he gets a large amount of in-swing, Ali. Islam on strike over here. There's a number of great batters in that order for the Blasters. Oh, once again, enormous amount of swing back in. Got the third ball coming up over here. Yeah, this is a good point by Di Maria. Gozo Zalmi has a top-class bowling attack. I completely agree with that. You know, there's a reason they're the defending champions, and they've managed to make it into the ECL for Malta. Let's go around the wicket here, Ali. I don't quite understand why he's doing that. I really don't get it. He was doing fine over the wicket, but he decided to go around. I don't know, is there something over the wicket that's bothering him? Doesn't really make sense to me. And keep in mind, Gozo Zalmi won a lot of big games defending low totals. They won the final quite comfortably, actually, defending a target in the 90s. One we had back in the ECS in February, so yeah, this should be very interesting to watch. Oh, is there something there? I think it's just come off the torso, probably. Yeah, he's indicating somewhere along the side. It didn't seem to me like there was any bat or glove involved, but we'll have a look in this replay to confirm. Yeah, it's actually, you can just see, comes off just off the side of his arm, around that bicep, tricep area. Just have a look at this. Yep, just underneath his shoulder. Well held onto by Zishan Khan, who's wicket-keeping today instead of the regular wicket-keeper for Gozo Zalmi. You wouldn't usually see Zishan with the gloves on. This one is blocked out well by Siddiqui. He's going to run a quick single. End of the first over. It's a really good one for Mehboob Ali. Only 4 runs come off it. It's been 230 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. And you hate to see that counter continue to tick up. This is struck straight down the ground. It's a one hop over the rope, and it's going to be a boundary. Shergill just gets his length wrong there, a little bit too straight as well. It's a good bottom-handed stroke, and it goes over the rope for 4. Top edge goes away for 4. That's a boundary. And he's going for the big pull there, Rocky Dianic. That is just going to land in front of the rope and go away for a boundary. So Bujiba Blasters just need to continue to get at least a boundary and over, just to make sure they stay close to this asking rate. Now going for the big shot there, Siddiqui. Now usually Adnan Anwar would be behind the stumps for Gozo Zalmi. You just wonder how Zishan Khan is going to fare with his wicket keeping, but so far he's been just fine. Done a very good job with the gloves in hand. This one is straight down the ground. Does it have enough to go over Ali? It certainly does. That's a 6. And they've got so few runs to defend over here. So every big hit like that just takes so much out of the game. Oh, that's a big, big blow. If you are Gozo Zalmi, got so few runs to defend over here. .14 coming off this over. This is played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be quite a race for the fielder to get to it. He does a good job. Full credit to Sawab Khan out in the deep for getting to that on time. He's actually made that look a lot easier than it really was. And he spared Shergill a few more runs. Yeah, he just needs to be backed up by some fielding here, Shergill. It's not been easy for him so far. I think Shergill he's had a bit of a mixed tournament. You know, there's times where you've seen him be absolutely brilliant and show to us what a quality bowler he is. Ends with a dot ball, terrific ball there, an excellent bit of fielding. I think one thing I'm very impressed by Shergill is he fields off his own bowling as well as anyone I've seen. Have a look at this. Quick dive across. And he saved at least a run there for his side. But he's just continuing the point about him. You know, there's times where you see what a quality bowler he is. But he's had a few too many overs this series where he's gone for a lot of runs. I guess that's the nature of T10 cricket. Here's a look at the standings for Group B. Gozo Zalmi, Bujiba Blasters playing in this massive doubleheader. They'll both try to get into those top 2 spots just to be safe because of some of the rain, which has been forecast on the quarterfinals day, and also because they might want to try to avoid sides like Addicts Knight and Sweetie United in the other group. So Rahman is going to bowl this final over of the power play. Oh, great ball, terrific delivery. And looks like it's going to end up being a dot ball. So I'm Nishay Bhatt in the commentary box, and alongside me is Corey Rutgers.
Good afternoon, Nish. Yeah, you'd say that. Yeah, but the Blasters, oh, he might be in a bit of trouble. Sorry, that looks like they might get the medic on. That did bounce up quite a lot. When you get one on the hands, every now and then it can jar against the bat. So have a look here. Oh, maybe it wasn't even off the hands. That's off the elbow. Let's have a closer look. Well, from the front-on view, it looked like it was hands. That's, Oh, no. Could be right off the forearm-ish area. Ow. I hope he's okay, because that's a pretty dangerous spot to get hit. You see some players bat with forearm guards, and if you get hit just around here, it's quite brittle, so hopefully he's okay.
No, I might just have stunned him a little bit. I think his forearm might get a little bit numb after that one.
Yeah, good to see. Sort of shakes it off. But yeah, I mean, if there is any team that can sort of defend this total, you'd have to say Gozo's Army are a team that can do it. Plenty to play for today. And a bit of pace there from Rahman. Nice to watch.
Yeah, keep in mind, Gozo Zalmi defended a 75 in the final earlier this year against the Southern Crusaders. So they're more than capable of going out there, putting on a big performance with the ball in hand. A lot of quality bowlers in this team. So there's a wider delivery, of course. Nikhil Kaushal still in there. His overs are going to be absolutely crucial. We expect him to bowl the very next over.
Yeah, he probably would go to spin next just to take the pace off. And they've got options. That's why a big Lala, of course, we know how good he can be at the death as well. And yeah, I wouldn't count Gozo's Army out just yet.
Well, this one probably just going down the leg side. Islam, he's looked a little bit tentative to start off his innings. He's not been particularly comfortable.
No, it's sometimes genuine pace. Just, yeah, beats you. And you can see there, that one's just too quick for him again. So Rahman's got a slingy sort of action. And that can also be difficult to pick it up, means you're moving late.
It goes to Zalmi. They got so many good quick bowlers to open up their attack. I think they're more spoilt for choice than most teams here in Malta. Comes off the toe end of the bat. It goes out towards third man. Just going to be one run.
Yeah, just watching you get attacked by a fly in the commentary box making me laugh. Yeah, one run there. Look, what can they do? Can they get a couple of wickets here, Nish?
This is hit straight to the fielder, a point. Good work there by Sharjeel. Very good fielder. I mean, some fast bowlers often get discredited for not being good fielders. He's certainly one who is a good fielder.
Oh, I think he's just got that thrown back into his face as well. People are getting hit around a bit today, aren't they? Have a look at this. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, good ball. Good luck for the next one. And dropped it onto his head. Ow.
Painful. This is just going to be another dot ball. Islam, you know, I get that they don't have a high target, but 1 of 6. That's not what you want to see in the power play. Just 22 runs for the Bujiba Blasters off their first 3 overs. They're going at well under the required. We'll have a look at the comparison of where these two teams are. I can see a big skyscraper in that middle order, and then around that it just looks like a bunch of pavements because of how slow it is.
Yeah, there's no audio talkback's not working.
Yeah, so here we go. It is going to be a little bit of spin. Kushal will eventually be coming here with his left arm around the wicket. He's been super effective all tournament. He played for the Maltese national team on the weekend. He's very crafty with his flight and his guile. I do enjoy watching him bowl. And if Gozo are going to win this game or steal it back, he'll have a very crucial 2 overs.
Oh, there's a little bit of width on offer there, and that's not the best bit of fielding. You know, he just put himself in a poor position there, Rahman. I was talking about fast bowlers fielding. You know, we saw a good display by Sharjeel, but this one, he certainly hasn't covered himself in glory, Rahman.
No, he hasn't. There's a little bit of spin once it does its second bounce. And unfortunately, he didn't read that very well. So 4 off first ball of the over.
Look at where Gozo Zalmi were at this stage. 47 for 2. That's when Big Lala Mehbubali got him off to a good start, but things really slowed down for them in the middle overs and the end.
Yeah, good comeback ball there from Kushel. Gets that extra bounce with his height. Oh, fielding. That's really good. And they'll scamper through for a quick single, but he saves probably a couple of extra runs.
Shergill, he's been really good at point for Gozo Zalmi. Saw him save some runs earlier, and he's done the same over here. Putting his body on the line. He always fights hard for his team. This cut away again. Is it going to go to the rope? It will.
No.
Rahman's having a bit of a mare out there.
Oh, boy. It's pretty bad when you miss field 1, but when you miss field 2 in the same over, then you feel real bad. It's a lovely cut shot, actually. Uses the crease well. But unfortunately, he bowled a good over, did Rahman, but the fielding, a bit lackluster.
9 runs off the over already, and 8 of those runs coming off misfields at the boundary rope. Koshal will be feeling really frustrated.
Yeah, you can understand why. When you've only got 97 on the ball, you actually have to be perfect in the field, and he's probably given up 6 runs this over. Misfield for 3, misfield for 3. So Kushal wouldn't be too pleased at the moment.
This one's gone up in the air. Does it have the distance? Doesn't seem it does. And it's been taken. Varun Prashad doesn't put down any, and he takes an important catch. Islam never looked comfortable out there, and he has to depart.
Well, good catch in the end from Prasath, because I think at first he thought this is just going to balloon to cover, but it kept going. And he made good ground. A little bit wobbly on his feet, but the hands are what matter for him. He holds on to it, and Kushal picks up another wicket in this tournament. He's very, very crafty.
Well done to Nikhil Koshal, the leading wicket taker of this ECS. He continues to get scalps. And now it's Gaurav Maithani, the captain, coming out for Blasters. And you know what an important player he is. He can get on a heater and take a game away from sides. But, you know, today's just been a different kind of a day. It's been a lot lower scoring matches after being treated to some high scoring ones yesterday. We've getting a bit of a bowler's feast after a run feast yesterday.
So Mathani will come out to the middle now. They're a little bit behind the rate, probably where they want to be.
That's going to be a dot ball. Start off for Maithani. As you can see, the Bujiva Blasters currently, they're a fair bit below their required. They needed to go at 9.7 to start off this innings, but now that's shot up to 11.2. You know, they've just been stuck in the mud a little bit to start off this innings, and full credit to the Blasters. Their bowling has been on point, just 2 runs of extras. They've also given up 6 runs because of misfield, so, you know, the bowlers have done an even better job than that scoreboard suggests. You know, you take away those 6 runs, and the Blasters will be going out to run the ball. Siddiqui on strike, facing Rahman. Gets the length spot on there, Rahman. I think the length is so important at this level.
Yeah, he has a few runs and wickets to owe the team here. He's bowled really well. Obviously, those misfields will be in the back of his head, so if he can pick up a wicket, it'll make him and the team feel a lot better. What they're doing well here, they're staying ahead on the run rate anyway, not letting the Blasters get away.
Oh, what an incredible delivery. I mean, it just straightens when he's coming in on the angle.
Yeah, it's a good old for traditional right arm swing and a bit of sling in the action as well. So that rate now at 11.82. I reckon we got a good game on our hands now. It's a good start from Zalmi.
Struck firmly, but they keep finding that fielder out in the deep. So full credit to Zishan Khan for his field placement.
Yeah, another 1 run to the total.
Oh, another great Yorker length delivery by Rahman, and if he'd managed to hit the stumps there, then maybe Maithani would have been in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think that's out if he hits it. Really good bit of fielding. Direct hit. He's in a lot of trouble there. Credit to Rahman's spell. I mean, he's bowling right arm fast here. This is really fiery. And he's bowling it to the main batsman of the Blasters. And they just can't get him weight. Rate required now is above 12 for the first time.
This is played out towards mid-wicket. It's just been spot on. I mean, hasn't given anything away. It's been so accurate. It's like he's just landing it on the sixpence every single time. He's got 1 ball to come in this over. 11 deliveries he's bowled so far. And he's given up just 4 runs. It's been outstanding bowling.
Yeah, 64 now off 31. They love a boundary here just to steady a couple of nerves.
It's going to be another outside edge that goes out to Sharjeel at deep third. So it's just singles for the Blasters. And, well, the Blasters need to find a way to start blasting a few runs, because this has been a very slow start for them, going at under 7 and over. Here's a look at the ECL, the Champions League of Cricket, some of the big games that we have coming up over there. Some very exciting groups. Looking forward to this. Now, the 26th of February, Cardamom will come alive once again.
Yeah, it will come alive, won't it, Nish? It's a fantastic event, and yeah, well, plenty of teams on those groups can actually win the whole competition. I mean, Gozo's Army, the Malta representative, they're in a tough group, Forfarshire, VOC, BSC Reberg, and Stadigrad. But Gozo's Army, they're just showing they're not just a batting team, they've got the bowlers as well, and their bowlers are putting up a very good fight here. So, 63 required. And a bit of pressure.
Sharjeel coming back for his second over. His first one was rather expensive. 16 runs went off. It's been the only good over so far for the Blasters. I mean, outside of that, it's all been very quiet, single-digit overs. This is played away, and it's going to be fielded at cover. Just a single, so can Sharjeel just keep this pressure on the Blasters? It's been really good bowling by Gozo Zalmi. They're hitting their lengths very, very well.
Yeah, Siddiqui, 26 off 19. Can he get one out the middle? Well bowled. This is a top draw defensive bowling at the moment. You're watching Gozo's Army, a team that knows they didn't make enough runs on the board, knows they're severely under par, just nail Yorkers and nail a good line and good length when it's not a Yorker. And right now, the Blasters must be feeling the pinch a little bit.
So they're just getting their field spot on here. That's why bowler is stopped. Just move the fielder, cover a little bit squarer, and he's going to be in play. But it's going to go for 6. So they asked him to move a little bit squarer, and Puneet Patel was interested for a moment. But there's enough bat on that to elevate it over him. It's 6 more runs.
Well, wouldn't that have been an unbelievable bit of captaincy? But the bowler as well was asking for it, Sharjeel. Goes for 6. So that boundary just steadies it a little bit for the Blasters. We've got a really good finish on our hands here. The 9 wickets in hand, from what I've seen in the last few months of cricket on the platform, 9 wickets in hand tell me the batting team's still ahead here. Plenty of batting to come as well.
This is a full toss. He misses out on Siddiqui. You have to wonder, having lost just one wicket, why they've been as slow as they have. But this is where you just have to give tons of credit to Gozo Zalmi. They've given very little away. That's one of the few errors, actually, that we've seen from them in these first 5.4 overs, that full toss. But it doesn't get punished. There's a slower ball there by Shergill. Great change-up. And this has been absolutely amazing. For bowlers of this level to hit their lines and lengths with such consistency, it's been really, really impressive. And you're starting to see why this team are the defending champions. This is why they're going to the ECL. A big swing over there. And it's going to be a dot ball. The 6th over comes to an end. The Blasters are 43 for 1. Here's a look at the scorecard. Siddiqui's been out there for a while, but he's on just 33 runs. Gaurav Maithani, who's normally such a clean striker of the ball, is only on 3 of 6. And then, of course, Islam, he had a pretty torrid time at the crease. The only boundary he managed to hit was because of a shocking misfield in the deep.
Big over in this game, Nish. You're bringing back Kushal, and now if Kushal's good enough to pick up another wicket or two, you would have to say, if it's anything like 48 off the last 3, it's a lot of work. This is probably the most pivotal moment of this game right now. If they get a hold of Kushal and turn it into a 20-run over, they take control and should be able to see it off. Big 6 balls in the context of this T10 fixture, and maybe for the top of the table. Got it.
Hit away, and he's got it. That one's gone the distance. Well, it's not often you see Kaushal get hit for a 6, but he does over there.
Yeah, really talented shot this. He had to reach for it with the slog sweep. It wasn't the worst ball you'll see from a left-arm tweaker. What you've got to be careful of here, Kushal's the type of spinner. He won't then just dart the next one. He'll actually slow it up more. And he'll ask questions. Will he be brave enough to slow this up once again? 6 off 1.
Tried to fire that one in, it seems.
Yeah, a little bit of a hybrid. I can't believe how much bounce that ball just got. 6 off 2. Look at this. That really goes up.
Is that the top spinner?
A little bit, yeah. I think a bit of overspin on that, definitely. That's the arm ball. That's definitely just flat. Just showing he's got a bit. Now, the thing is, Siddiqui's probably doing his job. He needs someone to go with him. Islam didn't score quickly. Maithani. You got Negi sitting in the dugout. You might have to retire someone soon to get Negi out. Negi's too good to be sitting in the dugout when it's the 7th over.
I'm surprised that Negi wasn't opening the batting with Siddiqui.
I think I'm saying to Maithani now, you've got 2 balls. Unfortunately, if you don't get it out the middle, probably our best player has to walk in. But will they be brave enough to do it?
Maithani, the captain himself.
Time to go.
Yeah, you make a really good point there. I mean, Maithani and Negi have been pretty much neck and neck in terms of how many runs they've scored so far this series. 209 for Maithani, 206 for Negi. And Maithani's had a strike rate of 240 as well, but he's just not doing a good job in this innings. I mean, this is a chase of 98. And that required is up at 15. Just shows you how economical Zalmi have been to start off.
Last ball, important delivery.
And this is not going to be able to get to that one. It's a boundary, a crucial boundary for Maithani, one he really needed for his confidence as well. Well, that's one to go away for 4.
Blasters desperately needed that. I'd still be tempted to look at Negi. I think Negi's output's just a little bit more. But anyway, these are the lineups coming up for the next game, final game of this Tuesday. Is it Tuesday?
Yes.
Yeah, it is Tuesday. The final game of this Tuesday. And obviously back-to-back. Kozozami winning the toss and electing to bat. So carbon copy of this one. As it looks like bowling coming in. Zishan Kasia is going to come in and bowl very important 6 deliveries. And do the Blasters have what it takes to chase this score down? They shouldn't be in this position, the Blasters. They've left quite a bit to do. after a really good bowling performance. Siddiqui's still there though. 40 off 25. I reckon this has got a tingle on it. I think this is going to go right down to the wire, Nish.
It certainly is, because this Blasters team, you'd think they have enough firepower to be able to go at 15 and over, but they're going up against such a quality attack. This one's down the leg side, it's a wide. Oh, it's not been given.
Well, they've got to give that. Oh, there it is. Whoa. Thought the umpire could miss that for a second, and these are big decisions now. Look, this is the 5th bowler. Keys going to have to bowl two overs in this game more than likely, so his 12 balls probably determine how this match will pan out.
Because the other bowler is Mehboob Ali, who's you know how good he is.
See that there? Siddiqui, he's shaking his head a little bit, and I think he knows why, because, yeah, I'm not sure they're in a position where you can just drop and run now. It is time to go. It is time to throw a bit of caution to the wind. Target Kazir, who's got 11 balls left in this game. Mehboob Ali's very difficult to get away. This is a pivotal moment for these guys at the crease.
Mithani is only going to get a run here, so it's just singles.
Yeah, again, it's another shot that's... He's hitting that down. He's not looking to go up. He's not looking to power hit that. Oh, boy. Blasters, I dare say, choking a little bit here. They should have chased 98 comfortably.
This one's popped up in the air. This one's gone really high up, collecting a bit of stardust on the way down. And it's going to land safely. Zishan Khan, of course, he's not usually the keeper for this Gozo Zalmi team. It'd normally be Anwar. He had to cover a lot of ground to get to that. And it's going to go down.
Well, they'll get 2 as well. So that went that high. Zishan called it early, but was it his catch? Very difficult to tell. He didn't get there, so you'd have to say no. Another moment. Oh boy, do they need a boundary. Siddiqui, got to get one out the middle here. I don't like what he's doing either. He's running at the bowling, trying to play a Hollywood shot. When the bowling's like this, you don't run at the bowling. So you go the opposite. You go deeper in the crease.
Absolutely. If he stays where he is, an overpitch delivery, and he can bash it away.
Only one man that's good at running at them and playing shots. That's name's Virat Kohli. Now, there's no Virat Kohlis here. So you got to give yourself a high percentage and go deeper in the crease. But the Blasters are really botching this chase. Again, by running at the bowling, he's creating it so awkward. He's got no balance, and this is a really poor over. I'm quite disappointed in the Blast. He's 6 off 5 and completely weird intent.
It's strange, because usually in this format you see guys deep in the crease with a nice steady base, ready to hit the ball, but he's charging at it, and it's not done him any good. The captain, Methani, how often do we see him on 8 of 10? Batting with a striker of 240 for this series. Has he got enough here for it to go for a 6? Doesn't seem so, and it would have been a simple catch, but it's an awful bit of miscommunication. That was Varun Prasad's catch, but Sharjeel gets in the way, and they'll come back for a couple of runs here, so they're still alive, the Bujiba Blasters.
Well, that was Prasad's catch at deep mid-off, but Sharjeel got a little bit greedy from deep mid-on and ran to the other side of the wicket, and remarkably got in the way of deep mid-off. Really poor. And you can see Kaysar, he's angry. Good alert running, though. As soon as they saw the ball go away, they went for a cheeky second and got that extra run.
Incredible. They're still in this game.
How's Negi not batting?
It is stunning. I would have had Negi opening the batting, personally. You know, I think the move to have Islam open the batting surprised me a little bit. And in the end, he made just 5 of 8. Of course, 3 of those runs came because of that enormous misfield.
Yeah, 36 off 12.
It's still possible for the Blasters, but you know they're going to have to show something really, really special here and find a way to hit Mehboob Ali, which so few people have been able to do throughout this series.
.12 balls remaining, 18 and over required, and Lala is not an easy player to hit. Have they left it too late? The Blasters think so. Again, he tries this Hollywood batting, and it's not good enough from Siddiqui. Really poor.
Yeah, if he stays in his crease and plays the shot he just rehearsed, he'd be much better served. I don't understand what the Blasters are doing here. This is a team who we've seen score a lot of runs throughout this series, but they've just departed from all the fundamentals that have served them so well.
Yeah, correct. Good call, Nish.
It's another dot ball.
I'd retire both of them at this stage. I think I'd go 2 new guys out there and just say, please someone hit the ball, because they've lost all their... Well, they're on 62 off 8.2 with 1 wicket. It's almost sacrilege what we're seeing. But this is credit to the Zami, the Gozo Zami, who always find a way.
Yeah, he's losing his shape
Game
there.
over. It's game over. Unless something freakish happens. They haven't hit the bat. It feels like we haven't seen a boundary in a long while.
We haven't since the 7th over.
We've only had 3 boundaries in the last 4 and a bit overs, so not good. You have to take him off. You actually, I know he's 44 off 33, but that's not good. Yeah, you're going to have to take him off from the crease here. He can't get bat on ball. You've got Nagy sitting there. 1 bounce for the over. This is confirming Gozo will likely have the top spot.
They probably will. And this is a real shame after the Blasters came out and put in an incredible bowling performance. I think a lot of that bowling unit will feel a bit let down looking at the way this top order has played it. And this is...
What's he doing? Why is he playing the same shot every time? He's just trying to cut, late cut. Just step inside and whack it to the leg side. Oh boy, this is just frustrating now. The Blasters have butchered this, and it's almost game over.
Yeah, we're about to see a maiden over, the penultimate over of a high-scoring, well, should have been a high-scoring last couple of overs. They finally get some bat on ball. It's going to go the distance for a 6, so they need 5 sixes in the final over. I don't think we're going to see that. And he finally runs at 1, and it actually works. But they've just left too much for themselves in this final over. He will bring up his 50, Siddiqui. It's a good half century from his point of view, but yeah, this has been a very odd innings by the Blasters. I don't know what's happened to them. Zishan Kaiser will obviously bowl this final over. Fazil Rahman, he bowled terrifically. Pick of the bowler, Shami. You know, those overs in the middle where he just came in and just kept hitting Yorker after Yorker. It put so much pressure on the Blasters. And unfortunately for them, they crumble to it. As unless we see something incredibly unlikely here, it looks like Gozo Zalmi are going to secure a victory.
Well, well, maybe.
Maybe 4 more of those, and they could get over the finishing line.
If they don't win this, they will be so upset, because their fielding effort, I thought, was amazing. I really was impressed with the fielding effort and the energy. What do we got? 24 off 5. They've hit the last 2 balls for 6. Can he go again?
3 6s and 2 4s, or 4 6s?
Nope.
So he has to hit 4 consecutive 6s now. Maithani.
Oh, they'll be disappointed. Oh, boy. That dugout. What an opportunity missed. They're only 1 wicket down, which is remarkable to be only on 74.
And Narendra Negi, one of the most dangerous hitters, didn't even get a chance to bat. This is hit out towards long on. It's going to be a single, so 3 legal deliveries here from Gozo Zalmi should do the trick. Just as long as he doesn't overstep the line or bowl a wide, they're going to be fine.
Well, we're talking a lot about the batting, but credit to the bowling, credit to the fielding of Gozo Zalmi, who've just stayed calm, and that's why they're the champions of Malta at the moment. You have to say, here we go, run out time. Oh yeah, he is out. So Zishan gets the run out, and finally a wicket will fall. Matani will be run out at the keeper's end, as it'll be another dot ball as well. Siddiqui given up, but they did cross, as you can do close actually. But in the end, he'll have to go, and well, it's a funny one, you know. They might not have crossed there, so it might have to be a batsman's swap, but depends if they've picked that up. I reckon they're going to have to show that again, because I reckon that's the other batsman. So have a moment here.
I think this is a view that's conclusive for me. I think it's Siddiqui, number 66, in trouble over there, and it looks like he's going to get his marching orders. They're going to bring
Yeah, they've got it right.
Finally back.
So well done to Spring Productions and the match officials just to spot what we saw there. So that's really good work from everyone involved, because he's the man run out. They didn't cross, so he'll have to go. Seasharp with the run out. 2 balls remaining in this fixture.
Yeah, they'll be gutted here, the Bujiba Blasters. They've let one slip against Gozo Zalmi. They really should have won. This one is hit away by Singh, who comes out and hits a 6 off his very first ball.
Isn't that the way? Isn't that the way? They've been missing that.
You just wonder if Singh was there a couple of overs ago, what sort of a game this could have been for the Blasters. I think the captain, Maithani, is obviously going to be very disappointed with himself with the way he's batted. Just 17 off the 14 deliveries he's faced. This is struck out towards square leg. Does it have enough to go for a 4? No, it doesn't. Good fielding by Mehboob Ali, as the innings will come to an end. And this is really, really surprising. Gozo Zalmi take one by 15 runs, where they were defending a target of just 98. A terrific bowling performance by them. We've seen them win big games defending low scores. Of course, they won the final here in Malta back in February, defending just 75. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our final match. So Gozo Zalmi now are probably big favorites to secure the top spot in this group. But can Bujiba Blasters get over the Royal Strikers? We'll see. We'll find out at the end of match 56. But before we move on to match 56, we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Siddiqui made a half century. You can see some of the shots he played. It was a 50 of 36, maybe a bit too slow at times. I think he played out too many dot balls at the end. He'll be rather disappointed. And the Blasters, well, they didn't lose many wickets. It was just the fact that their top order was too slow.
Yeah, the top order just couldn't get it out the screws, and when that happens, it's a horrible spot to be in, and teams are still scared of this retired out. But I know it's a weird thing, but you've got to be able to... I retired out Govinda Bajwa, who has 156 on the network, just because he had an off day. Batsmen can have off days, but if you're not proactive and the batsman doesn't get out, then the game goes. And for Negi not batting, you and I know how good that man is. It just feels sacrilege, and I feel a little bit for the Blasters because they bowled and fielded one of the best 10-over comebacks I've seen after Mehboob hit the first over for 27. So, yeah, it's a big opportunity miss, Nish. These teams will go again, but credit to Gozo Zalmi. They held their nerve, and with that win, Gozo Zalmi will guaranteed now they get top of the table because no one can beat them on that net run rate.
Yeah, that's why they're champions, Gozo Zalmi. That's why they won the ECS earlier this year. And they're going to represent Malta at the ECL. This is a terrific team who just find a way to win. Zishan Kaiser with a handshake there with the umpire. Good performance by him, and the entire bowling unit can be very impressed with their performance. Here's a look at the scorecard for the Bujiba Blasters. Narendra Negi doesn't even get a chance to bat. That baffled all of us a lot. We know what a terrific hitter he is. They desperately needed runs at the end, but they just couldn't get them. Everyone was a bit too slow in that top order. You know, as you mentioned, maybe they should have retired a few batters, and let's see if they're going to regret some of those decisions. Here are the bowlers for Gozo Zalmi. Fazil Rahman was absolutely brilliant. I was incredibly impressed by his bowling. He just kept hitting these incredible Yorkers on his bowling with great pace and fire. In the end, Gozo Zalmi win this one by 15 runs. Join us in about 20 minutes when we'll have our final match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Our final match of the day is between the Bujiba Blasters and Gozo Zelmi. Let's head over to the coin toss where Stefan Gooch is alongside both the captains.
Bujiba to call. Heads is called. It's tails. Good luck. All the best, guys. Cheers. Gozo Zelmi have won the toss now. Batting back over to you in the com box.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Malta Sports Club. Looks like we're a little bit early. The players are yet to enter the field of play, but they will any moment as these beautiful drone shots over this lovely picturesque oval here in Malta. And quite a green looking surface, isn't it? They do water it quite a lot. Sprinklers are on every 2 days. Having a look at these lineups. Not much to play for in this one. Gozo Zelmi a guaranteed top spot. I'll have to check the table to see what the permutations are for the Blasters, but both these teams are through to the finals. And in case weather does intervene over the next few days, maybe the Blasters will want to make sure they get a win here and maybe secure second place. But like I said, we'll have a look at the standings and we'll have a better idea what's happening after that. Narendra Negi picked up 5 wickets in the previous game, and if he doesn't bat in the top 3, I think me and my co-commentator Nish are going to leave the field. As I will be joined by Nish in a couple of moments. We have a look at the win predictor, 68 to 32. Well, the Blasters had a big chance in that previous match. They actually restricted Gozo to under 100, and unfortunately for them, made an absolute meal of that run chase. Never really looked as if they were in it, and yeah, fell short in the end. And the players, there you are on the left of your screen, making their way to the middle as they are all ready for this one. Good opportunity to welcome back all the viewers around the world, wherever you might be from or wherever you're watching from. Let us know. You can see these players just taking their time. There's no rush. They've done a lot of hard work and a lot of cricket lately. It's been a long ECS. We're getting to its final few days. Today, obviously, is a pretty important day on the table. It is Tuesday, and with the inclement weather around the corner, we'll have to wait and see. There's been good spirits by all as well from the players out there on all teams. Zishan Khan on your screen, he's given it a mighty whack for most of the tournament. Gets his chance again at the top. Don't think he ever bats anywhere else. So we're almost set to go. Players are ready. Umpires are ready. I am ready. Let's get ready to rumble. Third man, and looks like just the third man back at the moment. No, deep covers back as well. So they're the 2 boundary riders. First ball from Islam to Zishan Khan. That is miles in the air, and it's going to fly over third man for 6. And I'm glad Islam's got a smile on his face, because what are you meant to do? He's beaten the bat there, and an edge just keeps going and going and going, and sometimes this game can be oh so cruel. So 6 runs added to the total. The next delivery is a wild play and miss. So 6 off the first 2. Zishan Khan is a bit of a maverick at the crease. Sometimes he can be hot, sometimes he can be cold, but one thing you know, he's always swinging quite hard. What does Islam have in his locker here to try and break it up a bit and get a wicket for his team? hit well into a gap. 4 runs. Thanks for coming. And a 6 and a 4 will begin proceedings in this final game. And yeah, I'm just looking at the table. As I mentioned, I would in the corner of my eye, and I can just confirm for you this is the old proverbial dead rubber. Nothing changes here. Yeah, this is the last sort of game for these two teams in the group, but Gozo are confirmed to finish first and Blasters are confirmed to finish third. That's why that previous game was so important. As that's clipped nicely for 4. So one thing you can do in a dead rubber is boom your own statistics up, and there's nothing wrong with that. I wonder where that meaning came from actually. Okay, its origin actually came from the card game Rubber Bridge, where in a 3 competition game, one team wins once it scores 100 points or more. If that is done before completing the 3 competitions, the remaining is said to be a dead rubber. Well, there you go. Learn something new every day. Never heard of that game. I don't think there's anything worse in sport. I remember playing cricket on the field in long days and it was a dead rubber. It made me question my existence often. But one good thing about a dead rubber, you can always get a lot of stats. If you really want to be selfish and just keep punching your numbers up, usually it's a good opportunity to have a go if you're a player that's down the order. You can sort of demand a go at the top or maybe a chance with the ball if you're not really a bowler. Last ball of the first. Cramps in for room. It'll be a single, 15 off the first, and Zishan Khan will keep the strike. "26 days to go since our last major event of the year, and the first ever women's ECCW. A mighty fine experience that will be for everyone involved. And they will be looking forward to that moment in the sun, playing live on the ECN 5 Nations. Really looking forward to that. Not far away, as Negi is going to come back into the attack after his 5-wicket haul in the previous match. And another ballooning edge. Can you believe it? That's really well fielded out there though this time. Zishan Khan gets a little bit lucky, but just the one. Yeah, that man on your screen got his name on the honours board with a really impressive 5-wicket haul before. Can he do it again? As Lala's first delivery sort of takes her into the mid-rift, but he'll be okay. Sure, that ball might be damaged though. This is our hat-tricks Hall of Fame. And we also had that today. So we've had a hat-trick and a fifer. And you can see there at the bottom, Sajith Sukumaran got the first hat-trick in ECS Malta Encore on the 21st of November, which is today, 4 for 8. Fantastic figures. As Mahbub Ali literally tries to hit that ball into another time zone. Big plan miss. He doesn't mess around. Floaty delivery, low full toss, and Lala just chips it for 6. So he gets his account going. Probably the worst ball Negi's bowled all day. Nice, easy bat swing. He's so powerful, he barely has to swing. I'm sure he could hit a 6 even if he was holding a toothpick. And 6 more to the total. I'm surprised Gozo haven't given other players a bit of a go at the top order. There's nothing to gain from this. Would have been tempted to maybe put Kushal up there, or maybe even Sharjil, who gave it a whack in the last game. But no, they've stuck with their regular opening pair. And they're going to enjoy themselves as Mahbub Ali muscles that one down the ground for a single. So one ball left before we welcome back our fantastic second commentator, or first, however you want to count it. And Zishan almost takes Nagy's face off. Hope he's okay. Hit him hard in the hand, and you can see him ring it there. It looks like he's fine. That was laced back at him, and almost catches it actually. Top effort. 2 overs complete. The score is 23 for 9. Good time to welcome back Nish. Nish, looking at that table. Here we go. Dead. Rubber.
I think it's a done deal in this group as well. You know, maybe. Yeah, I mean, well, there's no way that Gozo Zombie are going to lose so badly that they're going to fall below the strikers.
They would have had to have been bowled out for one and chased in one ball, something like that.
Something ridiculous. But, yeah, I mean, this is still going to be interesting. You know, plenty of pride for both these teams. They might even face each other later in this tournament, whether it be the semifinals or final itself. I'm not quite sure how that bracket works out. They obviously won't face each other in the quarterfinals, since that one's going to be a matchup between teams from Group A and Group B. But Narendra Negi almost getting his 14th wicket of the series. You know, we've been talking a lot about how great his batting is, but he's a leading wicket taker so far this series as well.
Yeah, they've got many multifaceted cricketers, as Lala just blocks that one through backward point for 4. Nice shot.
Showing he's got the deft touch as well. You know, you were talking about how he tried to smash one to another time zone. This time around, he just opens the face of his bat and runs it down to third man. This guy, you know, Islam, he's a very exciting prospect. I believe he's played some under-19 cricket in Bangladesh. I had a bit of a chat with some people in the Blue Crew about him. But he tends to. He doesn't always bowl at full pace. But you know, when he bowls his faster one, boy, does he really rattle the speed guns.
I think that he'll be a very good T20 bowler. And 50 over cricket, I think it would suit him. He's got to sort out this bumper. He's got to work on that. He's a perfect example. His bounce is always too short, and he's a little bit guilty of bowling 2 in and over, getting called for no ball. So if he can work on his bumper and hitting the shoulder height, and he's someone to look out for the future. I was giving him big raps before as well. I really think he's got some talent.
I think David Marks is another bowler, if you look at overseas, is sort of built more for the longer format of the game. He seems like the kind of bowler who could just come in and bowl a long spell all day.
So he's hit hard down the ground, and yeah, dot ball. Yeah, so you think David Marks is another one that you really enjoy watching bowl, Nish?
I'm not going to repeat to our audiences what just happened in the commentary box, but no, you know, he comes across as a kind of Neil Wagner style bowler. Bowl, plenty of overs, you know. Yeah, I won't repeat what's going on in the commentary box.
Oh, that is bunted straight and long. That hang time. And leaves a divot, and look at that. They might be asking for a new ball. That's got a bit of dirt on it.
Yeah, this one goes high up in the air. It's a bit like a chip in golf.
That's that's a pitching wedge high. That had about 6 or 7 seconds on it before it landed.
Yeah, we've seen a few of these from Gozo Zalmi.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Oh, I enjoy that from big Mahbub Ali. Mahbub Ali's a lot like Mohammed Babar. They are just brute force. Look at this. Bottom hand. Thanks for coming. VVS Laxman style. 4 runs.
No, he's an incredible player, Mahbub Ali. We obviously talk a lot about all the big sixes he hits, but he also got plenty of nice wristy strokes, and we saw that beautiful 4 he hit down to third man earlier. This one certainly going down the leg side.
Yeah, it's a slow start this time for the Blasters. 34 runs already on the board. And dearly love a wicket.
Yeah, when Zishan Khan and goes and Mahbub Ali are out there, you know, those two can even get 50 runs in a power play. That's just how good they are. At the moment, though, they're on 38. Oh, straight down the ground, but does it have enough to go to the rope? Not quite. And it's going to be taken really well by Danish Siddiqui. That brings Mahbub Ali's innings to an end.
Similar to the previous game, Mahbub Ali with a sort of chip drive and picks the fielder out. So he'll have to go 2 starts this afternoon and out both times, which will be frustrating for him. Hasn't hit that big score like I saw at the start of the year. And the first wicket's gone 38 for 1.
38 for 1 at the end of 3. I mean, usually you would say that's a fairly decent power play for most bowling sides. You know, I mean, you are going up against 2 really good players. Obviously, you talked a lot about the ECC run rates, and I would say Mahbub Ali and Zishan Khan are ECC level players, so if you keep them at 13 and over, I think you've done a decent enough job with the ball in hand. And it doesn't look like they're going to be shuffling around with their batting order whatsoever. Gozo Zalmi, they send Varun Prashath in at number 3. You see Zishan Khan advancing, and he pushes this one wider.
Yep. Yeah, the Blasters will have to find something within here to put in a good performance. They'll know they've missed an opportunity just a little over an hour ago with a poor chase. Now with not much on the line, it's hard mentally sometimes to get up for games like that. But they'll want to take some form into the finals if we do get finals. Is it Thursday the quarterfinal start, or
Thursday? Yeah, and then Friday would be semi-finals, bronze final, and the final itself. This one is struck straight to the fielder. You know, you were talking quite a bit about batters who look to advance all the time down the wicket, and you were rather critical of Siddiqui doing that.
Yeah.
In the previous match, you know, Zishan Khan is someone who tends to do that a lot as well, and you know, he's a lot better when he just stays still.
Well, he's another player that has a high dot ball percentage because he moves too much. If he just stood still, he's got a good enough hand-eye. All this gimmicky movement and things like that, that's for the big boys. Josh Butler, Virat Kohli, not these players. But, yeah, I guess tomorrow obviously is our last group stage day. But with the forecast looking checkered, we might get a few games in tomorrow. But Thursday's my worry. I mean, if we lose some of the quarterfinals, then it might be you're going to want to have finished in that top 2 of each group. And that could be a massive moment. So we'll have to see how it pans out.
Just trying to keep this one wider, Nagy.
But one thing I don't trust meteorologists. I reckon they get it wrong a lot.
No, it is a very difficult art, meteorology. Gotta be honest with you, I think if there's one bit of good news is that the percentage of precipitation today is a lot lower than what they predicted yesterday. This was up to 90% yesterday. It's come down a little bit for Wednesday and Thursday. Has this got enough to go away for 4? Not quite. A good bit of fielding in the deep. It'll be a couple of runs, though.
Well, that's a good sign then. Just a little bit by little bit. You're going to need some sunshine and some breaks to get these finals in, that's for sure.
This is a top edge. It's going to take one bounce and go over the rope. We know how strong Prashath is through the offside. But this time around, he just misses one. But it still goes away for a 4.
Yeah, it still goes in the rough area he wants. So 4 to the total. And Kozo Zami batting much better than the previous match. And this time, Nagy, who took 5 wickets not long ago, so got none this time round.
Yeah, that 5-wicket haul just to put him as the leading wicket taker for this series. He just eclipsed Nikhil Kaushal, who's been on top of it for quite a while. This is another good delivery. It's quite an interesting chase. Of course, a lot depends on whether we get the quarterfinals and finals in, but Nagy and Kaushal are neck and neck at the top, and then you got 2 Masita Warriors bowlers. Unfortunately, they're not going to be playing any further part in the tournament, tied at 12 wickets. I always love following these little battles. The most run, highest run getter, most wickets as well. As we're 4 overs in, Gozo Zalmi are 46 for 1. Going to be Anurag Tripathi, who's going to bowl this over. So, yeah, it looks like the Blasters are playing around a little bit with their bowling attack. Haven't seen Tripathi bowl too much this series. Well, that's a chance for him to make an impression on the European Cricket Network. I believe I've only seen him bowl once earlier in this series. Where has this gone? It's gone over the rope. It's a good hit again by Zishan Khan, who introduces Tripathi with a huge 6.
Yeah, Zishan, he loves that sort of slog sweep style shot. That's a bit more still, isn't it? That's nice. And he gets it away for 6. So the 50 up now. I think they might have to change ball. Looks like it's been potentially hit out of shape or something's not right with it. Yeah, it's being thrown off, so new Grizzly ball will be thrown on. Not too sure why. Must have hit something out there, maybe a bit of concrete and maybe potentially split the seam. Yeah, good afternoon to our viewers and a good opportunity to get any questions in this last game of the day. It's a contest that doesn't have much merit on it, but it's still a contest. But if you do want to interact with us, do feel free. It always helps us get through that game 4 on a Tuesday.
Yeah, but there's two quality teams here. Hopefully they'll give us plenty of entertainment. That projected score is currently at 121. This is straight down the ground. It's a 6. Very good hit there by Zishan Khan. This is a little overpitched by Tripathi and allows Zishan Khan to get underneath it. 6 more.
Yeah, nice shot. That's not an area he usually goes either. He's more like square of the wicket through point or over mid-wicket, but this time over mid-off. So we get a 6 and a 6 to start this one.
A full toss. He'll feel he's missed out on one there, Zishan Khan. And Tripathi's very lucky. That's just going to be a single. Okay, I like this question by Kroom. I've just learned on the chat that it seems the ICC is also going to be introducing time penalties. So he's asking if here at the ECS, should we also trademark the golden ball before the ICC steals that from us as well?
Well, what's happened? What have the ICC done? Have they made a rule or something today?
Yeah, I'll give this a bit more of a read. I think a few people in our chat have mentioned that time penalties are going to be introduced in ODIs and T20s. Right now, I believe there are certain penalties for overrate, but they're just the only punishment you get is I believe you have to bring an extra fielder into the ring. But I think the 5 penalty runs thing would be very good to introduce in ICC cricket.
Are they doing the exact same 5 penalty runs for an over behind or things like that?
This might be worth looking into. If anyone in our chat can give us a few more details about that, we'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let us know. Nice shot from Zishan. He's going to pick up 4 more. It's a poor ball down the leg side and he gets it.
Yep, so it looks like they're going to do exactly that. So it's a 5 penalty runs, introducing a bit of a stop clock between overs.
So yeah, okay, so what? There's a 60-second limit of bowling the next over for the 3rd time in an innings. That's interesting because 60-second limit. Yeah, that is interesting. I don't know about that because I'd like if a captain's taking their time to set a field, you want to get your field right. You don't want to rush. But there's a lot of running in a T20. People don't realise there's different sides you go. So obviously they're trying to speed the game up. That's 6 more. Thanks for coming. 70 for 1 after 5. So obviously they're trying to speed the game up, but that's an interesting way of doing it.
I think one thing people have to realize, the big difference between us and certainly these ECS we cover versus ICC cricket is, over here, if you're fielding it mid-wicket to the right-hander, you just go out to cover to the left-hander, but you're not going to be doing that in an ICC game, especially a World Cup match. You know, you want specific players in specific positions.
Well, if you are fielding it deep mid-off, you've got now 60 seconds to get to the other end deep mid-off.
Yeah.
So, and you got to do that for 50 overs. It's an interesting one. Not sure I agree fully.
Yeah, they said it's going to be just on a trial basis between December 2023 and April 2024. But yeah, I mean, I don't fault them for trying that out.
Have they had a board meeting or something today and they've come up with a couple of extra things? Is there any other rules they've come up with today? I don't know, but yeah, we could patent the sort of golden ball, but I don't know. Imagine if we had super overs in this. Instead,
In our cricket,
yeah.
I think the golden ball is much better than the super over for our cricket.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
It's something unique about us, and I think what we're known for is the fast pace of play. That's, I think, something that sets European cricket out from so many others. This is another incredible shot by Zishan, right out of the screws. He's just 4 runs away from a half century.
Yeah, nice shot. He gets this out the middle. He's on form in this one. What about if you had both teams do just a golden ball? And you keep going golden ball, golden ball.
Or you could sort of, maybe here's an idea, but this is a really bad one. Just throwing it out there so some other people can think about it. You sort of have like you face one ball, and then if the opposite, whoever's facing the second ball, if they make more runs than you, they win the game. That's a terrible idea, I know that. I could see the shake of the head.
Yeah, you've had a long trip,
Well,
Nish.
well, you did say 2 golden balls,
I would
so
love
it's
to.
sort of like that.
You know what I miss? This is the world game hit its pinnacle when we had the bowl off. The bowl off was the greatest thing I'd ever seen because it was like a football penalty shootout. It looked funny. Shot. That'll be 4, and that's his 50. Zishan, 50 off 18. Well done to him. Another good innings. But yeah, the bowl-off was the pinnacle of cricket. There's nothing better than 5 men aiming at some empty stumps and most of them missing most of the time. I think it's hilarious.
I remember there was that bowl-off between India and Pakistan in the T20 World Cup in 07, and India just did the smart thing. They just put a bunch of spinners and medium paces while Pakistan had their big quicks trying to run in at full pace.
Yeah, I bring back the bowl-off. Oh, I love a bowl-off.
This is a push towards cover. So yeah, it is, of course, you have 60 seconds between overs. I remember when I first heard that, I made the comment about the right-hander, left-hander. I thought it was, there was also a shot clock within sort of overs, how quickly you have to get between balls. But yeah, it's 60 seconds between overs.
Yeah, 60 seconds just feels quick for a team that has to run the whole way and opposite end of the field, and you want to get a bowling tactic right. So that's flicked away for 4, but I guess they've seen that T20 cricket needs to speed up a bit, because when T20 cricket came around, games were done in 3 hours or so. Now it's taken a good 4.5 hours. Everyone's taken a bit too long, so fair enough. 6 overs complete, 86 for 1.
And even Test cricket, I mean, I tend to mostly watch Test cricket. We'll have a look at the scorecard here. Zishan Khan on 51 of 19. Even with the extra half hour, teams are often just bowling 85, 88 overs a day. They can't even get the full 90 overs in, so over rates are a big issue. I've often thought, just leave it to the umpire's discretion. Usually the umpires are smart enough to know if a team's mucking about, and if they feel they're going too slow, allow them to enforce any penalties.
What's the next test series going on, actually? When we must be due a new series coming up now. That all the white balls sort of stopped.
They will inform you about that.
New Zealand, Bangladesh in a week. Imagine some of those New Zealand players that you've just finished a 50 over and it's a week later. I mean, I can't believe Australia's playing India in T20s in 2 days or something. I think it's crazy. That's just too much. I know it's a different format. I know there's different squads. Well, it's double football. I know Malta only lost 2-0 to England in the football the other day. They'll be proud of this.
Yeah, a little bit of just passing it around here. Have a look at this. Some good techers. Side foots it back to him, and then he uses the outside of the foot.
That's The old dead rubber fielding. Matani looking for a wicket. Prasath looking for 6. No, he's not. Looking for 1.
That's the two teams that just faced each other in the final, playing each other again in a couple of days in the T20. I mean, how unfair is that? How unfair is that in Australia? I mean, you don't even get a few days to celebrate. I mean, how many players in the T20 squad?
Like 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's not fair on those guys.
I think that I'm disappointed that Australia would even have similar players, as that's been pulled away. Deep square leg wasn't paying attention. That's going to go away for 4. I think that Australia should be telling all those 7 guys that just played, go home. Actually go home. And you just give, look, you might lose 5-0 in a bilateral T20. It doesn't matter. Give someone else a go.
Yeah.
Why not?
And, you know, you'd think after Australia did that well, they'd have a big sort of celebration nationally, you know, go to the capital or one of the major cities and
oh, you'd go home
sort
and
of a parade.
Celebrate with your country and your countrymen, as Zishan Khan will go playing across that one. It was I'd say an innocuous looking delivery, probably 85 kilometres an hour and straight, but he is bold.
As Ishan Khan departs, very good innings by him, 56 of 22. He's certainly looking to cash in on this final game of the group stages to continue to get himself up that run scorers tally.
Yeah, who comes out next? It looks like it's going to be a promotion for Sharjeel, and I like that. I was impressed with some of his hitting in the previous game. This one, gentle, but gets the wicket.
Yeah, Gozo Zalmi, big favorites to win this all. I mean, they're stacked. I mean, you look at this batting lineup. A lot of teams, they've got 4 or 5 good batters, but what sets Zalmi apart from me is the depth in fast bowling they have in all these batters.
What's your thoughts on the multicolored pad? The orange and red.
Orange and red, I haven't seen that around much. I think it's probably one of the first times I've seen orange pads, at least.
Stands out when you've got a full black kit on, doesn't it? It really stands out.
That's going to be a wide by Maithani. Gwyneth Taylor saying that the bilateral series just makes the World Cup feel less significant.
There's literally no merit or weight on it. It just, you got to let the schedule these days is so overloaded. It does sort of leave a bit of a bad taste in your mouth. You don't look forward to things as much. It's just a little bit of an overload. I know there's 3 formats, but still, seems a lot.
Yeah, I got to be perfectly honest with you. I don't find a lot of these bilateral series at all interesting, even the, especially the ODI T20 ones. The big test series, they always get me excited when you got your
I like
Ashes
a good
around.
test series, yeah.
You know, a big tour coming up, but yeah, they've kind of overdone it with a lot of these bilateral series. This one's a very good shot by Sharjeel. A little bit of helicopter about that, and it goes for 6.
Sharjeel is just a genuine tape ball cricketer. He's got such a bottom hand, and he did this in the previous game a couple of times, that bottom hand whipping through the ball and getting it away for 6.
Yeah, we've got a few tape ball teams there. I believe the Red Stars are a team that excelled at tape ball cricket and then only started playing hard ball a short while back. Yeah, Julian Dawson commenting on the overrates, saying Test cricket overrates are appalling, and that county cricket got it right by making counties lose points.
What's your thoughts on how England are approaching Test cricket these days? And
no, it's good. It's certainly exciting. I think you know, a lot of people. I mean, a lot of English people I know from my time in the UK. They've just sort of started to get interested in the game again. So you know, it's something different, and good on them. I think they're obviously very close to winning the Ashes. If it wasn't for the rain, we'll have a look at the matches coming up tomorrow. We got a doubleheader between the Essex Knights and Mater Dei before a final couple of group stage matches will be between Marsa and the Red Stars. Marsa should be through now. Of course, we saw earlier today that the Masita Warriors failed to pick up the necessary points, so Marsa will probably be in 4th place and advance to the quarterfinals.
yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how their brand of cricket. But the only thing I don't like about this whole era of, well, England just trying to whack everything in Test cricket, so that's pretty close, you know. Going to be given not out in the end. Have a closer look at this. Skimmed the pad on the way through. Pitch is on. Yeah, bit of doubt. Maybe clipping leg. Yeah, I don't like when pitches are nullified. That's the only thing. I just don't like pitches are now nullified to bowlers, because I'd like to see a genuine 50-50 in the ball versus bat in a test.
Yeah, no, that isn't great. I mean, you usually expect to see a test match in England where you've got a nice green top, Jimmy Anderson going in,
Yeah, I
just
don't
zipping
mind
the ball
that.
around.
I don't even mind with Jimmy and Broady taking it sideways and things like that, but I prefer that.
Yeah.
I even prefer Test cricket if it's 60% in leeway of the bowlers and 40 for the batters. It's test. It's meant to be a test of your skills, not batters just bullying people on the front foot. I don't find that interesting at all in Test cricket.
This is going to be caught at the rope, and a great bit of balance as well. Maybe he does a bit of ballet. He's on one leg and managed to take that catch.
Nice catch. Swept across the line and from Prasath, who I think at first would have thought, I've got enough of this. This is going to go for 6. And unfortunately, he didn't. He picked out the man who decided to take the one-handed little free catch. You can see there, he thought he had that. But pretty good style. A bit of Karate Kid about that.
Yeah, look at that. Just a great one on one leg, and he managed to balance himself and not go over the rope. So good catch in the deep. That was Iman Islam who took that one. No, absolutely. I think for me the best part of Test cricket is when you open it. You know, it's day one. It's the morning session. The ball's zipping around. The openers are struggling. You know, it keeps beating the bat. You've got a bunch of oohs and ahs in the stands. I think, yeah, the run rates of 5 and 6 in Test cricket have certainly been rather odd. Nikhil Kaushal has been promoted. He's batting at 5. I think the big thing, though, is the future of ODI cricket. I mean, I got to be perfectly honest. I don't find it anywhere near as interesting as a T20 or a Test match cricket. And even just looking at a lot of the reaction on social media, I think a lot of people do seem to agree with me. Spoke with a couple of friends as well, and they said that, well, they didn't find this World Cup all that entertaining.
No? Probably because of the lack of crowds in India, Nish, would be the main reason. Not many of you decide to turn up for some reason. You've all been desensitised to the IPL and fast-paced.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think that they don't get much of a crowd in for Test matches either.
Yeah, it's not great.
I mean, when you look up those old tours of Australia coming to India, there's a packed crowd ready to watch.
Is that just the new generation? Does that surmise the new generation that have tablets and laptops in front of them since they're 2 years old?
I don't agree. I think it's just, this is a thing across generations, because even my dad, who grew up watching cricket from a very young age, he's mostly just into franchise cricket now as well.
Yeah, interesting. 100 up, 8 overs complete, and 3 wickets down here at Master Sports Club.
Goes Uzalmi looking set to probably get to somewhere in the 130s. You'd expect them to almost get 15 runs out of each over from here on out. Now Julian saying that, to be fair, England's new way often means a clatter of wickets, so the bowlers are still in it. I mean, I still find it odd that you're watching a Test match and you're seeing most of the wickets being taken at the boundary, or you know, balls popping up in the air and soft dismissals like that. Yeah, Kroom agrees with you completely. Says that that's what knackered Anderson in the Ashes. The pitches weren't great. Should start 60-40 to the bowlers.
Yeah.
And then as the ball gets older, you bring the batters in. This one's gone up in the air, and it's a good catch by Jahidul Islam. Kaushal will depart having made just 1 run, I should say.
Yeah, I think also, touching on that, on all of the wickets in the Ashes, though, was everyone just bowling bounces, because well, if you guys want to watch 2 days of people just digging in the middle of the wicket on an 80-metre boundary and things like that, then it's not, I think, the way forward with the game. Not in England either. I think you still want that margin of the ball going around and that, but each to their own. Everyone likes something a little bit different. I actually enjoy watching the tests in India when they produce those ragging sideways spin. I think they're great to watch, and every batsman's trying to find a way. I think it's good to watch.
Well, what did you think of the series when England were in India? I believe, was it last year or the year before?
No, don't they go there soon?
I remember, probably my memory's not serving me well, but the one that was on Channel 4 when you had Test matches ending in 2 or 3 days. What was that series? Was it last year or a couple of years ago?
I know Australia had that with them, but I think England's going there in like 3 months. I'm pretty sure there's an England-India series. Yeah, I don't know. You got to wonder, does the game have the balance to facilitate 50-over cricket, T20, Test cricket, and then we're trying to promote T10 cricket, a new format. So as he swats that high in the air, and it should just be a single. Can the game survive with all those formats and with all the franchises? So tough to know.
Yeah, I was referring to the series back in 2021 where you had a few test matches ending in 3 days. And I thought that was slightly overdoing it with some of those raging turners. This one's going to go down the ground for a 4. Good shot by Rahman.
Where ODIs, Nish, that you're looking at?
No, the test series. 4-match test series.
Okay. 3-1, yeah, okay. Yeah, interesting. All very interesting.
Yeah, nicely played by Rahman. And it's a bit more foot fielding here. It's a very casual. He's putting the direct hit, but it's not going to matter. They'll come back for a couple of runs.
We're going to have to start removing everybody's shoes if they keep fielding with their feet. It's like they've given up on bending over. They're going to have a look at the third umpire, though. Did he slide his bat? He's not even on screen. So how can you tell? That's quite clever. Run off the screen.
No, that's pretty intelligent by Shergill. Knows where all the cameras are.
How wide are you allowed to run?
I mean, back when in the old days when a runner was allowed, they used to run pretty wide.
Yeah, because it's a runner, because you've got 2 on the pitch. But how far can you run? How wide can you be in general? Could someone in theory be 5 meters from the boundary?
No, that would be a bit much.
Well, yeah, it would be a bit much, but is there a rule on it? I don't know if there'd be a rule on that. I've never heard an umpire say you need to be near the pitch to run.
Yeah, I honestly can't quite answer that one.
Last overtime, 6 balls left, and 109 for 4.
This one's a dot ball here to start off the over. Siddiqui thinks there's an edge there. He's absolutely convinced. But he's, well, his persuasive techniques aren't going to convince the umpire. He's saying, have a look at LRS, please.
I didn't hear anything, did you?
No, I didn't hear anything either.
Ball did go in a little bit, but very difficult for us to tell from here.
No, it's really hard to tell.
We can't tell. We can't tell. Inconclusive. That's conclusive. That'll be a dot ball. Done okay here. Blasters are just pegging it back again late in this game.
Kroom pointing out that they're trying to increase the 100 to 10 sides.
The 100's garbage.
Yeah,
100 is
totally agree with
utter
that.
garbage. How is that even a thing? Bin it off. It is not good.
No, I completely agree with that. I mean, why not just have a regular franchise T20 league instead of it?
Because the English are weird, Nish.
Oh, Julian Dawson disagrees. He said the 100 is great fun,
No,
but
just
maybe at the expense of the wider game.
Yeah, it destroys the wider game. It's not good for the game.
Right in the middle of August when you should be having a nice test series.
They're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. It's just a gimmick and everyone's falling for it. And the players are getting ridiculous money and just laughing, saying, well, this isn't real cricket, but if you just want to watch it, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have something, you might as well have.
It's just the English being upset they didn't invent the IPL, and them trying to find a way to match and get some revenue in.
Well, you have some other big franchise leagues around the world as well, like the BBL, the Caribbean League, which is doing well, the Pakistan Super League, where you've done plenty of coaching.
Yeah, it's interesting, and but obviously every country had to catch up after the IPL and create their own. But the 100's just a gimmick. 100 is no good. Bin it off.
No, I agree with that. What do you think of the fact that India doesn't allow its players to play in foreign franchise leagues? Do you think they miss out because of that? Because we've just seen 3 countries who have plenty of players in the IPL just turn up and do so well in an Indian World Cup.
Yeah, but the thing is then they can focus on their domestic leagues and the List A stuff and the Indian players are then playing the country's formats and not mercenaries around the world, I think they do it well. And in saying that, they get the most money from the IPL, so then they can just do one franchise and still be well off quite well financially. Last ball of the innings. Oh yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Adios pelota. Rahman has... How's the hang time? Oh, that is right into the net near the tennis courts. We're all complete in the first innings. 116 for 4.
Good innings here by Gozo Zalmi. I think they'll be very impressed with the way they batted. They gave a few new batters a chance to go out there and have a swing, and they certainly did a good job. And very impressed by Rahman. We haven't seen him much throughout this series, but he come in today, made a great impression. He thought he bowled terrifically in the previous match. And now he shows he can have a big swing, made 13 of just 5 deliveries. And he was ready to seize this opportunity to bat further up the order. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. That man right there, Zishan Khan, he batted terrifically, hit 10 boundaries. And he batted with a strike rate of 254, hit some great strokes. Mehboob Ali, as per, was striking the ball cleanly, 4 boundaries for him. And there was Narendra Negi's chance to get his 14th wicket of the series. He's now the leading wicket taker for this ECS. We'll see if Kaushal can catch up to him in the second innings. He's just 1 wicket behind. This was a beautiful shot by Mehboob Ali, but then he would eventually find Danish Siddiqui at long on, and he would get dismissed. Look at some of these great strokes by Zishan Khan. What an outstanding player. He's got that great slog towards the leg side. And he would raise his bat in acknowledgement after that 50. Getting a little bit of praise. There was some football skills by the Bujiva Blasters. We saw plenty of foot fielding during that innings.
Yeah, they did what they had to do, despite the foot fielding and despite some funny little moments. I think they'll be happy chasing around about that 116 mark. This was a really good Karate Kid style catch on the rope. Prasad thought he'd hit this for 6, but actually, well done to that man on your screen. That was a fantastic catch. And yeah, I still think the Blasters are smarting a little bit from the game before, just with, you can see in their emotions in the field that they're trying, but they're hurt a bit about that previous run chase as Rahman came out, launched that 1 for 6, and that ended the first innings. So let's have a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? During this innings break, 56 off 22 for Zishan, 21 off 10 for Mehboob, 13 off 11 for Prasad, and 13 off 5 for Rahman. I struggle to get my words out. It's been a long trip. And we'll have a quick look at bowling scorecard now. There's 1 wicket at the top there for Islam, but pick of the bowlers, Matani and Siddiqui. Actually, Siddiqui's my pick of the bowlers. 1 for 8, economy of 4. Well done to him. And Negi, good economy also, 8 and over. So that's the halfway stage. 116 for 4. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings. It's our final innings of the day. It's been a very important day to determine where teams are going to end up in the race to the quarterfinals, and I think we have a pretty clear picture now. Of course, the Bujiba Blasters, they can't make it into the top 2 spots. They're probably going to be third, and Gozo Zalmi are going to be in first place in this group. Here's a look at the win predictor. Of course, Zalmi 63% favorites, and you'd say they've earned that because they've been really, really good throughout this series. One of the big favorites to go on and win it all. Let's see if they experiment a little bit with their bowling lineup. There's Stefan Gooch stroking our favorite Ginger Cat. You can see Maida over there as well. This one is played away out towards fine leg. Is Farouk going to get there on time? Yes, he does. And it's not going to be a boundary, but they will open their account with a couple of runs here. So this could be quite an interesting chase. I mean, even though 117 is an above par score, it is by no means a massive total. It's just slightly above par. And the Bujiba Blasters have enough power in this lineup to cause a few issues for Gozo Zalmi, although we know how good the Gozo Zalmi bowling lineup is. We had a chance to witness that in the first match, and well, I can see some over here. Big Lala Mahbub Ali getting plenty of swing back in. Oh, this one's just going to slip past Zishan Khan. And it's going to be some overthrows. They're going to come back for a second run. And a little bit sloppy there by Gozo Zalmi. Yeah, Varun Prasad, he's just saying, what's going on, guys? Let's focus. It's our last match of the group stages. Let's try to put in a clean fielding effort. You can see Mahbub Ali decides to have a shot at the stumps, and then, yeah, Zishan's just a little bit casual trying to collect that ball. And full credit to the Blasters for stealing 2 runs over there. Oh, what a catch! Oh, he's actually put it down. I was just about to get really excited. Oh, for a second I thought Atinder Singh had actually held on to that. Oh, in real time it looked like he was going to grab it. You can just see for a minute when you're looking at it in real time from our angle, it felt like Atinder Singh had actually managed to grab it, but it's been put down, so hold your horses. We're not going to see a play of the day just yet. Oh, it would have been incredible if he'd grabbed that. Just having a look at this again. Obviously going over the leg stump, and it's very wide as well, so. That was absolutely incredible by Atinder Singh. I'm sure we're going to have another look at it throughout this broadcast. And it's going to be a dot ball to end the over, so another great over by Mahbub Ali. Here's another look at this attempt. He dives up. Just thought he might be able to grab it. But in the end, it's been put down, and Atinder Singh, well, you've got to applaud him for the effort. He certainly saved a few runs for his side there. Here's a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. It's been 231 games. You hate to see that counter continue to tick up, but I'm sure we'll break it very soon. And joining me in the commentary box is Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, it would have been a marvellous catch, Nish, but unfortunately he put it down. There, Ken, the Blasters bat with a bit more intent, get more balls out in the middle of the bat compared to the previous game and chase these runs down. I'd say they should get close on a normal day.
Yeah, shorter delivery there by Sharjeel.
Yeah, Siddiqui was a little bit guilty in the previous game. He faced, I think it was 32 or 33 deliveries, more than half, and only ended up in the 40s. So he's got the responsibility of being an opener in this team. You can't have days like that too often. He'll be wanting to respond, and 5 off 5's a little bit of a danger sign for him here.
His strike rate was under 150 in that first match these two teams were involved in, so he's going to have to start getting it up there to about 2 a ball.
I'm more worried about the amount of plays and misses he has, because even if you get a bit of bat on ball, you're always sort of scoring in this format, but he has a lot of balls that goes through to the keeper, and all that pressure goes on the number 3, the number 4, the number 5, so he's got to find a better method to be scoring freely.
I don't know what's happened to Danish Siddiqui, because so many of these blasters were just batting really well throughout this series, but today they've all decided to employ this tactic of charging down the wicket and looking to whack it away. Hasn't worked for them, but doesn't seem like they've got the memo just yet.
Yeah, again. Another play and miss.
You look at Siddiqui's strike rate for this series, and this is taking the previous match into account. It's almost 200. But today, I don't know what's happened to a number of these players, including Maithani as well in the previous match. I mean, he has a strike rate of 240 for most of this series.
Just an off day, isn't it? Off day with the bat anyway. There we go, bat on ball. At least if you get something on it, you're always scoring, and at least getting the other player on strike, which is also not the worst thing.
Yeah, Singh, we saw him, he came out in that previous match, hit a 6 off his very first ball. So he gets a promotion up the order. Let's see if he can take advantage of this. Big swing and a miss here. Oh, it's been given a wide.
A tight call, maybe some of it got the tram line. It swung a lot. There's a real tight one. Sometimes I think you'd want that to go to the bowler only because it looks like it stayed just in and then swung after the bat, but they're probably some of the hardest calls to make as an umpire, just knowing where it was as it passed the batsman.
It's not an easy decision to make.
No.
For the umpire. And again, they're looking at this in real time. They don't have the luxury of a slow motion replay like us. There's an edge there, and it's going to be taken. Zishan takes it one-handed just to have a bit of fun, and Singh departs for a duck. Derek will be coming out for an evening stroll.
Yeah, took it very relaxed, didn't he? He could have gone with 2. There's the edge, and it's a funny way of taking a catch, isn't it? Just a little hop, skip, and jump, and plucks it in the one hand. So Derek is out. Hello, Derek, the duck, and a slow waddle off.
We don't see much from him here, unfortunately. That's the end for Gautam Singh. And now Narendra Negi comes out to bat in at number 3. We've been calling for him for quite a while. The Maltese international cricketer. Let's see if he can just get this run rate up. Of course, we're all very baffled that he didn't even get a chance to bat in the chase that took place earlier for the Bujiba Blasters. But here he is now, right at the top of the order. Oh, it's a bit of toe end over there. That's going to take a bounce before going to Zishan Khan. A great over here by Sharjeel. And a very slow start for the Blasters, who are just 7 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. Here's a look at the standings for Group B. I'd have to say Group B is pretty set. Of course, the Red Stars, if they are still mathematically in it, but let's be honest with ourselves, I think this is how Group B is going to end up. Gozo Zalmi are probably going to have the top spot. The Royal Strikers are going to be second. The Blasters will remain in third, and Barca, unless we see something truly unbelievable tomorrow, are going to remain in 4th place. Which means we can sort of start to speculate a little bit what some of the quarterfinal matchups are going to be. I know we've had a few concerns about the weather. But as things stand, Marsa would probably play the Edix Knights in one of the quarterfinals. That one is certainly not going to excite Marsa, having to go up against Basil George and Samuel Stanislaus. And all those incredible players. Raymond bowls a full and straight one here. Been very impressed with Raymond's bowling. He's been terrific throughout this day.
He's got some genuine pace, doesn't he? He has had a good day with the ball. And the one thing that extra pace can do is make the batsman feel a bit twitchy at the crease.
Oh, I think he just goes a bit too short there. That's going to be a wide. Yeah, maybe just stuck in his hand a little bit, digs it in too short. Gotta say though, even for a big, quick bowler, I have to credit him. He's not been too obsessed with bowling the short one. I've seen a lot of quick bowlers here on the European Cricket Network. They've got a bit of pace. They just bang everything in short, but he mixes it up well, Rahman. Bowls plenty of Yorkers too. And there we go. He's going for that Yorker, that wide Yorker, and he's actually nailed it. This could be a run out. This is going to be a run out. The umpire's raised his finger. He doesn't even want to look at LRS, but we'll have a look to confirm. But this is going to be gone. And I think Narendra Negi, he's going to depart for a duck. Derek is going to get his steps in. We'll take a look at this throw. It was a brilliant throw from point. And you can see he's nailed that wide Yorker. It goes straight to Kaushal. And the left-hander, well, Negi's not even in the picture, so he's gone. And the Bujiba Blasters are in all sorts of trouble at 8 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket, and they are in a lot of trouble. Let's have a quick look at this fielding. Good easy pick up. Kushal steadies himself, and it's a good throw, isn't it? He steadied himself. It just took a little bit of time, took a deep breath, and I've got a lot of time for that player. I think he's a very, very talented indeed.
Oh, outside edge. And it's going to go away for a 4. A little bit lucky there for Siddiqui, but a much-needed boundary just to keep themselves in this game. He's having a wry smile there by Raymond. Rightfully so. He's got no reason to be disappointed. He's done a great job today. You just got to accept that sometimes you're going to get a bit unlucky as a bowler.
Yeah, he's had a good day with the ball. Probably wants a couple more wickets in his wicket column himself. Deserves a couple. He's got some serious pace, which is great to watch.
He's going for the Yorker, but that's a low full toss, which is going to be hit away by Methani. It's back-to-back boundaries for him to open his innings.
Yeah, full toss that time. It's a little bit loose, and yeah, good shot, isn't it?
Just has a word with him here, Varun Prasad. I think you should just tell him, look, keep trying to bowl those Yorkers. He's done a great job doing it, so don't go away for it. Don't drop your head because you've been hit for a couple of boundaries. And he keeps trying to bowl full and straight. You just love that. He's bowling the right way here, Rahman. Good pace as well. I think he's another player that maybe Malta will be keeping an eye on. We've been talking about how, they're looking for maybe another express pace bowler, another spinner. We've seen 2 Rahmans over these last couple of days pop up.
Yeah, I think that when you've got players with genuine pace, it's always worth exploring their ability at a national level as well.
That's a low full toss, but he just beats him for pace. Methani isn't able to get near it. Just 16 runs come in the power play for the Bujiba Blasters, who have to dig themselves out of a bit of a hole again. They've been very slow starting their innings in both of these matches. As you can see, they are 22 runs behind what Gozo Zalmi were at this stage And they now need to go at 14 and over from here. You know, on paper, they have the power. They've got Mithani, they've got Siddiqui. But unfortunately, none of these players have quite clicked today. You know, you can obviously put some blame on them, but you also have to credit Gozo Zalmi, how well they've bowled. You know, hitting their lines and lengths so well.
Yeah, Gozo Zalmi just seem to have that sort of good balance and mix from their team of who can do what and players for situations. And having players for situations is also something that needs to be talked about a lot, as the captain is always trying to find people that can work out what to do at the right time. And Kushal, the man coming on, is definitely one of them.
Nikhil Kaushal, he'll be keen to get back to the top of the wicket takers board. He's dominated for much of the series. And then Narendra Negi's a 5-wicket haul, just put him 1 wicket ahead of Kaushal. This is played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Siddiqui, he's just not been able to hit the big ones, has he? He's on 7 of 11. No width. This is hit away. It's going to go for 6. Good shot there by Methani. And can the captain keep his side in this game?
Well, definitely there's a chance if he can get going and well, strike the ball like that. Definitely got a chance.
Just trying to play across the line there, Mithani. Could hit that with the spin, in all honesty. There's a big gap at cover. I'm not sure that's the right shot selection there by Methani. Yeah, Lee Tuck in the chat pointing out something very interesting. So Rahman has represented Malta in the past. He's just come back from some time abroad. That's why he wasn't in the team. And Malta used that ECI to give many new players an opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. Malta are spoiled for choice, especially when you look at their batting lineup. So it's a good thing that Malta used that weekend to just get a few new players into the setup.
Well, yeah, well, the thing is, it's a pathway tournament, isn't it? So I guess the questions will be, how long do those players have till they qualify? And are they sticking around as well? Because some do just come and go, as you know, throughout Europe, as that's hit over the offside. One thing this man can work on is his fielding, though. He is at a bit of a shocker out there at deep cover this time, in this day.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, despite those errors, they put him in the key hotspots in the field. You know, with those kind of mistakes, maybe you think they'd hide him at fine leg or something, but no, they're credit to him. He's stayed out there. They've kept him out there, and they're like, well, look, work on your problems. As the Blasters are going at just above a run and ball, 4 overs in.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get an over in the 10s, and this is sort of the Blasters' day against the Gozo Zalmi bowling. And I'm curious to see how Gozo Zalmi will go at ECL 23, 24. If every team gets 2 wild cards, if they add a good wild card or 2, let's say they bring a Push Parajan, an all-rounder, or I don't know, who else in Malta could they ask to come along?
Suraj Durai, imagine they bring someone like him in.
Yeah, Durai, Negi. I don't know, if you bring 1 or 2 more and just let them sit in that Gozo Zalmi team, you never know. They could get through that group. They've got the power with the batting. I think they'd like a little bit more bowling.
I think that's where you can look at someone like, say, Muhammad Ajmal, who plays for United. I don't know if he would be a wild card they'd consider, left armor, just as something different.
Get someone in Spain. You can get any wild card from anywhere. Give Hamza a call. Ask him if he wants to come and play. Wild card's a wild card for a reason.
Is this going to go over the rope? Yes, it will. And it's going to be a 6, a much-needed 6. Yeah, that's a good point you raised. I didn't realize you can even bring people outside the country.
Oh, yeah. And if you're going to Spain, why don't you get someone that lives up the road? Cheaper, easier, and proven. But these club teams, obviously, also difficult because club teams will have loyalty and want to keep their squads that won the comp as well. And I totally understand and respect that. But something to consider. A couple of clouds overhead, no threat of rain.
Thing is, though, they're in such a tough group, Gozo Zalmi. I know Forfeiture is in there.
Forfeiture's very good. And I think the German champions will be very good that we haven't seen before as well. But 2 sixes in this over. As just trying to get back up to the rate.
And are Proxy seen their group as well, or I can't quite recall who's the other team, because
Yeah.
I remember there's 4 really strong teams in there, and then the 5th team, Stari Grad, you kind of feel a bit sorry for, the Serbian champions. Oh, this is really, really nicely played. Just ramps it over the fielder at third, and it's going to go away for a boundary.
Almost hit the helmet as well, Nish. So 6-6-4 in this over. This is the first time today we're seeing the Blasters start to get a hold of them a bit.
Now then, the required is still 14 and over, so it's not out of control. So if they can keep themselves in this game, and that's going to be a boundary, it'll take an edge and go away for 4.
Yeah, they'll check the height as well, but that is a very clever shot. Opens the face and says, I'll take 4 runs for my trouble. Good batting.
Yeah, third man inside the ring. Nobody that fine to protect it.
Pretty high, but I think he'll get away with that. Just under. Yeah, last ball. This over all of a sudden just turns this game back. Siddiqui's had an odd day, hasn't he? Besides these 4 balls in this over, he wasn't able to get it off the square. Oh, and that could be 5 wides now. It is. It is. All of a sudden, this over's gone for 25. And the Blasters are back in it.
No, it takes one magical over just to bring the team into the game. And this is where you wonder if maybe they had their regular keeper. Would he have had a chance to stop that? Or am I just being harsh on Zishan Khan?
Well, this is what I mean. Gozo's Army need to figure out their bowling before they get to the ECL. You can't have stuff like this going on. This is not good. Anyway, 50 now. And 67 off 31 is much more manageable.
And where is this going to end up? Is it going to clear the rope? Yes, it will. He sends it to Gozo Zalmi's dugout. And it's a 6 to end the over. A supersonic over. It's been a few days since we've had one. Zishan Kaiser has just brought back the Bujiba Blasters into this game.
Well, here's those groups. So we're talking about Group E at the moment. Forfashire go into that as favourites for me. And then probably BSC Redberg will go as second. The VOC,
You have VOC Rotterdam at third.
they've been the last 2 years and come 4th in the group twice in a row. So they're not the VOC of 3 years ago when Max Me and Scott were playing. It's totally, and no Peter Saylor, so they won't get close. Gozo's Army beat the Malta team last year, beat VOC as well. Can't remember who came, but it's a tough group. But they'll get close. They'll be in a preliminary final or something like that and have to play a good game of cricket.
This is played out towards third. Any reason for that? Or are they not sending some of their key players VOC or?
Scott,
Yeah.
Max, me.
Good point.
Last 2 years they haven't had any batting and they've been very, very poor. I think they've come 4th twice in the group. So they're not the VOC of a few years ago when it comes to T10. They don't have enough depth. So I think that Gozo have a real good shot in that group to get very close, but they're going to have to upset Forfashire. Forfashire for me are an extremely good T10 unit.
On the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, this over from Raymond is going to be very important. You know, you'd think it'd be tough to cart him away for 20 runs, but they can at least get 10 or 11 from his over. That's going to keep them in this game.
Well, they're exactly where they want to be, actually. You're at double 58, it's 116, so it would be a golden ball. But they've already bowled 1 ball this over. So that last over, supersonic over, has just opened the game back up. That we thought was going to be a little bit boring there.
Over pitch delivery, and now, you know, pressure is a funny thing. It's now getting to Raymond as well, who's hardly put a foot wrong.
Yeah, Siddiqui's woken up, hasn't he? It's a big turnaround for him. How close was this? Pretty close. Just 1 bounce 4. Great work from Spring Productions once again.
No, attempted Yorker, but it's a low full toss. And he's going to scamper across for a single. Thing is, I wonder when Raymond's going to bowl the bouncer in this over, because we know he loves to get the Yorkers. When's the short one coming?
Soon. Definitely soon. He does like digging it in, doesn't he? 54 of 27. Maybe a golden ball would be a lovely way to finish this day. Just a couple of extras have snuck into this innings as well now, so extra runs always help the kitty. 53 off 27 now, under 2 a ball for the first time.
9 runs of extras so far this innings. Of course, he had that minimo in the previous over.
So I think that's about 8 wide extras in the last 2 overs, or 9 balls. So that also inflates the situation. 50-50 on the win protector. We got a game on all of a sudden.
This is a great one. He just gets the Yorker in here, Rahman.
Good throw. Powerful from Rahman. That's the keeper's gloves.
Yeah, of course, one of those runs of extras with a 5 came courtesy of the minimo. So it's going to be a very important over. We're just seeing the 2 batters having a bit of a discussion in the middle of the pitch. It's been 8 runs off this over so far. They get 1 more boundary. I think they'll take it, especially against Rahman off these next 2 balls. No, it's a low full toss again. Doesn't have enough to go for a 4. Tinder Singh's going to give it chase, and the ball's going to win this race. It goes away for a boundary, so 12 so far. Rahman's over. You'd certainly take that. And there's still 1 more ball to come. They've woken up now, the Bujiba Blasters. This is the side we've been waiting to see for the last 15 overs, going back to the previous match where they were a little bit slow through much of the game as well.
Last ball of this over. No, it's not. That's going to be another wide. So this game has just swung in the last 10 minutes or so. And goes Ozami. A bit of rustiness creeping into that lineup now.
Yeah, pressure is a funny thing. You know, Rahman, who has looked absolutely perfect for much of this day, is now starting to make a couple of mistakes. Some of these Yorkers have been low full tosses. You know, he's bowled 3 wides this over as well. Starting to feel the heat a little bit here, goes Ozalmi. It's under 12 and over. This, you know, you'd believe this slightly favors the batting team, but you know, Siddiqui and Maithani, you'd believe they need to bat another 2 overs.
Another wide. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It's 5 wides, and you'd say in the last 11 balls the wheels have fallen off here for Gozo Ozami, and the Blasters are now miles ahead.
No, that is not where he's expecting it to be bowled. He's thinking that Rahman is probably going to bowl this one wide outside the off stump. Keep in mind, Zishan Khan, you know, he's not normally keeping for this team, and you're starting to see a few errors creep in from him this game. You usually have Unver behind the stumps.
Last ball again of the 6th.
When he gets this one right, to be fair, the bowler, but it's just played really well by Maithani. And at the start of this over, I said if they could get 10 or 11 runs of Rahman's over, they'd be pretty happy. They end up getting 19 courtesy of those extras. It's a big one, and they're right back in this game. The Bujiba Blasters. You can see Siddiqui's just woken up these last few balls. Keep in mind, he was 6 of 10, so he's made 33 runs off his next 10 deliveries. And Maithani, his skipper, he's been supporting him really well at the other end.
Yeah, it's 50 off the last 2. Quite remarkable. They could only hit 25 off the first 4 and then 50 off the last 2. So, yeah, it's flipped around again. Sharjeel will come back. Expect Big Lala to come back. So this game's still got a few more twists and tails to come, you'd think.
A good slower ball there by Sharjeel. Really good slower ball. It's a deceived Maithani. Martin J. Hurst just commenting on the keeping. I mean, keep in mind, Zishan Khan, he's not their normal keeper. Anwar would usually be behind the stumps for Gozo Zalmi, so he's been put into a situation where he isn't normally in. I thought he did a pretty good job in the first match, but a couple of errors have crept in this game. Another slower one there by Sharjeel, just
good
varying
swing.
the pace.
Good swing, good swing, good swing. Sharjeel's been pretty magnificent today with the ball in hand. Man with the goatee, doing a good job here again. 42 of 22.
This is an important over. Really important one. If this goes quiet for Gozo Zalmi, you just feel the game would just swing back in favor of them. Right now, Intelligent Cricket has the Blasters at 61%. I'd say it's a little closer than that. He gets enough bat on it. This is going to race away for a 4. Prashant is not going to be able to cut that one out, and it goes away for a 4.
Yeah, shot. He just gets enough bat on that. He cleared his front leg, catches up with it. 38 of 21. A little bit of a tingle here. Blasters, same situation in the previous game where dot balls came in. This time they're hitting them. Game on, 2 set batters. Can they cause a bit of an upset here?
The big thing, though, is that Nagy and Singh have been sent back to the dugout, so you feel a lot of the pressure is on these two. That Blasters dugout, though, everyone is on the edge of their seat. You can sense there's a lot of tension there. We might be calling this a dead rubber, but this game means a lot to both these teams. They want to end these group stages with a bang. Oh, that's another good ball. Just gets that little bit of movement away, Sharjeel.
Another real tough call for the umpire. Fair enough.
That's a very tight one there. It's a really tight call. The umpires are being forced to make some very difficult decisions. Has this got the distance? It does! It's going to go over the Blasters dugout, and it's another 6. So this has been a very interesting over. We've seen plenty of dot balls, but a couple of boundaries have just kept the Blasters in contention. A huge 6 over there.
Yeah, what a shot, Nish. What a shot. Short, wide, and this time he catches up with 32 of 19. Sharjeel's been focusing on that wide line. I wouldn't mind him actually trying to spear one in here a bit straighter now that the batsman's shuffling across. Is there going to be another twist in the tail?
It's just getting a little bit too predictable, you feel, for Sharjeel. I think he needs to go back to a nice and straight Yorker over here.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on him now to close out this spell. It's been really good. Only 12 off 11 deliveries for him.
Oh, and maybe he was trying to go straighter there, but he doesn't quite get the Yorker he wants. It's going to be just 1 run. I think there was a little bit of interest for that second run. But the 7th over comes to an end. 31 runs needed of the last 3 overs. Looks like we're in for a grandstand finish to end this terrific Tuesday. Here's the fixtures coming up tomorrow. We have the Edix Knights taking on Mater Dei in our opening doubleheader. And then Marsa will take on the Red Stars in our final doubleheader of the day.
Yeah, and some important games there, especially match 59 and 60 to determine some positions on the table. Looking forward to tomorrow, of course, if the weather is permitting. Vinny Sandhu's actually back tomorrow as well. I believe he gets here tonight. So this is our last few overs together, Nish. And, well, wouldn't it be a nice way to cap off with a golden ball? So, Lala coming back. Lala is so good at this. Just an experienced cricketer and seems to know what to bowl at the right time. This is still very much game on.
Yeah, great in-swinging Yorker there by Mehboob Ali.
He loves digging in the bouncer as well. He's going to pick his moment when to do it.
And he's just going to try to run this one down the third man, but he finds the fielder a deep third.
It's okay, Mehboob doesn't mind that. Just the 1 there. 1 and 1. This is his last over. They're going to have some big decisions. Who bowls the next? Game on out here. Bit of a tingle for everyone, I think.
So Koshal is definitely going to bowl one as well, you'd imagine. Still got one over
Shot.
left. This one is run away behind point. It's going to be a boundary for the skipper, Methani.
Yeah, really nice shot. Just times it. It's amazing. We were in a similar situation in the previous game. They couldn't hit it anything. And it was these two as well. And now this time around, they're doing it. 25 off 15. Blasters fighting hard.
And the difference is they're staying nice and still, waiting for the ball. They're not trying to charge at it.
Yeah. No Hollywood shots, just batting, pure batting.
25 for 15. You feel that the Blasters are ahead now. But Mehboob Ali, what can he pull out here? And it's a dot ball. Just getting Mehboob Ali away is such a difficult thing because so few teams have been able to hit him for more than 10 runs in an over.
25 off 14 now.
And this gets that Yorker in there, Mehboob Ali.
Good fielding. They thought about a cheeky two, but they'll have to settle for one. Not a bad over this from Mehboob Ali. Only the one boundary. He's kept it in check here. 24 off 13. If these two stay at the crease, you'd say they should win. Two players that are in. They're going to need a wicket somewhere, you'd imagine, goes Ozami.
Here we go, last ball of Mehboob Ali's over. And he's run this one down perfectly. That was a great stroke by Siddiqui. He just expected it to swing back in. And he just gets that little glance over the fielder, a third man. And it's a big, big boundary to end this.
Good shot. Really intelligent batting. You can just use the pace of bowlers that hit the deck like that. So 20 off 2 required. They were 25 after 4 overs. And then the next 2 overs went for 50. It's just a crazy turnaround. Extras have definitely helped. They've been given about 15 extras. Right now, they're above the rate. Wickets in hand. 2 overs to go. Spinners coming on. If they hit him out the middle twice, game over.
No, keep in mind, as you mentioned, they were 25 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. Then you had that supersonic over Zishan Kaiser bowled, where 31 runs came off that over, and everything just turned on its head. That over was the turning point in this match. And boy, I wonder how Zishan Kaiser is feeling right now. Must be pretty miserable. Here we go, Nikhil Koshal. You don't often see him bowl this late in the innings, but he's come on for the penultimate over. And he starts off with a wide. You can tell he's feeling the pressure. You don't tend to see him bowl wides.
That is a bit of a loose ball for him. He doesn't often do that. That was an arm ball straight up. Expect him to slow this one up. Oh, he's gone again with the arm ball. So Kushal is obviously thinking, not giving them too much air to come down at me. That's such a good delivery. That's what he does. That's the sucker ball. And 2 dot balls now after the wide. Good comeback.
Yeah, this is more of the orthodox ball. Just turns away.
So slow. He takes all the air out of it. It really is confusing. Now, does he go straight away back to another arm ball, or does he go slow again? That's what he'll be thinking right now. This is the little battle within a battle. Bit of cat and mouse between batter and bowler. I think he goes fast this time. Oh, he went slow again. Oh, yes, no. Gets back. 3 dot balls in a row.
And it's just 1 run up these first 3 balls, as you mentioned. This is the kind of over Koshal is capable of bowling, where he just takes away the opposition's chances. Can Methani get one out of the middle? He swung hard at this one. Doesn't have enough to go over the rope. I think he's just about managed to hit that one 51 meters, and it's going to be a 6.
Oh, he just got straight, Kushal. He finally bowls a bad delivery. It was a half volley on the stumps, and it got pumped away. He'll be super disappointed with that ball. Both batters on 44, 13 off 8. One more 6 this over, and they should get there quite comfortably. If they can get a single and a single, though, take it to the last. Gozo Zami is still in with a good chance.
Now, this is what happens when you're trying to defend a pretty low run rate. It just takes 1 shot, turn things around. This is going to be another dot ball.
Well bowled again. Kept that one wide again. So He has to do that again. Keep it wide. Don't go too straight. He's bowled one straight ball this over and it went for 6. That's a great line. Really good line. Last ball. If this is just a 1 or less, I think it's quite a good over.
So batter going to be expecting the wider delivery here. Oh, he goes a little bit straighter there and over pitches it. It's going to be quite a chase for the fielder. Is he going to get there on time? He does. But they'll come back for a second run. So good running between the wickets by Maithani and Siddiqui, and it's going to be an incredible final over finish. 11 runs needed off the last over. It's time to bring up the golden ball graphic.
Here we go, 6 from 6, the bat versus ball this year in 2023. Ball is winning overall. In the event of a tie, we'll have 1 extra delivery. A not-out batsman can face it from anybody on the field, and they'll need 2 to win. A 1 will be a loss. And, well, Nish, this is our last over together. Until next time, and what a way it would be to finish our little 2 weeks together if we got a golden ball.
It would be the perfect way. It would all be well worth the wait. Here we go. It's going to be Varun Prashath to bowl this over. I don't mind this gamble.
I like it actually. Left armour going across. Varun comes on, brings square leg up. So he's basically saying, I'm going to take it across you. Third man's back, deep cover, deep mid off, and then cover and pointer in the ring. So he's saying, I'm going to take it across you. If you're brave enough, jump across and try whip me over the leg side. But that's not easy to do because fine leg and square leg are in the ring. Here we go, last overtime.
Oh, it goes for the slower delivery to top edge. And it looks like it's going to go for a 4. Huge amount of misfortune here for Prashath.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you do? Cricket's not an easy game at the best of times, but this is a little bit of unluckiness. It's a perfect ball. Off speed into the pitch, going across him, and he gets an edge for 4. And the Blasters regain control. 1 big 6 here for Siddiqui would level it up. Need a wicket.
Oh, he kept the wicket. It's a little inside edge onto his pad, and it ricochets onto his stumps. What an unfortunate way for Siddiqui to lose his wicket, but you felt that Zalmi deserved that little bit of luck.
Well, this is super interesting because a wicket does mean game back on. You can easily get dot ball here and squeeze. It was the wrong line, I thought. He went straight. It actually swung back. Well, he's got that ball to come back. Straight on again, if you can hear me. He's kept the seam up, and the ball has swung back into the legs. And this is an old ball. Watch this. It just comes back and follows him, which is pretty remarkable. So that makes it harder for the batters if they know he's got the off cutter across, the one swinging in. Not easy.
Yes, but getting that much swing this late in the inning.
Yeah.
We're in the 10th over.
We haven't seen the ball swing in a while, but this really comes back at him. Game on, Nish. This is definitely game on. They bring one across from the leg side into another backward point. That's super brave. No fine leg, no 45. Any inside edge is 4. Sathi on strike. Oh, he takes it.
Oh, they've got to get across on time. He might have run him out. He might have run him out. Prashath is setting off. He's certain this is a run out. We're going to have a look at this to confirm, but Prashath thinks he's got his man, and I think so as well.
I think this is out. He just hit the top of the bails. Watch this. Yeah, he's gone here. 1, 2. Thank you later. Ball into the stump. He's well short of his ground. Both set batsmen are gone for the Blasters. I can't believe it. And now you need 7 off 3 with 2 players that haven't faced a ball. Yeah, this is back in favour of Zami. 2 wickets in 2 balls. Well done to the big man. He takes it right in his middle stump. And then he hits the off stump with this. Big wicket.
Big wicket. I mean, is this going to happen again? Is lightning going to strike twice? We saw 7 runs defended on the final over yesterday by Unmer, and is now Prashath going to do it in this match?
So they've put 2 backward points in. I don't like that. Look at that 45 fine leg region. There's only 1 person there at square leg. If there's any inside edge or even one that comes off the pads, it'll go for 4 leg buys now. It's super risky captaincy. Sathi and Islam, it's up to you 2. 1 out the middle. I think that Gozo might steal this.
Oh, this one struck firmly towards Mehboob Ali at mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single.
That's pretty unlucky, actually. He hit that well. He picked out Mehboob easily. So 6 off 2, 1 shot away from winning. Golden ball feels like it's far away again now. Maybe a single and a 4. Let's see. Oh, that might be a wide. They've got to run. Oh, they don't run. Is it a wide? It's been called. I think that's the right call. It did look pretty wide to me. It's going across him. It's such a tough one to decide. Yeah, that's fair enough. Zishan Khan's got to be careful not to make a big mistake there as well, Nish. 5 off 2. Sathi ran down the leg side there. You can't run leg side to a left armour. Got to be straight.
Oh, this one's... He's just going to get a single over here.
God, that ruins the golden ball. We're not going to get a golden ball now unless there's a wide. We're not getting a 3. There's no way we're getting a 3. So this is 4, and you win, or you don't. And you've got to put a fine leg in place. You've got to have someone at 45 here for the one off the pad. You just got to.
We very nearly had a 3 yesterday where I think the other team just didn't quite realize that Sui United had given them a chance to run 3, but yeah, 3 is going to be unlikely. It's going to have to be a boundary here for Islam. Islam is going to have to be a hero on the last ball.
Blasters have butchered another chase if they don't win. Back-to-back butcheries. It's not good. Anyway, as you said, last ball for us, Nish. Been a pleasure. 4 off 1. Oh, the glove's down. Can you do that?
Oh, and he walks across his stumps there. He's trying to hit it towards that vacant fine leg boundary, but he won't be able to. And for the second day in a row, we're going to see someone defend 7 runs in the final over. Gozo Zalmi hold their nerve and pull off another win. And as you said, it looks like the Blasters have butchered another one. It's going to be 2 losses at the end of the day. We'll have a look at their dugout if we can take a picture. But they're absolutely stunned. They can't believe they've lost another chase.
Well, they should have won that. With 2 set plays at the crease and going into the final over, they've well, butchered it. Yeah, I just think some poor decision-making, poor running. This is what we've got coming tomorrow. Vinny Sandu will be back with myself, if the weather permitting. Edix Knights Marta Day, Master Red Stars, to wrap up some more group stage. But, yeah, what a crazy end to the day, Nish. Another good game. We've had some good games the last few days. Unfortunately, the golden ball just seems to be rather elusive at the moment. Doesn't feel like we're getting closer. But what do you say? Gozo Zalmi, they're the representatives of Malta for a reason, because they can pull themselves out of situations exactly like that.
What an incredible game to watch. We'll have a look at the highlights of this final innings. For a second, we thought Tinder Singh had pulled off an absolutely remarkable catch there. And Gozo Zalmi got off to a terrific start. Keep in mind, they were 8 for 2 at the 2.2 over mark. It looked like they were going to really struggle to even get close to this target. The Bujiba Blasters were seeing some of the great moments early in this game for Gozo Zalmi, but then Siddiqui and Meithani just found their touch after that supersonic 5th over, which went for 31 runs.
Yeah, the 31 run over and then followed on by a 19 run over was 50 off 2, and it was double what they got off the first 4. So all of a sudden we're a little bit lazy out here in the comm box. We were watching, thinking this is going to be a big shellacking. All of a sudden the game came alive out of nowhere. And the Blasters, you just thought, well, they're doing enough here with these extras. They're going to steal the victory. But it got down to the pressure points in that last over. And both batters getting out, both set batters getting out. Just, well, flipped the game again. And Varun Prasad, who came on to bowl that over, sensational over. Calm, measured, left arm seam. I thought Kushal's 9th over as well has to be touched on. I know he went for 1-6, but as a spinner did fantastic. And Prasad's just someone with the ball. Every now and then, he's quite a wily customer.
Certainly is. We're looking at this final over. That was the big wicket which Varun Prasad managed to get, getting rid of Siddiqui, just getting that little bit of movement back in, and a ricochet off the stumps. And this was that crucial run out which got rid of Meithani, who was trying to get back on strike. Then Islam, well, he needed to do a little bit of heroics on the final ball. He wasn't quite able to, as Gozo Zalmi would pull this one off, and it would be a remarkable victory for them. 2 wins in 2 to close out the day. They'll be absolutely delighted with that victory. Here's a look at the scorecard. Danish Siddiqui and Gaurav Meithani are the 2 top scorers with scores of 48 and 46 respectively, but not enough scores in the rest of the order.
Well, it's pretty remarkable score, that card. 48-46, duck, 1. For the rest, good figures for Sharjeel, 1 for 13, Prasad 1 for 7. I thought Kushal's 2 overs for 18 were quite crucial from the spinner, and Lala is again 16 off his 2 overs. Fantastic. Nish, it's been a lot of fun, my man. Give me a good shake of the hand. You deserve a good day off tomorrow. Many plans for you?
We'll see. Hopefully, maybe try to see some of the sights around here. The forecast doesn't look great, so let's hope that works out. I have to say, it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate alongside you. I was really looking forward to it, and I have to say it's lived up to it. I know a lot of people in the chat, they sort of have a bit of fun with you, but trust me, Corey in person, you're an absolute gentleman, a great friend to work alongside, and I've really enjoyed this experience.
Thank you very much for the kind words, Nish. I wish I could say the same. Anyway, it's been a fantastic day of cricket action here. Thank you to all the Blue crew, everybody at the ground, all the players for their commitment, Spring Productions for everything they do for us, and everybody else who is in the sort of Swiss office, always doing the hard yards to try and get all our cricket live and around Europe. It's been an absolute pleasure. We're back at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Edic's night taking on Malta Day. Weather permitting, there's a few storms that are meant to hit this beautiful little island. Fingers crossed they don't. And, well, it's been an interesting day of action. For me, it's goodbye and good night. Get some rest, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.